Welcome, dear friends, to this cozy corner where delightful and calming stories await to gently guide you into a restful night. We're so grateful you've chosen to spend your time here with us. We hope you've been able to embrace the beauty of this spring day. Now allow yourself to unwind with the soothing sounds and enchanting tales that fill this space. As you drift into slumber, may you have a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Sweet dreams. Story 1. Story 2. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moon poured its silver light through a canopy of centuries-old trees, there existed a world woven from dreams and whispers. Each night as the sun retreated and stars peppered the velvet sky, the forest awoke with a gentle hum of magic. Moss-covered stones, soft as velvet cushions, dotted the pathways, while bioluminescent fungi glowed with a soft, ethereal light, painting the ground in hues of emerald and gold. The air carried the scent of damp earth and pine, and if one listened closely, the very elements seemed to speak in a secret language, a symphony of rustling leaves, babbling brooks, and the faint, melodic hum of ancient stones. On such a night, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves stirred from his den. His name was Kalen, and though he was curious and bright-eyed, a restlessness had settled in his heart. The seasons were turning, the vibrant greens of summer had begun to blush with the golds and crimsons of autumn, and a chill whispered through the air, hinting at the long rest of winter to come. Kalen feared the quiet and cold that winter promised, for he loved the forest's lively nights filled with the chatter of creatures and the warmth of moonlight. With a soft sigh, Kalen padded through the forest, his paws sinking into the carpet of moss. Above, the wind played a lullaby through the pine needles, a soothing shush-shush that seemed to calm the world. He followed the path to a starlit clearing where a circle of ancient oaks stood guard, their branches intertwined like wise old friends sharing secrets. In the center of this clearing grew the grandfather tree, an oak so old that its bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons. It was said that the grandfather tree could understand the language of all living things, and that his roots drank from the same deep magic that fed the streams and stones. As Kalen approached, he noticed the bioluminescent fungi pulsing gently around the tree's base, as if in rhythm with the heartbeat of the forest. From a high branch, a pair of luminous eyes blinked slowly. It was the silver-bearded owl, a nocturnal guardian whose feathers held the shimmer of starlight. The owl was known for his gentle wisdom, never lecturing but always guiding with a quiet presence. "Why does your step carry worry, little one?" the owl asked, his voice a soft hoot that blended with the night sounds. Kalen looked up, his ears twitching. "I fear the coming winter, elder. The forest grows quiet, and the cold feels like a blanket that smothers joy. How can we bear the silence and the sleep that winter demands?" The owl ruffled his feathers gently. "Ah, the cycle of rest and renewal troubles you. Come, let us walk, and I will show you how the forest speaks of such things." Together they ventured deeper into the woods, where the moonlight filtered through the leaves like liquid silver. The owl led Kalen to a babbling brook that meandered through the trees. "Listen," the owl whispered. "The water has a language of its own. It tells of journeys, how it flows from the high mountains, nourishing everything it touches, and how in winter it slows to a trickle, not from weakness, but to gather strength for the spring." Kalen knelt by the stream, placing a paw in the cool water. The babbling sounds seemed to form words, flow and rest, flow and rest. He felt a sense of peace wash over him, as if the water was washing away his fears. Next they came to a grove where the trees stood tall and silent. The owl gestured to them. "These elders speak through the wind. When the breeze passes through their leaves, it carries tales of resilience. They shed their leaves in autumn not as loss, but as a gift to the earth, making way for new growth. Their roots whisper to one another underground, sharing nourishment and comfort through the cold months." Kalen pressed his ear against the trunk of a mighty birch. He heard a faint vibration, a hum that spoke of patience and community. It reminded him that even in solitude, no one was truly alone. Finally, they reached a circle of smooth, mossy stones near a small waterfall. The stones, warmed by the day's sun and now cooled by the night air, seemed to hum with a low, resonant frequency. "These stones hold the memory of ages," the owl explained. "They teach us about stillness. In winter, when snow covers them, they do not fight the cold, they embrace it, knowing that beneath the frost, life is waiting." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the leaves and stones. The sound was like 1,000 tiny drums, creating a natural ASMR that lulled the forest into a deeper tranquility. Kalen watched as raindrops kissed the bioluminescent fungi, making them glow brighter, as if the water was awakening their inner light. The owl perched on a stone and closed his eyes. "The magic of the seasons is not about loss, Kalen, it is about balance. Just as the moon waxes and wanes and the stars dance in their cycles, the forest knows that rest is not an end but a preparation for renewal. Winter is a time for dreams to take root, for the earth to gather strength, and for creatures to find warmth in shared burrows and whispered stories." Kalen thought of his own den, where his family would huddle together, telling tales by the light of glowing mushrooms. He realized that the silence of winter was not empty but full of potential, a canvas for imagination and rest. As the rain softened to a drizzle, the clouds parted, revealing a sky full of stars. The starlit clearing they had left earlier now beckoned them back. There the grandfather tree seemed to glow with a soft, internal light, its branches swaying gently in the wind. Kalen felt a profound connection to the forest, as if he had learned to understand its secret language. "Thank you, Elder," Kalen said, his heart light. "I see now that every season has its magic, and rest is as important as activity." The owl nodded, his eyes twinkling. "Remember this wisdom, little fox. Carry it in your heart, and share it with others who may fear the quiet times." With that, the owl took flight, his wings silent against the night sky. Kalen made his way back to his den, the forest sounds accompanying him like a gentle chorus. The wind whispered through the pines, the stream murmured its endless song, and the stones hummed with contentment. He curled up in his cozy burrow, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain on the leaves above, and felt a deep sense of comfort. The cycles of the forest were not to be feared but cherished, for they were the very rhythm of life itself. As dawn approached, painting the horizon with hints of rose and gold, Kalen drifted to sleep, dreaming of spring blossoms and the endless dance of seasons, knowing that in the heart of the ancient forest, magic and moonlight would always intertwine, guiding all who listened with a gentle, wise heart. Story 3. In the heart of the enchanted vale, where the air always carried the scent of pine and honey-dew, there lay a village known as Starlight Hollow. It was a place where cobblestone paths wound like sleepy serpents between cottages with thatched roofs, and where every evening the sky draped itself in a velvet cloak studded with countless twinkling stars. The villagers, a gentle folk with hearts as warm as the hearths in their homes, often gathered to watch the constellations dance overhead, their patterns whispered into stories passed down through generations. But one autumn evening, as the clock tower in the village square chimed 9 times, each note echoing like a soft bell through the mist, something peculiar began to unfold. It started with young Finn, a boy with eyes the color of the forest after rain, and a curiosity that bloomed like wildflowers. Finn loved nothing more than lying on the soft moss behind his family's cottage, tracing the shapes of the stars with his finger. That night, however, as the wind chimes hanging from the oak trees tinkled a gentle melody, he noticed a gap in the sky where the constellation of the silver fox should have been. At first he thought it a trick of the clouds, but as the hours slipped by, more stars began to vanish, not all at once, but one by one, as if being plucked by an invisible hand. The sky, once a brilliant tapestry, grew patchy and dim, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets. Finn sat up, his breath forming little clouds in the cool air. He wasn't frightened, instead, a thrill of curiosity bubbled within him. He remembered his grandmother's words, "When the world feels strange, listen with your heart, not just your ears." So he did. He listened to the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the soft patter of rain beginning to fall, a soothing rhythm that wrapped around the village like a blanket. The next morning, Finn shared his observation with the villagers. Old Man Hemlock, who tended the clock tower, frowned and said, "Time itself feels backwards today. My sundial shadow is moving east instead of west." Others chimed in. The flowers in Mistress Willow's garden had turned from violet to gold overnight, and the stream behind the mill seemed to flow uphill for a brief moment. The village buzzed with theories. Some whispered of a mischievous sprite, while others feared a forgotten enchantment gone awry. But Finn, with his empathetic nature, noticed how the anxiety was pulling people apart. Friends who usually shared stories by the fire now huddled in worried groups. So he decided to investigate, armed only with his keen eyes and a heart full of kindness. His first clue came from a nursery rhyme the children sang while skipping stones by the river. When the fox loses its tail, and the moon wears a veil, seek the map where shadows fall, in the glen where memories call. Finn pondered the words. The fox surely referred to the missing silver fox constellation, and the moon wearing a veil might mean the sky growing dim. He wondered if there was an old map hidden somewhere. He visited the village elder, Seraphina, a woman with hair as white as snow and a voice like wind through reeds. She sat in her cozy cottage, surrounded by shelves of ancient books and the gentle tick-tock of a grandfather clock. "Ah, the rhyme," she said, her eyes twinkling. "It speaks of the Starlight Atlas, a map woven from constellation patterns kept in the hollow of the great oak. But beware, child, not all paths are as they seem." With Seraphina's guidance, Finn found the atlas, a scroll of parchment that glowed with silvery ink, depicting the stars as they once were. As he studied it, he noticed that the vanished stars formed a new pattern, a shape like a key pointing toward the Whispering Woods. Excited, Finn gathered his friends, Luna, a girl who could hear the colors of the wind and bramble, a badger who often nudged Finn with his wet nose when he sensed something amiss. Together they ventured into the woods, where the rain had left droplets glistening on spiderwebs like tiny diamonds. The air hummed with the sound of wind chimes tied to branches by playful fairies, and the ground was soft with fallen leaves. Their journey led them to a red herring, a cave where a grumpy badger named Thistle was hoarding shiny objects, including a locket that reflected the stars. At first, Finn suspected Thistle was stealing the light, but upon talking to him, he learned the badger was merely lonely, collecting trinkets to feel less alone. Finn's empathy shone through. He spent an hour listening to Thistle's stories, and in return, the badger revealed that he had seen strange lights deep in the glen where the oldest trees stood. "But be careful," Thistle warned. "The colors there change like a dream." Following this new clue, Finn and his friends arrived at a clearing where the flowers shimmered in hues they'd never seen, blue like the ocean, then pink like dawn. In the center stood an ancient stone circle, and there, curled in a nest of moss, was a tiny, glowing creature no bigger than Finn's palm. It had wings like gossamer and eyes that held the light of the missing stars. The creature trembled, and Finn realized it was a newborn starling, a being of celestial magic that had been born under the veil of the new moon. The nursery rhyme made sense now. The map where shadows fall was the constellation pattern guiding them here, and the starling, fearful and alone, had drawn the stars closer to protect itself, causing them to vanish from the sky. Finn approached slowly, his movements gentle. He hummed the nursery rhyme, and the starling's fear melted away. Luna joined in, singing the words softly, while Bramble nuzzled the creature. They understood that the starling needed the community's warmth to feel safe enough, to let the stars return. So Finn raced back to Starlight Hollow and gathered everyone in the village square. As the clock tower chimed midnight, he explained what he had discovered. Instead of panic, a wave of compassion swept through the crowd. They decided to hold a lantern-lit procession to the glen, each person carrying a light and singing the nursery rhyme together. Under the canopy of trees, with the gentle rain now a misty drizzle, the villagers surrounded the starling with kindness. Their combined voices rose in harmony, and one by one, the stars reappeared in the sky, brighter than ever. The starling, no longer afraid, fluttered up and merged with the silver fox constellation, adding a new sparkle to its tail. The peculiar happenings ceased, time flowed right again, flowers returned to their usual colors, and the stream gurgled happily downhill. The mystery solved, the community felt closer than ever. They built a small shrine in the glen where they could visit and share stories, ensuring no one felt alone like Thistle the badger had. Finn learned that observation and empathy could unravel even the strangest of puzzles, and that sometimes the greatest secrets are hidden in plain sight, waiting for a kind heart to find them. As the firelight in the village hearths cast cozy shadows on the walls, the people of Starlight Hollow drifted to sleep, lulled by the rhythm of wind chimes and the steady tick-tock of clocks. And high above, the stars twinkled with a newfound warmth, reminding everyone that even in the darkest nights, curiosity and friendship could light the way. Story 4. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moon wove silver threads through the canopy, there lay a world asleep to the day but alive with whispers in the night. The air carried the scent of damp earth and blooming night-blooming jasmine, while the soft hush of the wind through the pines sounded like a lullaby sung by the stars themselves. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of the constellations, a young fox named Finn made his home. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes held the curiosity of 1,000 unanswered questions. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Finn would emerge from his den, drawn by the gentle pull of the forest's nocturnal magic. On this particular night, a restlessness stirred within him. The forest seemed to hum with a secret energy, and Finn felt an urge to understand the mysteries that danced just beyond his grasp. He padded softly over a carpet of moss, his paws making no sound, and paused by a babbling brook that gurgled like a contented dream. The water spoke in a language of ripples and reflections, telling tales of distant mountains and the rain that had fallen days before. Finn tilted his head listening, but the words were elusive, like catching moonbeams in his paws. Venturing deeper, he came upon a clearing where bioluminescent fungi glowed with a soft, ethereal light, casting shifting patterns on the stones below. Fireflies drifted like living embers, their gentle pulses painting the air with golden dots. It was here that Finn first heard the whisper of the ancient oak, a tree so old its bark was etched with the stories of centuries. The oak did not speak in words but in sensations, a rustle that felt like wisdom, a creak that echoed with patience. As Finn sat beneath its branches, a figure emerged from the shadows. Orion, the great horned owl, whose feathers were the color of twilight and whose eyes held the depth of the night sky. Orion was known throughout the forest as a keeper of secrets, one who guided without commanding, and whose presence brought a sense of calm. "You seek understanding, little one," Orion said, his voice a soft hoot that blended with the wind. "The forest speaks, but not all ears are tuned to its frequency. Come, walk with me, and I will show you how to listen." Thus began Finn's journey into the heart of the woodland's enchantment. Orion led him along a path lined with ferns that shimmered with dew, each drop catching the moonlight like tiny diamonds. They passed a family of badgers, their low grunts a language of comfort and kinship, and a hedgehog who trundled by, leaving a trail of sniffles that spoke of simple joys. Orion explained that every creature, every element, had its own tongue. The trees communicated through the sway of their branches, the streams through their melodies, and the stones through the warmth they retained from the sun. But to hear them, Orion murmured, you must first learn to be still. Like the seasons, wisdom comes in cycles of action and rest. They reached a starlit clearing where the sky opened wide, and the Milky Way stretched like a river of light. Here the air was filled with the soft patter of a gentle rainfall, each drop tapping on leaves like a rhythmic drumbeat. Orion perched on a moss-covered log, and Finn curled beside him, feeling the tension in his muscles ease. The owl began to share tales of the forest cycles, how the autumn leaves fell not in loss but in preparation for renewal, how the winter snows blanketed the earth in quiet slumber, allowing for dreams to take root, and how the spring buds burst forth with the energy stored in rest. Life is a dance between doing and being, Orion said, his words weaving into the sound of the rain. Just as the fireflies glow brightest after the darkest hours, so too does our inner light shine when we honor times of quiet. As the night deepened, Finn noticed how the bioluminescent fungi pulsed in sync with his heartbeat, and the wind seemed to carry whispers of encouragement. He practiced listening, not with his ears alone, but with his whole being. He felt the gratitude in the rustle of the leaves, the resilience in the sturdy stones, and the joy in the babbling brook. In doing so, he discovered that the forest was not a place of solitude, but a community bound by invisible threads of magic. But a gentle tension arose when Finn realized that the cycles of renewal also meant change. He thought of the way the seasons turned, how friends migrated or hibernated, and how even the oldest trees eventually returned to the earth. A wistfulness filled him, and he turned to Orion. How do we hold on to the beauty when everything must pass? Orion's eyes softened. By understanding that nothing is truly lost, only transformed. The fallen leaf nourishes the soil, the melted snow feeds the stream, and the memories we cherish become part of the forest's eternal song. It is in letting go that we make room for new wonders. To illustrate, Orion led Finn to a hidden grove where a circle of ancient stones stood, each one humming with a low, vibrational energy. In the center, a pool of water reflected the stars, and as Finn gazed into it, he saw not just his own reflection, but the faces of all who had passed through the forest, creatures of yesterday, their spirits lingering in the mist. The stones taught him that endurance is not about resisting change, but flowing with it, like the water that shapes the rock over eons. As dawn approached, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Finn felt a profound peace settle over him. He had learned that the secret language of the forest was one of connection, each sound, each glow, each cycle a reminder that we are all part of a greater whole. Returning to his den, the first light of day warmed his back, and he knew that the night's lessons would stay with him, a gentle guide for all his days. The forest settled into its daytime slumber, the nocturnal whispers fading into the background, but the magic remained, waiting for the next moonrise to awaken. And Finn, curled in his cozy burrow, dreamed of starlit clearings and wise old owls, his heart full of the comfort that comes from understanding the beautiful, endless dance of rest and renewal. Story 5. Story 6. In a quiet valley nestled between whispering hills, there lived a young soul named Kalen. Kalen was like the soft gray light that comes just before dawn, present but hardly noticed, with a heart that beat in time with the falling leaves. Their home was a small cottage at the edge of a village, where gardens did not merely grow from soil and seed, but from the whispers of the heart. Here, flowers bloomed in hues that mirrored their tenders' joys, and vines curled in patterns that spoke of hidden dreams. Yet Kalen's own garden remained a patch of earth where colors slept, as if waiting for a secret word to be spoken. Kalen often felt as though they were wrapped in a gentle fog, a cocoon of uncertainty that muffled the world's vibrant songs. Changes within them began not with storms or shouts, but with subtle shifts, a warmth in their chest when they listened to the wind, or a tingling in their fingertips when they touched the dew-kissed petals of a neighbor's rose. These changes were beautiful in their quietness, like the first green shoot pushing through winter-hardened ground, yet Kalen feared them, for change felt like a language they had not learned to speak. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Kalen sat on the porch, tracing patterns in the dust. A sense of restlessness stirred within, a soft rustle like pages turning in an old book. It was then that an elderly woman appeared on the path, her steps light as dandelion seeds on the breeze. She introduced herself as Sage, a traveler who tended gardens not just of plants, but of spirits. Her eyes held the patience of ancient trees, and her voice was a low, humming warmth, like a hearth fire on a cold night. "Every soul has a season of becoming," Sage said, settling beside Kalen without invitation, as if she had always been meant to be there. "Yours is beginning to stir. Would you like to learn its language?" Kalen nodded, their throat tight with unspoken hopes. Sage smiled and pointed to a barren corner of the garden, where a single, withered seed lay half-buried. "Start there," she whispered. "Water it not with your hands, but with your breath. Each time you feel a flicker of courage, breathe it into the earth." And so began Kalen's journey. The first victory was small, a morning when Kalen managed to smile at their reflection in the pond, and the seed sprouted a pale green tendril. Sage returned often, always at moments when Kalen's doubts threatened to overshadow the light. She taught them to listen to the rhythms of their own heart, to see change not as a rupture, but as a slow unfolding, like a butterfly easing from its chrysalis. As days turned to weeks, Kalen noticed that their emotions began to paint the world around them. When they felt a glimmer of confidence, a cluster of bluebells would bloom near the cottage steps, their bells ringing with a sound only Kalen could hear, a chime that echoed their growing self-assurance. When understanding dawned, as when Kalen realized that fear was merely curiosity wearing a heavy cloak, the colors in the garden would shift, the greens deepening, the yellows brightening like sunlight through honey. Sage shared stories of other souls she had guided, tales woven with imagery of cocoons and seeds. "A cocoon does not rush its transformation," she would say, her fingers gently brushing a caterpillar curled on a leaf. "It trusts the darkness, knowing that what emerges will be winged and wondrous. You, dear one, are in your cocoon time. Be patient with the quiet." Kalen began to embrace small acts of bravery. They started by tending to a fledgling bird that had fallen from its nest, nursing it with gentle hands until it could fly again. With each act of kindness, a new flower would appear in the garden, a daisy for compassion, a lily for resilience. The garden was no longer barren, it was a tapestry of Kalen's inner world, each bloom a chapter in their story. One crisp autumn day, a challenge arose. A storm swept through the valley, threatening to uproot the delicate plants. Kalen felt a surge of panic, but then remembered Sage's words. "Storms are not enemies, they are teachers. They show us what roots we have grown." Standing firm in the wind, Kalen whispered reassurances to the garden, and as they did, the plants responded by weaving their roots together, creating a shield of intertwined strength. After the storm passed, the garden was not destroyed but revitalized, the colors more vibrant than ever, as if washed clean by the rain. This victory, though small in the grand scheme, felt monumental. It was the moment Kalen understood that their changes were not something to be feared, but celebrated. The fog that had once shrouded them began to lift, revealing a landscape of possibilities. Sage appeared one last time as winter approached, her presence a steady warmth against the chill. "You have nurtured your garden well," she said, her eyes twinkling. "But remember, a garden is never finished. It grows with you, season after season." Kalen looked at their hands, once hesitant, now capable of coaxing life from the earth. They realized that the metamorphosis was not a destination, but a continuous journey. The cocoon had split open, and what emerged was not a fixed form, but a being in flux, beautiful, evolving, and free. On the eve of the first snowfall, Kalen stood in the garden, now a riot of colors that pulsed with their heartbeat. They planted a new seed, one that symbolized not an end, but a beginning. As they breathed into the soil, the seed glowed with a soft light, and Kaelin knew that this was just the first page of a long, lovely story. The stars blinked awake above, and the world settled into a peaceful silence, cradling the valley in its arms. Kaelin felt a deep comfort, knowing that change was as natural as breathing, and that every ending was merely a new dawn in disguise. And so, wrapped in the warmth of their own acceptance, they smiled, ready for whatever would bloom next. Story 7. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkle like distant fireflies and nebulae swirl in soft, pastel hues, there was a small, forgotten corner of the universe that held a secret garden. This garden was not on any planet, but nestled within the heart of a gentle space station, one that had been abandoned long ago by its builders. Its walls were made of crystalline panels that shimmered with a light of their own, casting rainbows across the floor whenever a star passed by. It was here in this haven of peace that two unlikely friends found each other. The first was a being named Kaelin, who hailed from the planet Verdantia, a world where everything glowed with bioluminescent life. Kaelin's skin was like living velvet, and it changed colors with his emotions, soft blues when he was calm, warm golds when he was happy, and gentle purples when he felt curious. He communicated not with words, but with these shifting hues, and his eyes held the depth of 1,000 forests. Kaelin had journeyed to the station in a small pod that hummed like a drowsy bee, seeking solace after feeling lonely among the stars. The second was Lyra, from the harmonic world of Melodia, where the very air resonated with music. Lyra's form was slender and graceful, with delicate tendrils that swayed like seaweed in an ocean breeze. She spoke through melodies, soft hums for greeting, rising scales for excitement, and low, soothing notes for comfort. Her ship was a vessel that sailed on sound waves, leaving trails of harmonic echoes in its wake. Lyra had been drawn to the station by a faint, lonely frequency she had sensed from light years away. Their meeting was accidental, yet felt destined. Kaelin was tending to a patch of star moss that grew in the station's garden, its leaves glowing with a soft, silvery light. Lyra entered, her footsteps creating a gentle chime against the crystalline floor. At first they froze, uncertain. Kaelin's skin flushed a nervous indigo, while Lyra emitted a questioning trill that echoed through the hall. For days, they circled each other warily. Kaelin would leave offerings of luminous berries from Verdantia, placing them on a smooth rock, and Lyra would respond with a gift of harmonic crystals that sang when touched. But misunderstandings arose from their differences. Once Kaelin, feeling joyful, turned a bright yellow, but Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning signal from her world, where sharp colors meant danger. She retreated, humming an anxious melody that made Kaelin's skin shift to a confused gray. Another time, Lyra tried to share a story through a complex symphony of notes, but the volume overwhelmed Kaelin, whose ears were sensitive to sudden sounds. He flinched, his colors dimming, and Lyra fell silent, her tendrils drooping. Yet in their solitude, a spark of curiosity remained. They began to observe each other's habits. Kaelin noticed how Lyra's harmonies softened when she watched the nebula outside the station's dome, and Lyra saw how Kaelin's colors brightened when he nurtured the garden. Slowly, they started to experiment with communication. Kaelin would point to objects and let his skin glow in a specific pattern, while Lyra would mimic the color with a corresponding melody. It was clumsy at first, a dance of trial and error, but it led to moments of shared laughter. When Kaelin accidentally turned a comical shade of orange while slipping on a wet leaf, Lyra responded with a playful giggle-like trill, and they both understood the humor without words. Their breakthrough came when they decided to create a shared shelter within the station. The garden was overgrown with cosmic flora, vines that pulsed with light, flowers that bloomed in sync with passing comets, and trees with leaves that rustled like whispering stars. Together they cleared a cozy nook near the largest crystalline window, which offered a panoramic view of the Orion Nebula, its pink and blue gases swirling in an eternal dance. Kalen used his knowledge of living light to weave benches from glowing fibers, while Lyra arranged harmonic stones that hummed a gentle lullaby when sat upon. They called it the Starlight Sanctuary, a place where they could feel safe and connected. As they worked, they learned each other's quirks. Kalen discovered that Lyra's people expressed affection through duets, so he learned to change his colors in rhythm with her songs. Lyra found that Kalen's kind showed trust by sharing food, so she began to brew teas from starlight-infused petals that steeped in harmony with her melodies. Their misunderstandings became lessons in empathy. Once Lyra brought a device that projected dreamlike patterns of light, thinking it would delight Kalen, but it flickered too rapidly, causing his skin to ripple with discomfort. Instead of frustration, Lyra adjusted the device to pulse slowly, and Kalen responded with a grateful lavender hue. They realized that kindness was a universal language, one that needed no translation. Quiet moments became their favorite times. In the Starlight Sanctuary, they would sit for hours, watching distant stars being born and dying in silent spectaculars. Kalen's colors would melt into a serene azure, and Lyra's harmonies would drop to a whisper, blending with the station's gentle hum. During one such evening, as a meteor shower painted streaks of silver across the sky, Lyra sensed a deep sadness in Kalen through the empathic connection they had built. She didn't need words, his skin had faded to a somber gray. In response, she hummed a melody from her childhood, one that spoke of hope and reunion. Kalen understood, and he shared a memory through a cascade of colors, a story of losing his family to a cosmic storm, but finding courage in new beginnings. Lyra listened, her tendrils brushing his arm in comfort, and for the first time they felt truly understood. Their friendship was tested when a minor crisis arose. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, threatening the garden's delicate ecosystem. Panic might have driven them apart, but instead they worked together. Kalen used his bioluminescent abilities to create a soft light source, guiding Lyra to the control panels, while Lyra used her harmonic skills to recalibrate the energy fields with precise frequencies. It was a dance of cooperation, Kalen's colors signaling directions, Lyra's melodies fine-tuning the controls. When the crisis passed, the garden glowed brighter than ever, and they shared a moment of triumph, their bond strengthened by adversity. As time flowed like a gentle river, the Starlight Sanctuary became a beacon of peace. Other travelers, drawn by rumors of this harmonious place, occasionally visited, a silent rock being who communicated through vibrations, a fluttery insectoid from a gas giant who spoke in pheromone clouds. Each encounter brought new misunderstandings, but Kalen and Lyra acted as bridges, teaching others the language of kindness they had forged. They learned that every being had a unique way of seeing the universe, and that differences were not barriers, but opportunities for wonder. The story of their friendship spread like starlight, touching hearts across galaxies. But for Kalen and Lyra, the greatest joy was in their simple routines, tending the garden, sharing meals under the nebula's glow, and watching the stars in comfortable silence. One evening, as they sat in their sanctuary, a rare alignment of planets cast a golden path across the cosmos. Lyra hummed a new melody, one she had composed just for this moment, and Kalen's skin shimmered in harmony, creating a spectacle of light and sound that felt like a prayer of gratitude. In the end, they knew that no matter how far they traveled or how many worlds they encountered, the memory of their time together would be a constant comfort. The universe was vast and often lonely, but in a crystalline garden among the stars, they had found a home in each other's hearts. And as they drifted to sleep under the watchful eyes of distant suns, they dreamed of futures filled with more laughter, more learning, and the endless, gentle language of kindness. Story 8. In the quiet, tucked-away village of Glimmerbrook, where cobblestone paths wound like sleepy rivers between cottages with thatched roofs, there was a sense of perpetual twilight, softened by the gentle hum of life. The air often carried the sweet scent of baking bread from the miller's wife, mingled with the earthy fragrance of damp moss after a rain. At the heart of the village stood an ancient clock tower, its brass hands moving with a soft, rhythmic tick-tock that echoed like a heartbeat through the lanes. Wind chimes hung from every eave tinkled melodies when the breeze danced through, and sometimes a gentle rain would patter on the leaves, adding its own whispered rhythm to the night. The people of Glimmerbrook were a kind-hearted lot, known for their warm smiles and readiness to share a story by the fireside. But lately a peculiar mystery had settled over the village, one that sparked curiosity rather than fear. It began when young Alara, no, not Alara, let's call her Anya, a girl with eyes as observant as an owl's and a heart that listened to the whispers of the world, noticed something odd. The stars above Glimmerbrook, usually a sparkling tapestry woven into the velvet sky, had started to vanish. Not all at once, but one by one, as if being plucked by an invisible hand. At the same time, the flowers in the village gardens, which typically bloomed in cheerful reds and yellows, began to shift hues overnight. Roses turning azure, daisies flushing violet, as if painted by a dreamer's brush. Anya, who spent her days tending to her grandmother's garden and her evenings tracing constellations from her windowsill, felt a stir of wonder. She wasn't frightened. Instead, she was filled with a gentle curiosity, like the first sip of warm tea on a chilly evening. She decided to investigate, armed not with tools but with patience and empathy, for she believed that every mystery held a story waiting to be understood. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme that the village children sang while skipping rope near the clock tower. It went, "When the clock ticks backwards and the rain falls up, seek the map where the silver cup guides the way to the sleeping glen, where stars are borrowed and made again." Anya had heard this rhyme all her life, but now the words seemed to shimmer with new meaning. She wondered if the missing stars and the color-changing flowers were connected to this sleeping glen. But what did it mean for the clock to tick backwards? The village clock tower had always been steadfast, its hands moving forward with reliable grace. She began her investigation by visiting the eldest villager, Old Man Hemlock, who lived in a cottage surrounded by whispering pines. His home was filled with curiosities, dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, shelves of leather-bound books, and a collection of antique maps. Anya found him sitting by his fireplace, the flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. "Grandfather Hemlock," she said softly, "have you noticed the stars disappearing, and the flowers changing colors?" The old man smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Ah, young Anya, the world is full of wonders that come and go like the tides. But yes, I have seen such things before, long ago. There's an old tale about a glen where time flows gently, sometimes even backwards, and where the stars go to rest." He showed her a faded map, drawn on parchment so thin it felt like butterfly wings. It depicted Glimmerbrook and the surrounding woodland, with a path leading to a place marked the Starfall Glen. But the path was incomplete, as if part of the map had been lost to time. "This map has been in my family for generations," Hemlock explained. "They say it holds the key to the glen, but no one has found the way in years." Anya studied the map carefully. She noticed that the constellations drawn along the edges, Orion's belt, the Big Dipper, seemed to align with the missing stars in the sky. Perhaps the stars weren't vanishing, but moving to this glen. But why? And what about the color-changing flowers? She decided to follow the clues, starting with the nursery rhyme. The rhyme mentioned a silver cup, which Anya remembered was part of the village's annual festival, used to drink from the wishing well. But the festival was months away. This felt like a red herring, but she followed it anyway. She went to the well, where the water shimmered with reflected starlight. As she peered into its depths, she didn't find answers about the stars, but she did notice that the flowers around the well had turned a deep, luminous green, a color she'd never seen before. It was a delightful discovery. The well's water seemed to have a nurturing effect on the plants, making them glow with health. She made a mental note to share this with the gardeners later. Next, Anya turned her attention to the clock tower. The rhyme spoke of the clock ticking backwards, but the tower's keeper, a meticulous man named Mr. Pendulum, assured her that nothing was amiss. "My clock has never missed a beat," he said, polishing the brass face with a cloth. But as they spoke, Anya heard a soft, almost imperceptible sound, a faint chime that seemed to echo backwards, like a melody played in reverse. Mr. Pendulum didn't notice, but Anya's sharp ears caught it. She wondered if this was a clue tied to the glen's backwards flowing time. She decided to explore the woodland beyond the village, taking the old map with her. The forest was a place of enchantment, where sunlight filtered through leaves in dappled patterns, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. As she walked, she listened to the ambient sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant coo of a wood pigeon, and the occasional chime from the village carried on the wind. She followed the path on the map, but it soon diverged into multiple trails, each looking equally inviting. Here, she encountered another red herring. She met a friendly badger who seemed to be leading her to a hidden cave, rumored to hold treasures. Anya followed, her empathy telling her the badger meant no harm. Inside the cave, she found not treasure but a collection of glowing mushrooms that pulsed with soft light, illuminating ancient drawings on the walls. The drawings depicted villagers from long ago dancing under a sky full of stars, with flowers that changed colors around them. It was a delightful discovery, a piece of history that showed Glimmerbrook had always been magical. The badger nuzzled her hand, as if thanking her for appreciating the art, and Anya felt a warm connection to the past. Returning to the map, Anya realized that the key might be in the constellation patterns. That night she sat on a hill overlooking the village, watching the sky. She saw that the missing stars formed a new pattern, one that resembled a pathway leading to the woods. Using the map, she aligned the drawn constellations with the sky, and noticed that the Big Dipper's handle pointed directly to a cluster of oak trees she had passed earlier. The next day, she ventured back to that spot. There, hidden behind a curtain of ivy, was a stone archway she had overlooked. Carved into the arch were words from the nursery rhyme, "Where stars are borrowed and made again." As she stepped through, the air grew still, and she heard the gentle sound of a stream flowing nearby. She had found the Starfall Glen. The glen was a breathtaking sight. It was a circular clearing surrounded by ancient trees, with a pool of water at its center that reflected the sky so perfectly it seemed like a second heaven. But the most astonishing thing was that time here felt different. She watched as a leaf fell from a tree, only to float upwards and reattach itself to a branch. The stream flowed backwards, bubbling towards its source. And above, the missing stars were gathered, floating like fireflies just above the treetops, casting a soft, silvery light. The flowers in the glen were in constant flux, shifting from blue to gold to pink, as if breathing with color. In the center of the glen, Anya found a group of gentle, luminous beings, forest spirits who tended the stars. They explained that every century, the stars grew weary from shining so brightly and needed to rest in the glen, where time flowed backwards to rejuvenate them. The color-changing flowers were a side effect, their pigments influenced by the stars' energy. The spirits had borrowed the stars temporarily, and the backwards time was a natural part of the cycle, meant to no one's harm. The spirits were surprised that Anya had found them, for most humans never noticed the subtle changes. But Anya's observation and empathy had led her to them. She learned that the nursery rhyme and the map were left by ancestors who knew of the glen, meant to guide curious souls in times of wonder. Anya returned to Glimmerbrook with the news. Instead of causing alarm, she gathered the villagers and shared her discovery. They were amazed and delighted. Old Man Hemlock smiled, saying, "So the old stories are true." Mr. Pendulum realized that the backwards chimes he'd occasionally heard were echoes from the glen, and the gardeners understood why their flowers were so vibrant. The mystery solved, the village decided to celebrate. They held a festival under the partially star-filled sky, with music from the wind chimes and the gentle rain adding its rhythm. They sang the nursery rhyme with new meaning, and Anya led a group to the glen, where the spirits welcomed them. Together, villagers and spirits shared stories and laughter, and the community grew closer, united by the wonder they had uncovered. As the stars gradually returned to the sky, shining brighter than ever, and the flowers settled into their normal hues, Glimmerbrook settled back into its cozy rhythm. Anya continued to watch the stars, now with a deeper understanding that some mysteries are not problems to be solved, but gifts to be cherished. And every time the clock tower chimed or the wind played its melodies, the villagers remembered the time when curiosity brought them all together, wrapping them in a blanket of shared magic and peace. Story 9. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm, dancing light painting shifting shapes upon the walls of the quiet room. Outside, a chilly evening had settled, but in here, wrapped in the gentle glow, all was safe and still. It is on such an evening, when the world holds its breath and the stars begin to prick the velvet sky, that the best stories are found. They are not shouted from mountain tops, but whispered on the tendrils of wood smoke, stories of quiet courage and gentle magic. This is one such story, a tale that begins, as many good tales do, with a feeling of restlessness and a light in the dark. In a small stone cottage, much like one you might imagine nestled in the folds of these very hills, lived a young boy named Kalen. Kalen had a thoughtful heart and eyes that noticed things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spiderweb at dawn, or the particular sigh the old oak tree made when the wind blew from the east. But lately a quiet loneliness had settled over him, a feeling that the world was a vast and silent place. His parents were kind and his home was warm, yet he felt a pull toward something more, a secret he couldn't name. His greatest comfort was his grandfather, a man with hands like gnarled roots and a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. Grandfather was a storyteller, and his stories were not just words. They were living things that filled the cottage with the scent of pine forests and the sound of forgotten rivers. One evening, as Kalen sat staring into the flames, his grandfather settled into the chair beside him. "The fire speaks in many tongues tonight, Kalen," the old man said softly. "It crackles with news of the day, and it whispers with memories of ancient suns." Kalen sighed, drawing his knees to his chin. "I wish it would whisper a secret to me, a real one." Grandfather's eyes, deep and knowing, twinkled in the firelight. He reached into the pocket of his worn waistcoat and pulled out a small object. It was a locket no bigger than a walnut, carved from a dark, smooth wood. It was plain, unadorned, but as grandfather held it in his palm, a faint, warm light pulsed from within its seams, a soft orange glow like the heart of a banked ember. "This," grandfather said, his voice low and reverent, "was given to me by my own grandfather. It is called the Ember Heart. It does not hold a picture or a lock of hair. It holds a memory of warmth, an echo of the first fire ever kindled. It is said that its light grows brighter when one is on the verge of discovering something truly important, a friend, a truth, a hidden path." Kalen's breath caught. He reached out, and as his fingers brushed the wooden locket, a wave of profound comfort washed over him, as if he had been wrapped in a blanket fresh from the hearth. The light within pulsed gently against his skin. "It feels alive," he whispered. "In a way it is," grandfather nodded. "It responds to the warmth in a heart, but its true magic is a guide. It is for you now, Kalen. I think you are ready for a journey." "A journey where?" Kalen asked, his eyes wide. Grandfather's gaze turned towards the window, towards the darkening woods that crowded against the edge of their valley. That the Emberheart will help you discover. Tomorrow at first light follow where its glow leads you, but remember the most important journeys are not about the distance traveled but the stillness found. Listen more than you speak, observe more than you do, and trust the warmth you carry. That night Kalen slept with the Emberheart tucked safely under his pillow. His dreams were filled with flickering lights and the scent of damp earth and growing things. When he awoke, a pale, silvery light was filtering through his window. He dressed quickly, pulling on a warm tunic and sturdy boots, and placed the locket on a leather cord around his neck. Tucked under his shirt, it rested against his chest, a secret, warm weight. He crept downstairs, packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, and slipped out into the crisp morning. The world was hushed and pearled with dew. For a long moment he stood at the edge of the garden, unsure. Then he felt it, a subtle tug, a faint increase in the warmth against his skin. He turned towards the woods. The Emberheart's glow, visible even through his tunic, seemed to brighten just a little. And so Kalen's journey began. He stepped from the familiar turf of the garden into the deep shadows of the forest. The air changed instantly, becoming cooler and rich with the smell of moss and decaying leaves. Sunlight fell in dappled patches through the canopy, and the only sounds were the crunch of his own footsteps and the cheerful chatter of unseen birds. He walked for what felt like hours, his path guided by the gentle pulse of the locket. It was not a frantic pull, but a patient, persistent suggestion, leading him away from the well-trodden paths and deeper into the heart of the woods where the trees grew closer together and the light was a soft, green gloom. At first the silence felt heavy, amplifying his loneliness. But as he walked, he began to truly listen, as his grandfather had advised. He heard the scuttling of a beetle under a leaf, the whisper of the wind through the pine needles, the gurgle of a hidden stream. The forest was not silent at all, it was a symphony of quiet sounds. He paused by a cluster of bright red mushrooms, marveling at their perfect, round caps, and felt the Emberheart warm slightly, as if approving of his attention. It was when he stopped to drink from a small, clear spring that he noticed the first hint of the mystery. Carved into a flat stone beside the water was a symbol, a spiral that ended in a small, five-petaled flower. It was ancient and weathered, but unmistakably made by a careful hand. The Emberheart pulsed against his chest, a soft, steady beat. Kalen traced the symbol with his finger, feeling a connection to someone, something that had passed this way long before him. He continued on now with a new purpose, his eyes scanning the trees and rocks for more clues. He found another symbol minutes later, this one on the smooth bark of a silver birch, the same spiral, but this time ending in a leaf. The path the Emberheart was leading him on was not a random one, it was a trail of whispers left in stone and wood. The day wore on and the forest deepened. The gentle slopes gave way to steeper, rocky inclines. Just as a flicker of doubt began to stir in Kalen's mind, what if he was lost? What if this was all just a silly game? He came to a place where the trees formed a near-impenetrable wall of tangled branches and thorny bushes. The Emberheart's glow, however, did not dim. It grew warmer, its light a steady beacon pointing directly at the thicket. There seemed to be no way through. Kalen's shoulders slumped. This was the end of the path. But as he stood there, feeling the first chill of the approaching evening, he noticed something. A large, ancient yew tree grew at the center of the thicket, its trunk twisted and massive. And there, at its base, almost completely hidden by ivy, was a narrow, dark opening. It wasn't a cave, but a passage, so well concealed it was invisible unless you were standing right before it. The Emberheart was now glowing so brightly that its light spilled out from the neck of his tunic, casting a warm, orange circle on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Kalen pushed aside the curtain of ivy and stepped into the darkness. The air inside was cool and smelled of stone and old, dry earth. The passage was narrow, forcing him to walk sideways for a few paces, but it soon opened up. He wasn't in a cave, but in a tunnel, the walls smooth, as if worn by water or countless gentle hands over countless years. And the most remarkable thing was the light. It was not the bright, cheerful light of day, but a soft, phosphorescent glow that came from patches of moss clinging to the ceiling and walls. They pulsed with a gentle blue-green light, illuminating the way forward. He walked on, the only sound the soft scuff of his boots on the stone floor. The tunnel sloped gently downward, twisting and turning, and Kalen had the strange sensation that he was leaving the ordinary world far behind. The ember heart at his chest glowed in harmony with the moss light, its warm orange a comforting contrast to the cool blue. After a time that felt both like an instant and an eternity, he saw a light ahead that was different, the golden, dappled light of late afternoon. He quickened his pace, and the tunnel ended, opening out into a sight that made him gasp and stop dead in his tracks. He stood at the edge of a hidden valley, a secret world nestled within the embrace of the towering hills. It was a wide, circular basin, filled with a forest of trees whose leaves were not green, but shades of silver, gold, and soft copper. A meandering stream, sparkling like liquid crystal, wound its way through the center. The air was warmer here, filled with the sweet, honeyed scent of unknown flowers. Butterflies with wings like stained glass flitted through the air, and the gentle chirping of crickets provided a soft, rhythmic music. This was a place out of time, a sanctuary of peace. And there, in the center of the valley, beside the stream, stood the most beautiful tree Kalen had ever seen. It was vast and ancient, its bark the color of moonlight, and its branches, which spread out like a protective canopy, were laden with blossoms that shimmered with their own soft, internal light, pale pink and white, like captured starlight. The ember heart was no longer just warm, it was thrumming with a gentle energy, a vibration of pure joy. This was the destination. This was the secret. As he walked down the gentle slope into the valley, the grass under his feet was soft and thick. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, the loneliness that had clung to him for weeks melting away like mist in the sun. He made his way towards the great tree, drawn by an irresistible pull. It was then that he saw the fox. It was sitting on its haunches at the base of the tree, watching him with calm, intelligent eyes. It was not like any fox he had ever seen. Its fur was a remarkable shade of russet red, but tipped with silver, as if dusted with frost. Its eyes were not the sharp, cunning eyes of a wild creature, but held a deep, ancient wisdom. Kalen stopped a few paces away, unsure. The fox did not run. It simply tilted its head, and a voice, not heard with ears but felt directly in Kalen's mind, spoke. It was a voice like the rustling of leaves, soft and dry. You have followed the warmth. Welcome, Kalen. Kalen's heart hammered against his ribs. You know my name. The fox gave a slow, deliberate blink. The ember heart speaks your name in its glow. I am Sila's. I am the keeper of this place, the Whispering Glen. It's beautiful, Kalen breathed, looking around in wonder. I've never seen anything like it. It is a place of remembrance, Silas replied, his mental voice gentle. A memory of the world when it was younger and quieter. Few find their way here. Only those whose hearts carry a true warmth and a need for stillness. My grandfather sent me, Kalen said, touching the locket. He said I was ready for a journey. And so you are, Silas agreed. He stood up and padded softly towards the stream. Come, sit with me. The day is waning, and the best stories are told as the light fades. Kalen followed, sitting on a smooth, sun-warmed stone beside the water. Silas curled up nearby, his silver-tipped tail wrapped around his feet. For a long time they sat in a comfortable silence, watching the water dance over the stones. Kalen found that he didn't need to fill the silence with words. The companionship of the fox was enough. It was a quiet understanding that flowed between them, as real and tangible as the stream itself. The loneliness you feel, Silas began, his voice a soft murmur in Kalen's mind, is not because you are alone. It is because you have not yet learned to listen to the world's own heart. You search for a grand noise when the truth is whispered. How do I learn? Kalen asked softly. You have already begun, Silas said. You noticed the symbols. You listened to the forest. You trusted the quiet pull of the heart. That is the first lesson. The second is to understand that all things are connected. The tree to the sun, the stream to the rain, the fox to the boy. The warmth you carry in that locket is the same warmth that slumbers in the heart of this tree, the same warmth that gives life to the whole world. You are a part of it, not separate from it. That is the friendship you were seeking, not with one person, but with everything. As Silas spoke, Kalen looked around the glen with new eyes. He saw how the light from the glowing blossoms fell upon the silver leaves, how the water reflected the sky, how the very air seemed to hum with a quiet, vibrant life. He wasn't an outsider looking in, he was a part of the tapestry. The loneliness lifted completely, replaced by a feeling of deep, belonging peace. As twilight began to paint the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the blossoms on the great tree brightened, casting a soft, radiant light over the glen. It was then that Kalen noticed the carvings on the tree's trunk. They were the same symbols he had seen on the trail, the spiral ending in a flower, the spiral ending in a leaf, and many others. A spiral ending in a star, a wave, a flame. They are the stories of this place, Silas explained, seeing his gaze. Each symbol marks a moment of understanding, a spark of connection left by those who have visited through the ages. Your grandfather's mark is here. See, the spiral and the flame. Kalen reached out and touched the carving his grandfather had made so long ago. He felt a surge of love and connection that spanned generations. He understood now. The journey wasn't about finding a place, but about finding a truth. The hidden world was not just this physical glen, but the hidden world of connection that existed all around him, always, if he only knew how to look. Can I make a mark? He asked shyly. Silas nodded. What have you learned, Kalen? What truth will you leave behind? Kalen thought for a long moment. He thought of the quiet walk through the forest, the guidance of the heart, the peaceful silence with the fox, and the feeling of belonging that now filled his heart. He picked up a sharp-edged stone and, with careful concentration, carved a new symbol into the soft, luminous bark of the great tree. It was a spiral, but this one did not end in a single shape. It branched out into many tiny, interconnected lines, like a network of roots or a map of stars. The spiral of connection, Silas murmured, approval warming his mental voice. A fine story to tell. Full night had fallen, but the glen was far from dark. The tree's blossoms and the glowing moss cast a soft, dreamlike light. Kalen knew it was time to return home. The thought no longer brought a pang of sadness. He carried the glen within him now. The path will guide you back, Silas said, as if reading his thoughts. Then Burhart will remember the way. And you may return whenever your heart needs to remember its connection. Thank you, Silas, Kalen said, his voice thick with emotion. For everything. The fox dipped his head. The thanks are mutual, Kalen. You have brought a new warmth to the glen. Go in peace. Remember the stillness. With a final, long look at the magical valley, Kalen turned and entered the tunnel. The journey back felt different, shorter. He was no longer a seeker, but a knower. The ember heart glowed steadily against his chest, no longer a guide to a destination, but a reminder of the one he had found. When he finally stepped out of the thicket and back into the familiar woods near his home, the moon was high and bright. He walked the last stretch with a light heart, the night sounds of the forest a friendly chorus now, not a lonely one. He slipped back into the quiet cottage. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, but the room was still warm. His grandfather was asleep in his chair, a blanket over his knees. Kalen knelt by the fire, adding a small log. As the flames licked at the new wood, catching light, he felt his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. "You found it," the old man said, his voice soft with sleep and certainty. Kalen looked up and smiled, a true, peaceful smile that reached his eyes. "I did, grandfather, and I found so much more." He didn't need to explain. The change in him was plain to see, the quiet confidence, the absence of the restless loneliness. The ember heart, now cool and dark against his chest, had done its work. He sat on the rug by the fire, and his grandfather began to tell a story, not of great battles or far-off lands, but of a boy who learned to listen to the world's heartbeat. As Kalen listened, the crackle of the fire and the rumble of his grandfather's voice wove together, and the line between the story and the memory blurred into a single, warm, comforting truth. Outside, the stars shone down on the quiet hills. Inside, by the fireside, a boy who had journeyed far and found his way home closed his eyes. And as he drifted into sleep, his dreams were not of lonely paths, but of a silver-furred fox, a tree of glowing blossoms, and the gentle, unbreakable connection of all things, a warmth that would burn steady and true within him forever. Story 10. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a house with a sloping roof and a chimney that always puffed gentle smoke into the evening sky. Inside that house lived a boy named Leo, whose heart was as soft as the moss on old stones, but who often felt a flutter of fear in his chest when shadows grew long. On this particular afternoon, as rain tapped a soothing rhythm against the window panes, Leo's grandmother asked him to fetch an old quilt from the attic. "It's tucked away in the cedar chest," she said, her voice like the crinkle of autumn leaves. "And mind you, don't rush. The attic has secrets that appreciate a quiet visitor." Leo climbed the narrow staircase, each step groaning softly under his weight, as if sharing a sleepy secret. The attic was a kingdom of memories, filled with the scent of dried lavender and aged wood. Dust motes danced in the slants of light filtering through the cobwebbed window, and the air hummed with the silence of forgotten things. As he moved toward the cedar chest, his foot brushed against a small, wooden box half hidden beneath a stack of yellowed letters. It was no larger than his hand, carved with intricate patterns of vines and stars, and when he lifted it, a faint melody seemed to drift from within, like the echo of a distant music box. Curiosity warming his cheeks, Leo settled on a faded rug near the attic window, where the rain's patter was a gentle drumbeat. He opened the box, and instead of a ballerina or a mirror, there was a tiny, silver compass nestled in velvet, but its needle did not point north. It quivered, spinning slowly, as if searching for something unseen. Then a soft voice, like the chime of a bell, whispered from the compass itself. "I am the heart-seeker," it said. "I guide not by stars, but by courage. Will you help me find what is lost?" Leo's breath caught, but the voice was so kind, so full of warmth, that his fear melted like snow on a hearth. "What is lost?" he asked, his own voice a whisper. "A forgotten promise," the heart-seeker replied. "One that waits in the space between heartbeats, but the journey is measured not in miles, but in steps of bravery. You will need friends along the way." And so Leo's adventure began not by leaving the attic, but by sitting still, the compass glowing with a soft light. The first helper arrived with a purr that rumbled like a tiny thunderstorm. It was a ginger cat named Barnaby, who had been napping in a basket of woolen scarves. Barnaby stretched, his tail twitching. "I've been waiting for someone to listen to that old thing," he said, his voice a rumble of contentment. "I know the paths of this house better than anyone. Follow me, but tread lightly. The floorboards have stories to tell." With Barnaby leading the way, Leo descended from the attic, the compass pulsing gently in his palm. They crept into the garden shed, where tools hung like sleeping bats and the air smelled of earth and rain. There, perched on a rusty watering can, was a sparrow named Pip, whose chirp was as bright as a sunbeam. "Oh, the heart-seeker," Pip exclaimed, fluttering his wings. "I've heard tales of it from the wind. It seeks a courage that's been misplaced, like a seed waiting to sprout. But beware, the greatest challenge is often the quietest." Leo listened, his heart thumping softly. The compass needle now pointed toward the ancient oak tree at the edge of the garden, where shadows pooled under its broad leaves. As they approached, the sound of distant church bells floated on the breeze, marking the hour with a peaceful chime. Under the oak they found a third helper, an old badger named Thistle, who was digging thoughtfully in the soil. Thistle's voice was gruff but gentle, like stones rubbing together in a stream. "The lost thing you seek," he said, wiping his paws, "is a tear shed long ago by the spirit of this tree. It holds a kindness that was overlooked. To find it, you must be patient as the roots and brave as the first leaf of spring." The challenge became clear. The oak tree's spirit, a wisp of light shaped like a weeping woman, appeared between the branches. She whispered of a promise broken years ago, when a child had promised to return a fallen nest to its place, but had forgotten in a moment of fear. The spirit's sorrow had grown, weighing down the tree's heart. "I cannot rest," she sighed, her voice like the rustle of leaves, "until the courage to mend small things is found." Leo felt a knot of fear in his stomach. What if he failed? But Barnaby purred reassuringly against his leg, Pip sang a hopeful tune, and Thistle nodded with wise eyes. The compass glowed brighter, and Leo realized that courage wasn't about being unafraid. It was about listening and caring, even when his hands trembled. With kindness as his guide, Leo spent the afternoon gathering twigs and soft moss, weaving a new nest for the birds that lived in the oak. He worked slowly, his movements gentle, while Pip helped with stray feathers and Barnaby kept watch for any sign of distress. Thistle shared stories of the forest, where patience always rewarded the gentle heart. As Leo placed the nest securely in the crook of a branch, the tree spirit's light brightened, and a single glistening tear fell onto the compass. The needle steadied, pointing straight to Leo's own chest. "The courage was always within you," the heart-seeker chimed. "You needed only to share it." The spirit smiled, her form dissolving into a shower of golden light that warmed the air. The oak tree seemed to sigh in relief, its leaves whispering gratitude. As twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leo returned to the house with his friends, the compass now silent but warm in his hand. His grandmother was waiting by the fireplace, the quilt draped over her lap. "You found more than an old blanket, I see," she said, her eyes twinkling. Leo curled up beside her, Barnaby purring on the rug, while the fire crackled and pops of embers danced like fireflies. The distant bells tolled once more, and the rain had softened to a drizzle, tapping a lullaby on the roof. He knew that his journey had not taken him far in steps, but it had stretched the boundaries of his heart, teaching him that the greatest adventures are woven from threads of kindness and whispered courage. And as he drifted to sleep, the attic's secrets settled around him like a cozy blanket, promising that in every quiet corner, magic waits for those who listen with a gentle heart. Story 11. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moon wove silver threads through the canopy, there lived a world that only awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, and every leaf, stone, and droplet of dew held a story waiting to be heard. On this particular night, under a sky dusted with constellations, a young fox named Kalen padded softly along a path of moss-covered stones. His russet fur gleamed in the moonlight, and his ears twitched at the symphony of night sounds, the gentle hush of wind through pine needles, the distant babble of a hidden stream, and the occasional rustle of creatures moving in the shadows. Kalen was restless, for autumn was deepening, and the forest seemed to be holding its breath. The vibrant hues of red and gold were fading, giving way to the crisp, cool air that promised the slumber of winter. He had always been curious about the secrets the forest kept, especially the way the oldest trees whispered to one another when the stars were bright. Tonight he felt a pull, a subtle invitation from the very earth beneath his paws, to uncover something more. As he wandered deeper into a clearing where bioluminescent fungi glowed like scattered emeralds, Kalen noticed something unusual. The usual soft chatter of the stream that bordered the meadow had grown faint, as if it were speaking in hushed tones. Even the stones, which typically hummed with warmth from the day's sun, felt cooler and silent. A gentle anxiety prickled at him, not of fear, but of concern for the forest he called home. It was then that a soft, melodic voice spoke from above. "The streams grow quiet when they have much to ponder, little one." Kalen looked up to see Orion, the great horned owl, perched on a gnarled branch of an ancient oak. Orion's feathers were the color of aged bark, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless seasons. He was known throughout the forest as a keeper of stories, one who listened more than he spoke, and whose guidance came in gentle hints rather than commands. "Orion," Kalen said, his voice barely a whisper, "why does the forest feel so still tonight? It's as if the trees are holding secrets too heavy to share." Orion blinked slowly, his gaze drifting toward the sky where the Milky Way arched like a bridge of light. "The forest speaks in cycles, young fox. Just as you feel the urge to burrow deeper as winter approaches, so too do the streams and stones. They are preparing for rest, but in their silence they are speaking a language of renewal. Would you like to learn to listen?" Kalen's tail gave a hopeful swish. More than anything. Thus began their journey through the starlit woods. Orion led the way, his flight silent as a falling leaf, while Kalen followed, his paws barely disturbing the carpet of fallen leaves. They moved toward the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so thick that moonlight filtered down in dappled patches, illuminating bioluminescent moss that clung to trunks like fairy lanterns. Along the way, Orion taught Kalen to heed the subtle sounds, the way the wind sighed through the pines, carrying messages from distant hills, or the soft plink of dew droplets on ferns, each one a note in nature's lullaby. Their first stop was a grove of elder trees, their bark etched with patterns that told tales of centuries past. Orion alighted on a low branch and gestured for Kalen to press his ear against the trunk. At first Kalen heard only the steady thrum of life within, but as he focused, the sound deepened into a low, resonant hum. "The trees speak of patience," Orion explained. "They remember every season, the burst of spring, the abundance of summer, the letting go of autumn, and the deep rest of winter. They do not rush, they simply are." As if in response, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves above, and Kalen caught fragments of whispered words. "Roots hold fast, branches yield, all in time." He felt a warmth spread through him, understanding that even in stillness there was purpose. Next they came to a stream that meandered through a bed of smooth, gray stones. The water, usually a cheerful babble, now flowed with a quiet murmur. Orion dipped a wingtip into the current, and ripples expanded like rings of memory. "Streams are the storytellers of the forest," he said. "They carry news from the mountains to the valleys, but when they grow quiet, it is because they are gathering strength for the cold months ahead. Listen closely." Kalen knelt by the water's edge, and as he did, he noticed how the stream's surface reflected the stars above, creating a mirror of the cosmos. The water's voice was soft, almost a whisper. "Flow gently, ice will come, but beneath life waits." He realized that the stream was not sad, but contemplative, teaching that even slowdown is a form of preparation. The most enchanting part of their journey was a hidden clearing where bioluminescent flowers bloomed only at night, their petals glowing with a soft blue light. Here, fireflies danced in patterns that seemed to write messages in the air, and the air itself smelled of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. Orion settled on a stone covered in velvety moss, and Kalen sat beside him, feeling the peace of the place seep into his bones. "It is here that the forest's magic is most vivid," Orion said, his voice blending with the cheer-up of crickets. "These lights are not just for beauty, they are beacons of hope, reminding us that even in darkness there is guidance. But tonight I sense an unease. The seasonal shift is nearing, and some of the younger creatures are anxious. They fear the silence of winter, mistaking it for an end." Kalen thought of his own restlessness and nodded. "I feel it too. How can we help them see that it's part of the cycle?" Orion's eyes gleamed. "By sharing what you learn, wisdom is not kept, it is passed like a stream from one heart to another. Let us visit the stones, for they hold the deepest memories of time." They moved to a circle of ancient stones that stood like silent sentinels at the edge of the clearing. Each stone was worn smooth by rain and wind, and when Kalen placed a paw on one, he felt a vibration, low and steady. Orion explained that stones spoke in frequencies felt rather than heard, a language of resilience. They have endured ice ages and droughts, yet they remain, teaching us that stillness can be a strength. As the night deepened, a soft rain began to fall, pattering gently on the leaves overhead. The sound was soothing, like 1,000 tiny drums playing a lullaby. Kalen and Orion took shelter under the broad leaves of a fern, and in that cozy nook, the owl shared a story from long ago. "There was a time," Orion began, "when the forest forgot how to rest. The trees tried to keep their leaves through winter, the streams rushed endlessly, and the animals never slept. But the forest grew weary and its magic began to fade. It was the oldest stone, one that had seen millennia pass, that whispered the truth. Without rest there can be no renewal. Slowly, the forest learned to embrace the quiet, and in that silence, new life was born when spring returned." Kalen listened, the rain's rhythm lulling him into a state of deep calm. He realized that his anxiety about the changing season was rooted in a fear of the unknown, but the forest's languages were teaching him that every ending is a beginning in disguise. As dawn approached, painting the sky with hints of rose and gold, they returned to the meadow where they had started. The bioluminescent fungi had dimmed, but the stars still twinkled overhead, promising another night of wonders. Orion turned to Kalen, his voice soft as the fading moonlight. "You have listened well, little fox. Remember, the forest's wisdom is always there, in the whisper of the wind, the flow of the stream, and the patience of the stones. Share this with others, and you will help them find comfort in the cycles." Kalen felt a newfound peace settle over him. He knew that winter would come, with its blankets of snow and hushed days, but now he saw it not as an end, but as a time for dreams and renewal. As he curled up in his den, the sounds of the forest wrapped around him. The distant hoot of an owl, the gentle drip of rain from leaves, and the soft sigh of the earth settling into rest. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance, each creature, tree, and stone playing its part in the symphony of seasons. Kalen drifted to sleep, knowing that he was part of something vast and beautiful, where every ending was gentle, and every beginning was filled with light. Story 12. In the heart of the whispering glen, where ancient oaks stood sentinel and fireflies danced like embers in the twilight, there was a village nestled among the roots and hills. The glen was a place of gentle magic, where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine, and where the sounds of life were a soft symphony. Each evening the clock tower in the village square would chime 7 times, its bronze bell echoing through the lanes, followed by the delicate tinkle of wind chimes hanging from every cottage eave. On this particular night a gentle rain began to fall, pattering on leaf and roof like a lullaby, but it was not the rain that stirred the villagers' curiosity. It was the stars. Finn, a young boy with a heart as open as the sky, noticed it first. Finn was known throughout the glen for his quiet ways and his habit of sitting on the mossy bank of the Glimmer Brook, watching the world with patient eyes. He loved nothing more than to trace the constellations with his finger, learning their stories from the elders. But tonight, as the rain eased to a drizzle and the clouds parted, Finn saw that the sky was different. Where the great bear should have been prowling, there was an empty patch of darkness, and the twining serpent constellation had vanished entirely. It was as if someone had plucked the stars from the heavens, leaving behind a puzzle that whispered of mystery. The next morning the village awoke to whispers. Old Maeve, who kept the herb garden, said her color-changing flowers, which normally shifted from violet to gold with the dawn, had stayed a mournful gray. Liam, the clockmaker, reported that his grandfather clock had chimed backwards at midnight, though no one could say why. But it was the missing stars that captured everyone's imagination. In the town square, under the soft chime of the clock tower striking 8, the villagers gathered, their breaths misting in the cool air. "Perhaps it's the work of the shadow weavers," suggested Alara, a woman with a penchant for dramatic tales, but Finn shook his head. He had always believed that mysteries were best solved with kindness, not fear. Instead, he listened to the children singing a nursery rhyme passed down through generations. When the stars forget to gleam, and time flows like a backward stream, seek the map the moonbeams drew, where the silver dew renews. The rhyme had always seemed like nonsense, but now it felt like a clue. Finn decided to investigate, starting with the oldest part of the glen, the Library of Leaves, a hollowed-out tree where scrolls and maps were kept by the village historian, an elderly badger named Barnaby. Barnaby was a creature of immense wisdom, with fur as silver as the moon and eyes that held the patience of centuries. As Finn entered the library, the scent of parchment and pine filled his senses, and the sound of rain tapping on the leaves above was a gentle rhythm. "Ah, Finn," Barnaby said, unrolling a brittle map with paws that trembled slightly. "I've been expecting you. The stars have been restless and the glen feels uneasy. But remember, not all that is lost is gone forever." The map showed the glen in intricate detail, with constellations drawn along the margins. Finn noticed that the pattern of the missing stars matched the arrangement of ancient standing stones deep in the forest, a place called the Starlight Circle. According to legend, the stones were aligned with the heavens, and on certain nights they glowed with a soft light. But the map also had a red herring, a dotted line leading to the Caves of Echo, where it was said a mischievous sprite loved to play tricks. Many villagers, including Alara, began to speculate that the sprite had stolen the stars, and a group set off to confront it. Finn, however, felt a tug of empathy. He remembered hearing the sprite's lonely songs on windy nights, and knew it was more playful than malicious. Instead of joining the chase, he spent the afternoon observing the color-changing flowers in Maeve's garden. He saw that they turned gray only when the wind blew from the east, carrying the scent of the Starlight Circle. It was a subtle clue pointing away from the caves. As evening fell, the clock tower chimed 9, and the wind chimes sang a melody that seemed to beckon Finn onward. With a lantern in hand, he followed the path to the Starlight Circle, the rain having ceased to leave the forest glistening. The air was cool, and the only sounds were the crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant hoot of an owl. When he reached the circle, the stones stood silent and dark, but Finn noticed something odd. The moss on the stones was growing in patterns that mirrored the missing constellations. He recalled the nursery rhyme, where the silver dew renews, and saw that the dew on the moss sparkled like tiny stars. Just then he heard a soft whimpering. Behind the largest stone he found a young fox kit, shivering and alone. The kit, named Piper, explained that she had been trying to practice her family's tradition of weaving starlight, a harmless magic that involved reflecting star patterns with bioluminescent fungi. But she had accidentally misaligned the stone's energy, causing the stars above to seem dimmer and affecting the flow of time in the glen. The backwards flowing clock was simply an echo of her mistake, and the gray flowers were reacting to the disrupted natural balance. Finn felt a surge of empathy. Piper wasn't a thief, she was a learner, scared of being blamed. Together they realigned the stones using the constellation patterns from Barnaby's map, and as they did, the fungi began to glow, casting a soft light that seemed to call the stars back. One by one, the constellations reappeared in the sky, brighter than before, and the color-changing flowers in the village slowly shifted to a joyful gold. The villagers, returning from the wild goose chase at the caves, arrived to see the resolution. Instead of anger, they felt wonder. Ilara apologized for her haste, and Liam the clockmaker found that his clock now chimed in perfect harmony with the stars. That night the community gathered in the starlight circle, sharing stories and laughter under the restored sky. The gentle rain returned, but now it felt like a blessing, washing away any lingering worries. As the clock tower struck midnight, Finn sat with Piper and Barnaby, listening to the wind chimes and the soft patter of rain. The mystery had been solved not through fear, but through observation and a kind heart, and the glen felt more united than ever. And in the years to come, whenever someone spoke of the night the stars went missing, they remembered it as a time when curiosity led to friendship, and the world felt just a little more magical. Story 13. In a quiet village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine, there lived a young boy named Liam. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Liam would curl up on a worn rug before the crackling fireplace in his cottage. The flames whispered secrets to the logs, their light casting gentle, dancing shadows that played upon the walls like silent companions. His grandmother, her voice as soft as the woolen blanket she knitted, would tell tales of stars that sang and rivers that remembered every stone they had ever touched. On this particular night, as an autumn chill seeped through the window panes, Liam felt a peculiar restlessness stir within him, a quiet longing for an adventure of his own. Earlier that day, while exploring the mossy banks of the stream that wound through the forest, Liam had discovered something extraordinary. Tucked beneath the roots of a great oak tree, half buried in soil that smelled of rain and secrets, was a smooth, oval stone no larger than his palm. At first glance it seemed ordinary, gray, and unremarkable. But when he brushed away the dirt, the stone began to glow with a warm, pulsing light, like embers breathing in the darkness. It throbbed softly against his skin, a gentle rhythm that felt both ancient and alive. He had tucked it into his pocket, where it now rested, a hidden warmth against his thigh as he listened to the fire's song. That night sleep eluded Liam. The stone in his pocket seemed to hum with a quiet energy, and rising from his bed, he crept to the window. The forest beyond lay shrouded in mist, but a faint, amber glow beckoned from deep within the trees, a light that mirrored the pulse of the stone. Pulling on his boots and a thick woolen jacket, Liam slipped outside, the stone clutched tightly in his hand. Its light spilled between his fingers, painting a path on the dew-kissed grass, guiding him toward the forest's edge. The air was crisp, filled with the rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, and with each step, the familiar world of his village faded into the embrace of the unknown. The forest at night was a tapestry of soft sounds and shifting shadows. Liam moved slowly, his breath misting in the cool air, the stone's glow illuminating twisted roots and fern-covered clearings. He followed the light as it brightened and dimmed, like a heartbeat responding to the forest's own rhythm. After what felt like hours, the trees began to thin, and he emerged into a hidden glade he had never seen before. Here the moonlight filtered through the canopy, silvering a carpet of clover and wildflowers. At the center of the glade stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with patterns that seemed to tell stories of forgotten times. And there, curled beside the largest stone, was a creature that made Liam's breath catch. It was a fox, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its fur was the color of autumn leaves, with hints of copper and gold, and its eyes held a wisdom that spoke of centuries. The fox raised its head, regarding Liam not with fear, but with a calm curiosity. "You have brought the emberstone," the fox said, its voice a soft rustle, like wind through dry grass. Liam started, for he had never heard an animal speak, but the warmth of the stone in his hands steadied him. "I am Soren," the fox continued, rising gracefully. "And you, child, have been called." Liam knelt, extending his hand with the glowing stone. "I found it by the stream. It led me here." Soren nodded, nuzzling the stone with its nose. "This stone is a fragment of the heart of the forest, a piece of the great light that once kept these woods in balance, but darkness has been creeping in, silencing the songs of the trees and dimming the paths. The emberstone chooses those who are pure of heart to help restore the light." Liam's eyes widened. "But I'm just a boy. What can I do?" Soren's tail flicked gently. "Courage is not measured by size, but by the willingness to listen and learn. Together we must journey to the whispering caves, where the source of the darkness dwells. But be warned, the path is fraught with challenges that test the spirit." And so their journey began. Soren led the way, his paws silent on the forest floor, while Liam followed, the emberstone casting a cozy glow that pushed back the night. They walked through groves where willows wept silver tears into quiet ponds, and across meadows where fireflies blinked like fallen stars. Along the way, Soren shared stories of the forest, how each tree had a memory, how the streams carried dreams to the sea, and how the darkness had begun as a whisper of neglect, growing as creatures forgot to care for one another. Liam listened, his heart swelling with a newfound reverence for the world around him. He noticed small things he had never seen before, the way moss clung to bark like a soft green blanket, the delicate architecture of a spider's web jeweled with dew, the harmonious chorus of crickets and frogs that seemed to celebrate the night. As they ventured deeper, the forest changed. The air grew colder and the trees became twisted and bare, their branches clawing at the sky. The cheerful sounds of wildlife faded, replaced by an uneasy silence. Here the emberstone's glow dimmed, and Liam felt a chill that had little to do with the temperature. "We are nearing the shadowed vale," Soren murmured, his voice low. "This is where the darkness took root, fed by loneliness and fear." Suddenly a mist rose from the ground, thick and disorienting. Liam clutched the stone tighter, but its light could barely penetrate the gloom. Shapes moved in the mist, echoes of sorrow and doubt that whispered of lost hopes and forgotten kindnesses. Liam felt a pang of fear, his steps faltering. But then he remembered his grandmother's words, "Even the smallest light can guide you home if you trust in its warmth." He held the emberstone aloft, focusing on its gentle pulse. "Soren," he called out, his voice steady. "I think the darkness feeds on isolation. We need to stay together." The fox pressed against his leg, a solid, warm presence. "You are learning, Liam. Light grows when shared." Together they moved forward, Liam humming a lullaby his grandmother often sang, the melody weaving through the mist like a thread of hope. Slowly the whispers faded, and the mist began to clear, revealing a path lined with luminescent fungi that pulsed in time with the emberstone. Beyond the veil they reached the entrance to the whispering caves, a yawning mouth in the mountainside, draped with ivy that shimmered with a faint, internal light. The caves were said to be the memory of the forest, where every sound ever made was preserved. But now a stillness hung over them, broken only by the drip of water from stalactites. "The heart of the darkness is here," Soren said. "It is not a monster, but a void, a place where joy has been forgotten. To restore the light, we must remind it of warmth." Liam nodded, taking a deep breath. With Soren by his side, he stepped into the caves. The interior was a labyrinth of crystal formations that reflected the emberstone's glow in 1,000 fractured rainbows. As they walked, the caves began to whisper, not with menace, but with sadness. They heard echoes of laughter that had faded, songs that had ended, and stories left untold. Liam realized that the darkness was not evil, it was loneliness magnified. In the deepest chamber they found the source, a pool of black water that absorbed all light, its surface smooth and silent. Above it hung a single, withered flower, the last remnant of the forest's ancient joy. "What do we do?" Liam asked, his voice echoing softly. Soren looked at the emberstone. "The stone holds the warmth of shared moments. You must offer it a memory, something true and kind." Liam closed his eyes, thinking of all he had experienced. His grandmother's stories by the fire, the friendship with Soren, the beauty of the hidden glade. He cupped the emberstone in both hands and let its warmth flow through him, then whispered into the silence a memory of his own, a day when he had helped a lost bird find its nest, feeling a surge of happiness as it flew away. As he spoke, the stone blazed brightly, its light pouring into the pool. The black water began to shimmer, and slowly color returned to the flower above, its petals unfurling like a dawn sky. A soft melody filled the cave, the same lullaby Liam had hummed earlier, but now it was joined by other voices. The forest itself was singing. The darkness receded, not with a bang, but with a sigh of relief, and the caves glowed with a gentle, golden light. Soren nuzzled Liam's hand. "You have done it, little one. The balance is restored." As they made their way back, the forest was transformed. Trees stood taller, their leaves rustling with gratitude, streams gurgled cheerfully, and creatures emerged from hiding, their eyes bright with renewed life. The journey back felt shorter, filled with laughter and shared stories under a sky now dotted with friendly stars. When Liam returned to the edge of the forest, the first light of dawn was painting the horizon. He knelt before Soren. "Will I see you again?" The fox smiled, a flicker of warmth in its eyes. "I am always here, in the whisper of the leaves and the glow of the fire. Remember, the greatest adventures are those that change us from within." With a final nod, Soren melted into the trees, leaving Liam with the emberstone, which now pulsed with a steady, comforting light. Back in his cottage, Liam crept into bed, the stone placed on his bedside table. As he drifted to sleep, he knew he was not the same boy who had left. He had grown in courage and compassion, and the memory of his journey warmed him like a blanket. Years later, Liam would become a storyteller himself, sharing tales by the fireplace of the boy, the fox, and the stone that glowed like embers. And every night, as the fire crackled and the shadows danced, listeners would feel a sense of peace, knowing that even in the darkest times, a little light and a faithful friend could guide the way. And so, with the fire's gentle murmur and the soft glow of memories, the story ends, wrapping you in warmth and whispering you toward dreams filled with starlight and kindness. Story 14. In the quiet hush of a twilight hour, when the sky was painted in shades of lavender and the last birdsong had faded into silence, a young boy named Thomas found himself in his grandmother's house. The air carried the gentle scent of rain-soaked earth and baking bread, a comforting blanket that wrapped around the old home like a hug. Thomas had always loved these visits, for grandmother's house was a place where time seemed to slow, and every corner held a story waiting to be whispered. On this particular evening, with a soft rain pattering against the window panes, Thomas felt a pull toward the attic. It was a place he seldom visited, filled with the ghosts of yesterday, old trunks, forgotten furniture, and memories tucked away in dusty corners. The stairs creaked a friendly greeting as he climbed, each step a familiar rhythm that matched the steady beat of his heart. At the top, he pushed open the door, and the attic unfolded before him like a storybook. The space was cozy despite its size, lit by a single lantern that cast long, dancing shadows. Dust motes swirled in the golden light, and the air smelled of cedar and dried lavender. In one corner, nestled under a quilted blanket, sat an old trunk with brass fittings that gleamed in the dimness. Thomas knelt before it, his fingers tracing the cool metal. With a gentle click, he lifted the lid, and the scent of aged paper and rose petals wafted out. There, nestled among yellowed letters and a stack of lace, lay a small music box. It was carved from dark wood, with a pattern of ivy leaves winding around its sides. On its lid, a tiny silver key was set into a lock. Thomas wound it carefully, and as he did, a soft melody began to play, a tune like distant bells ringing across a valley, clear and sweet. The music seemed to fill the attic, weaving through the shadows and lighting them with a gentle glow. But as the last note faded, something extraordinary happened. The music box did not fall silent. Instead, the lid trembled, and a faint, shimmering light emerged, forming the shape of a door that hadn't been there before. It was made of light and shadow, and through it, Thomas could hear the rustle of leaves and the purr of a contented cat. A voice, soft as thistledown, whispered, "Courage begins with a single step." Thomas's heart beat a little faster, but he felt no fear, only a curious warmth. This was a journey not of miles, but of the heart, and he knew he must take that step. With a deep breath, he reached out and touched the light door. It yielded like mist, and he found himself in a place that was both familiar and new. He stood in a room that mirrored the attic, but everything was brighter, as if seen through a prism. The shadows were softer, and the air hummed with a peaceful energy. Sitting on a velvet cushion was a large, ginger cat, its fur the color of autumn leaves. It blinked slowly, its eyes like amber pools, and a low purr rumbled from its chest, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards. "I am Whiskers," the cat said, its voice a smooth, melodic purr. "And you must be the one the music box called. It has been waiting for someone with a kind heart." From a nearby shelf, a thick, leather-bound book stirred. Its pages fluttered without a breeze, and a voice, wise and measured, spoke in rhyming couplets. "I am the keeper of tales, old and true. I see the courage awakening in you." Thomas smiled, feeling a strange sense of belonging. "What am I meant to do?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Whiskers stretched, her tail twitching. "There is a challenge here," she explained. "The attic's heart is troubled. A memory has been forgotten, and it weeps in the silence. You must help it find peace." The Keeper of Tales added, "The way is not through strength or speed, but through patience and a gentle deed." Together, they led Thomas deeper into the enchanted attic. The path was not long, but it was lined with obstacles of the spirit. They passed a corner where shadows clustered thickly, whispering doubts like old fears. Thomas felt a chill, but Whiskers rubbed against his legs, her purr growing louder, a steady rhythm that pushed the shadows back. "Courage is not the absence of fear," she murmured, "but the choice to go on." Farther along, they came to a music stand where a violin lay silent, its strings loose and dusty. The Keeper of Tales fluttered its pages. "This instrument once held joy, but now it remembers only sorrow. Its song is trapped, and it needs a friend to listen." Thomas knelt before the violin. He had never played one, but he remembered how his grandmother would hum tunes while she baked. Thinking of her kindness, he reached out and gently tightened the strings, not with force, but with care. As he did, a faint melody began to hum in the air, like a distant memory waking up. But the true challenge lay ahead. In the heart of the attic stood a grand old clock, its face clouded and its hands still. Around it the air felt heavy, as if weighed down by unshed tears. Whiskers explained, "This is the heartwood clock. It marks not the hours, but the moments of love shared in this house. But it has stopped because a kindness was left undone, and it grieves." Thomas approached the clock. He saw that its pendulum was caught on a tangle of silver thread, a web of forgotten promises. The challenge was clear. He must free it, but how? He thought of the lessons he had learned: kindness, patience, listening. He sat before the clock, not rushing, and simply watched. He noticed that the thread seemed to pulse with a soft light, and he remembered the music box's tune. Humming it softly, he reached out and began to untangle the thread, not pulling or tearing, but coaxing it loose with gentle fingers. Each movement was slow, patient, and with every loop he freed, the clock's face brightened. As he worked, whiskers purred encouragement, and the keeper of tales whispered rhymes of hope. A thread of silver, a heart of gold, a story waiting to be told. After what felt like both an instant and an eternity, the last thread fell away. The pendulum swung free and the clock began to tick, a steady, comforting sound that echoed through the attic. Its hands moved, pointing to a time that felt like forever, and from its depths a warm light spread, filling the room with a sense of peace. The heavy air lifted, and Thomas felt a joy so profound it brought tears to his eyes. The clock chimed softly, not marking the hour, but singing a song of gratitude. The forgotten memory had been healed, a small act of kindness from long ago, now remembered and cherished. Whiskers rubbed against Thomas's hand. "You see," she purred. "Courage is found in the quiet moments, in the choice to be kind." The keeper of tales added, "And every heart, no matter how old, has a song waiting to be heard." The shimmering door reappeared, and Thomas knew it was time to return. He stepped through, back into the ordinary attic, where the music box now sat silent on the trunk. But everything felt different, lighter, warmer. The shadows were friendly, and the dust motes danced like fairies in the lantern light. Thomas descended the stairs, his heart full. In the room below, his grandmother was waiting, a cup of warm milk in her hands. She smiled, her eyes twinkling as if she knew a secret. "Did you have an adventure, dear?" she asked. Thomas nodded, curling up beside her. "I learned that the greatest journeys happen right where we are," he said softly. Outside, the rain had stopped and distant church bells rang, their sound carrying on the breeze. A cat purred somewhere in the house, and the fire crackled in the hearth, weaving a tapestry of comfort around them. And so, in the gentle embrace of the night, Thomas understood that magic was not in far-off lands, but in the courage to be kind, the patience to listen, and the friendship found in unexpected places. The music box had revealed its secret, that every ordinary object holds an extraordinary story, waiting for a heart brave enough to hear it. As sleep began to claim him, Thomas felt the attic's peace settle over him like a soft blanket, and he knew that no matter where life took him, he would always carry this cozy corner of courage in his heart. Story 15. In a quiet village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the rooftops were dusted with autumn leaves and the chimneys puffed gentle clouds of wood smoke into the twilight, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home was a small cottage with walls the color of warm honey, and each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she would sit by the window, watching the first stars prick the velvety sky. Lyra had a heart that beat in time with the rhythms of the world. She noticed the way the frost patterned the window panes, how the kettle sang a soft song on the stove, and the manner in which the fire in the hearth whispered secrets to the logs it consumed. But lately she had sensed a change in the heavens above. The stars, which once shimmered with a brilliance that could guide lost travelers home, had begun to dim, as if a veil of sorrow had been drawn across the night. One evening, as Lyra sat with her knees drawn to her chest, her grandmother placed a hand on her shoulder. The old woman's touch was as comforting as the woolen blanket draped over Lyra's legs. "You've noticed it too, haven't you?" Grandmother said, her voice a low, crackling murmur, much like the fire that danced in the grate. "The stars are growing faint. It is said that long ago their light was tended by the keepers of the glade, beings who lived deep within the forest, in a place where time itself slumbers. But as people forgot to look up and wonder, the connection weakened. She stirred the embers with an iron poker, sending a shower of sparks upward. There is a tale of a magical stone, the Emberstone, which glows with the warmth of 1,000 hearths. It is the heart of the starlight, and it must be rekindled by someone pure of heart. Lyra's eyes widened, reflecting the orange glow of the fire. Could I find it? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Grandmother smiled, her wrinkles deepening like the rings of an old tree. The journey is not for the faint of spirit, my dear, but you have always listened to the world's quiet songs. Perhaps it is you who must go. And so, as the moon rose full and silver, Lyra packed a small satchel with a loaf of crusty bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of sweet cider. She wore a cloak the color of moss, and on her feet, sturdy boots that had carried her on many smaller adventures. With a final glance at the cozy cottage, where the fire's warmth seemed to hug the walls, she stepped into the crisp night air. The forest loomed ahead, a tapestry of shadows and whispers, but Lyra felt a strange pull, as if the dimming stars were calling her name. The path into the woods was carpeted with fallen leaves that rustled underfoot like pages of an old book turning. The air was cool but not cold, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. Lyra walked slowly, her breath forming little clouds before her. She focused on the sounds around her, the hoot of an owl, the skittering of unseen creatures, and the gentle sigh of the wind through the branches. It was a symphony of solitude, and for a while she felt alone but not lonely. Yet as she ventured deeper, the trees grew thicker, and the starlight that filtered through the canopy became as faint as forgotten dreams. After what felt like hours, Lyra's feet grew weary, and she decided to rest beneath the sprawling roots of an ancient oak. She unwrapped her bread and cheese, eating slowly as she watched the shadows dance. It was then that she noticed a soft, pulsing light a short distance away. It glowed with a warm amber hue, like embers in a dying fire. Curious, she crept closer, her heart beating a gentle rhythm against her ribs. There, nestled in a bed of ferns, was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes held a luminous glow, as if tiny stars were trapped within them. Around its neck, on a delicate chain of woven vines, hung a stone that pulsed with the same warm light. The fox regarded Lyra without fear, its head tilted in a questioning manner. "Hello," Lyra said softly, not wanting to startle the creature. "I'm Lyra. What is that beautiful stone you wear?" The fox blinked, and to Lyra's astonishment, it spoke in a voice that was like the rustle of leaves. "I am Kale. This is the Emberstone, a fragment of the great light that fuels the stars. I am its guardian, but I have grown weak, for the stone's power fades as disbelief grows in the hearts of humans." Kale's voice was weary, filled with a sadness that seemed to weigh down the very air. Lyra knelt, her cloak pooling around her. "I've come to help. The stars are dimming in my village, and my grandmother told me of the keepers. Can you show me the way to the hidden glade?" Kale's eyes softened. "You are the first in many generations to seek us out. The path is treacherous, and the glade is protected by mysteries that unfold like smoke in the night. But your heart feels true. Will you walk with me?" And so, an unexpected friendship was born under the watchful eyes of the fading stars. Lyra and Kale continued deeper into the forest, the Emberstone casting a gentle glow that pushed back the shadows. The light was not bright or harsh, it was a soft radiance that made the world seem dreamlike. As they walked, Kale shared stories of the hidden world, a place where fireflies carried starlight in their bellies, and trees whispered ancient wisdom to those who would listen. The journey was not without its challenges. They came to a river that flowed with water as black as ink, its surface reflecting no light. There was no bridge in sight, and the current looked swift. Lyra felt a knot of fear tighten in her stomach. "How will we cross?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Kale sat on the bank, his glowing eyes studying the water. This is the river of forgetfulness. It tests the courage of travelers. But remember, Lyra, fear is like a shadow. It grows when you turn your back on the light. Look into the ember stone. Let its warmth fill you. Lyra cupped the stone in her hands. It was surprisingly warm, like a living heart. As she focused on its glow, she felt a calmness spread through her, melting the fear away. She remembered her grandmother's words about the importance of wonder and belief. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the river. To her amazement, the water parted around her, creating a path of shimmering pebbles that glowed with a soft light. Cale followed, his paws making no sound. Together, they crossed without a drop touching them. As they traveled on, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller, their bark etched with patterns that looked like constellations. The air hummed with a low, musical vibration, and the light from the emberstone seemed to blend with the environment, creating a cocoon of warmth and safety. Lyra noticed that Cale's steps were growing slower, and the glow of the stone was dimmer than before. "The stone's energy is waning," Cale explained, his voice faint. "It must be returned to the heart of the glade, where it can be rekindled. But the way is guarded by a gentle mystery, one that requires patience and a keen ear to solve." Soon they arrived at a clearing where the ground was covered in silvery moss that glittered like frost. In the center stood a circle of stones, each one carved with symbols that Lyra could not decipher. Above, the canopy opened to reveal the sky, but the stars here were mere pinpricks of light, struggling against the darkness. A sense of peace enveloped the place, but also a profound sadness. "This is the threshold of the hidden world," Cale said, lying down on the moss. "But the entrance is sealed by a riddle spoken by the wind. Listen." Lyra sat beside him, closing her eyes. The wind stirred, and it seemed to carry voices, whispers that wove together into a question. What grows without rain, shines without light, and is found in the heart of the night? Lyra thought deeply. She recalled the stories her grandmother had told, the warmth of the fire at home, and the glow of the emberstone. Then it came to her, a memory of sitting by the hearth, watching the flames dance, and feeling a sense of hope kindle within her. "It's belief," she whispered to the wind. "Belief grows without rain, it shines from within, and it is found in the heart of the night when we choose to trust in things unseen." A soft chime echoed through the clearing, and the stone circle began to glow with a light that matched the emberstone. The ground beneath them shimmered, and a pathway of glowing flowers unfolded, leading into a grove that had been invisible moments before. Lyra helped Cale to his feet, and together they stepped into the hidden world. The glade was a place of breathtaking beauty. Fireflies drifted through the air, their lights pulsing in harmony with the emberstone. Trees with leaves of silver and gold rustled softly, and in the center stood a great tree, its trunk wide enough to hold a small room within. Its branches reached high, and nestled among them were orbs of light that Lyra realized were captured starlight. But they were dim, flickering weakly. "This is the heart tree," Cale said, his voice filled with reverence. "Here the emberstone must be placed to restore the balance." But as they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows of the tree, a tall, graceful being with skin like bark and hair that flowed like willow branches. This was one of the keepers, her eyes holding the wisdom of ages. "Who comes to the glade?" she asked, her voice like the stirring of leaves. Lyra bowed her head. "I am Lyra, and this is Cale. We've come to rekindle the emberstone and restore the starlight." The keeper's gaze softened. "Many have forgotten us. The starlight fades because humanity has stopped looking up in wonder. They rush through life, their hearts clouded by worry and haste. But you, child, have journeyed with courage and an open heart. Place the stone in the hollow of the heart tree." Lyra carefully removed the emberstone from Cale's neck. As she did, she noticed that Cale's glow was fading rapidly. He had been sustaining the stone with his own energy. She carried the stone to the tree and placed it in a small depression that seemed made for it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft hum began to emanate from the tree, growing louder until it filled the glade. The emberstone ignited with a brilliant but gentle light, and slowly the orbs of starlight above brightened, casting a silvery glow over everything. The keeper smiled. The balance is restored, but remember, the light must be tended by belief. Return to your world and remind others to pause, to look up, to wonder. Kale, who had been lying weakly, now stood, his fur shimmering with new vitality. Thank you, Lyra. You have not only saved the stars, but also renewed my purpose. Lyra felt a warmth spread through her, not just from the emberstone, but from the knowledge that she had made a difference. The journey had transformed her from a shy girl who watched the world from a window into someone who could brave the unknown with wisdom and friendship. As they prepared to leave, the keeper handed Lyra a small, glowing seed. Plant this where your hearth fire burns brightest. It will grow into a vine that glows with the light of the stars, a reminder of the connection between all worlds. The return journey felt shorter, filled with a sense of accomplishment and peace. When Lyra arrived home, the first light of dawn was tinting the sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the door, a knowing smile on her face. Without a word, she hugged Lyra tightly. That evening, Lyra planted the seed by the fireplace. It sprouted almost immediately, weaving up the chimney stone, its leaves emitting a soft, stellar light. As the family sat by the fire, they looked out the window and saw the stars shining brighter than ever before, their light weaving patterns in the night sky. Lyra knew that her adventure was over, but the warmth of the emberstone's glow would always be with her, a testament to the power of belief, the comfort of friendship, and the magic that lies just beyond the edge of sight. And as she drifted to sleep, the fire crackling softly and the starvine glowing beside her, she felt a deep, peaceful resolution, ready to dream of gentle forests and kind-hearted guardians under a sky full of bright, welcoming stars. Story 16. Story 16. In a quiet valley nestled between gentle hills, where the air always carried the scent of wild thyme and the distant murmur of a stream, there lived a young person named Aria. Aria was known for their quietness, a soul who moved through the world like a soft breeze, often unnoticed but deeply felt. Their home was a small cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something. Aria's life was one of simple routines, tending to the herbs, watching the clouds, and feeling a peculiar stillness within, as if they were a seed buried deep in the earth, not yet ready to sprout. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Aria would sit by the hearth, listening to the crackle of the fire. It was during these moments that they first noticed the changes. It began subtly, like the first hint of dawn after a long night. One evening, as Aria brushed their hand through their hair, a few strands seemed to catch the firelight in an unusual way, shimmering with a soft, pearlescent glow. At first, Aria thought it was a trick of the light, but the next day, while walking through the garden, they saw that where their feet had touched the dew-kissed grass, tiny, star-shaped flowers bloomed in their footsteps, their petals the color of moonlight. Aria felt a mix of wonder and unease. These changes were beautiful, yes, but they were also mysterious, and Aria had always preferred the known to the unknown. They began to spend more time indoors, afraid that their very presence might alter the world around them in ways they couldn't control. The garden outside, once a place of comfort, now felt like a mirror reflecting something Aria wasn't ready to see. The flowers that bloomed in their path seemed to whisper secrets, and the air around them hummed with an energy that made Aria's heart beat a little faster. One afternoon, when the sky was heavy with the promise of rain, Aria decided to venture into the woods at the edge of the valley. It was a place they rarely visited, for the trees grew thick and close, and the light filtered through the leaves in a way that made everything seem dreamlike. As they walked, Arya noticed that the moss beneath their feet began to glow with a gentle, green light, and the ferns curled inward, as if bowing in respect. Arya's breath caught in their throat, and they sat down on a fallen log, feeling overwhelmed. It was then that they heard a soft, melodic voice. "Change is like the turning of the seasons," the voice said. "It does not ask permission, it simply is." Arya looked up to see an elderly woman standing nearby, her face lined with wisdom and her eyes holding the kindness of 1,000 sunsets. She wore a cloak woven from what looked like living vines, and in her hand she carried a basket filled with seeds of all shapes and sizes. This was Maeve, the keeper of the woods, a mentor who had watched over the valley for longer than anyone could remember. "Do not fear the shimmer in your hair or the flowers at your feet," Maeve said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "They are merely the outer signs of an inner transformation. You are like a cocoon, wrapped in the silence of becoming, and soon you will emerge with wings you never knew you had." Maeve invited Arya to visit her cottage deep in the woods, a place where the walls were made of woven branches and the roof was a canopy of leaves. Inside, the air was scented with lavender and honey, and everywhere there were pots of soil with seeds waiting to sprout. Maeve explained that the magic of the valley responded to the heart's journey. "Emotions are like water," she said. "They nourish the seeds of potential within us. When you feel joy, the world around you blooms. When you feel uncertainty, it merely waits, patient as the earth." Under Maeve's guidance, Arya began to explore their changes with curiosity rather than fear. Maeve gave Arya a small, smooth stone, gray and unassuming. "This is a heartstone," she said. "It will change color with your understanding. Hold it when you feel lost, and let it remind you that growth is a gradual unfurling." Arya's first small victory came on a morning when the valley was wrapped in mist. They had always been hesitant to speak their mind, fearing that their words might not matter. But that day a traveler passed through, looking weary and disheartened. Arya offered them a cup of tea from their garden herbs, and as they spoke words of comfort, the heartstone in their pocket warmed, shifting from gray to a soft, hopeful blue. Later, when Arya checked the stone, they saw that it had retained a faint blue hue, a testament to that moment of connection. Encouraged, Arya began to tend to their garden with new intention. Maeve had given them a packet of seeds called whisper blooms, which were said to grow only when planted with honest emotion. Arya chose a corner of the garden that had always felt barren and dug small holes in the soil. As they planted each seed, they whispered a truth about themselves, sometimes fears, sometimes hopes. "I am afraid of being different," they whispered, and the seed seemed to tremble. "But I also dream of flying," they added, and a warmth spread through their fingers. Days turned into weeks, and Arya noticed that the changes in themselves and the world around them were becoming more pronounced. Their hair now held a constant shimmer, like sunlight on water, and when they laughed, which they did more often, the air around them seemed to sparkle with tiny, invisible motes of light. The whisper blooms began to sprout, their buds tightly closed, but Arya learned to be patient. Maeve visited often, always appearing when Arya needed guidance most. She taught Arya about the cycles of nature, how a caterpillar must spend time in the darkness of the cocoon before it can become a butterfly, and how a seed must break open underground before it can reach for the sky. One evening, a challenge arose. A storm swept through the valley, fierce and sudden. The wind howled and rain lashed against the cottage windows. Arya felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that their delicate garden would be destroyed. They rushed outside, trying to shield the plants with their own body, but the storm was too strong. As they stood there, drenched and trembling, they remembered Maeve's words. Strength is not about resisting the storm, but about bending with it. Arya closed their eyes and focused on their breathing, imagining themselves as a tree with deep roots. They accepted the storm, acknowledging its power without fighting it. To their amazement, the shimmer in their hair brightened, casting a gentle light that seemed to calm the wind immediately around them. The whisper blooms, which had been swaying violently, now stood firm, and their buds began to open, revealing petals that shifted colors with each of Aria's calming breaths, from anxious gray to peaceful green, then to a confident gold. When the storm passed, the garden was not destroyed but transformed. The flowers had grown taller, and their colors were more vibrant than ever. Aria realized that their acceptance of the storm had been a victory, a small one but significant. The heartstone, when they pulled it from their pocket, had turned a steady, resilient amber. Maeve appeared as the first rays of sun broke through the clouds. "You see," she said, her smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "The cocoon of your fear has cracked open, and you are learning to trust your wings." As the seasons shifted from spring to summer, Aria's transformations became more integrated into their daily life. They started to share their gifts with the valley, helping neighbors with gardens that had stopped blooming or comforting children who felt lost. With each act of kindness, the magic around them flourished. A path of glowing moss appeared wherever Aria walked, leading others to places of beauty they might have missed. The colors of the heartstone now reflected a palette of emotions, deep blue for empathy, warm yellow for joy, and sometimes a blend of hues that showed Aria's growing complexity. The climax of Aria's journey came during the valley's midsummer festival, a celebration of light and growth. Everyone gathered in the meadow, sharing stories and music. Aria had always avoided such gatherings, feeling too visible, but this year, Maeve encouraged them to attend. "Bring your whole self," she said. "The world is ready to see you." As the bonfire was lit, Aria stood at the edge of the crowd, their heart pounding. But then they thought of all the small victories, the blue heartstone, the storm-surviving garden, the whispers that had become blooms. They stepped forward and began to sing a song their grandmother had taught them, a melody about the stars and the seeds. At first their voice was soft, but as they sang, the shimmer in their hair brightened, and the flowers at their feet glowed, casting a soft light that danced with the firelight. The air filled with the scent of blooming jasmine, and everyone fell silent, captivated. When the song ended, Aria felt not exposed, but embraced. The heartstone in their pocket pulsed with a radiant, steady white light, symbolizing a newfound wholeness. Maeve approached, placing a hand on Aria's shoulder. "You have not reached an end," she whispered. "This is merely the beginning of your flight. The cocoon is behind you now, but the sky is vast, and there are always new heights to explore." In the days that followed, Aria's life settled into a new rhythm. The changes that had once seemed strange were now a natural part of who they were. The garden around their cottage became a place of pilgrimage for others seeking comfort, and Aria found joy in being a gentle guide, much like Maeve had been for them. They learned that transformation is not a destination, but a continuous journey, like a river that flows ever onward, sometimes slow and sometimes swift, but always moving. On quiet evenings, Aria would sit by the hearth, watching the embers glow, and feel a deep sense of peace. They knew that there would be more storms, more seasons of doubt, but also more blooms, more light. The heartstone remained white, a reminder that understanding is not a fixed point, but a living, breathing thing. And so, the story of Aria's metamorphosis became a whispered legend in the valley, a tale told to children before sleep. It was a story that began with uncertainty and ended with the gentle promise of tomorrow, a reminder that within each of us lies a seed waiting for the right moment to grow, a cocoon preparing for wings, and a light that shines brightest when we dare to embrace the changes that make us who we are. Story 17. Story 17. By the dying embers glow, where the fire crackles soft as a lullaby, and the shadows dance like old friends, let me weave you a tale of gentle metamorphosis. It begins in a village cradled by rolling hills, where the air always carried the scent of rain-kissed earth and blooming jasmine. In this village lived a young woman named Lyra, whose heart was as tender as the first petals of spring, yet who often felt like a puzzle with pieces that refused to fit. Lyra's changes were subtle at first, like whispers on the wind. Her hair, the color of twilight, would shift in hue with her emotions, a soft lavender when she was calm, a shimmering gold when she felt brave, but too often a muted ashen gray when uncertainty wrapped around her like a cloak. The villagers, though kind, would sometimes glance her way with curious eyes, and Lyra would shrink inward, wishing she could be as constant as the ancient oak that stood at the village square. She lived in a small cottage at the edge of the woods, with a garden that seemed to mirror her spirit. When Lyra felt joy, the roses would blush a deeper crimson, and when sorrow touched her, the petals would droop as if sharing her burden. But Lyra saw this not as magic, but as a reminder of her own strangeness. She spent her days tending to the plants, her hands gentle as she sowed seeds, yet her heart held a secret fear, that she, like the garden, was too fragile for the world's storms. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in hues of apricot and violet, Lyra sat on her porch, watching the fireflies begin their dance. Her hair had turned a pale, worried gray after a day of failed attempts to weave a basket that kept unraveling. She sighed, and the garden seemed to sigh with her, the lilies bowing their heads. It was then that an old woman appeared at the gate, her steps silent as moonbeams. She wore a cloak woven from what looked like twilight itself, and her eyes held the wisdom of seasons long past. "Good evening, child," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am Maeve, your garden called to me. It has a soul that sings, much like your own." Lyra, startled yet comforted, invited Maeve inside. Over a cup of chamomile tea, Maeve spoke of seeds and cocoons, of how the earth teaches patience. "Every change," she said, "is a seed waiting for the right moment to sprout. Even the mightiest oak was once a tiny acorn, unsure of its strength." Maeve became Lyra's mentor, appearing not every day, but always when Lyra needed her most. She showed Lyra that her shifting hair was not a flaw, but a gift, a canvas of her inner world. Under Maeve's guidance, Lyra began small experiments. When she felt a flicker of confidence after mending a tear in her favorite shawl, she noticed her hair glimmer with strands of gold, and a nearby bud of night-blooming jasmine unfurled hours early, filling the air with sweetness. It was a small victory, but it made Lyra's heart swell. As weeks turned to months, Lyra's journey unfolded like the petals of a lotus on a still pond. She learned to sit with her doubts, watching them as one might watch clouds pass by. One afternoon, after helping a neighbor find a lost kitten, Lyra felt a warmth spread through her chest. Her hair bloomed into a radiant sunflower yellow, and the garden responded with a cascade of marigolds bursting into life along the path. Maeve appeared then, smiling. "See," she whispered, "your kindness is a rain that nourishes the soil." But there were challenges. A harsh storm swept through the village, and Lyra's garden was battered. As she knelt in the mud, trying to prop up fallen stems, her hair turned a stormy blue-gray. Doubt crept in. What if her magic was too delicate? Maeve found her there, soaked and trembling. "Storms are part of growth," Maeve said, handing Lyra a dry blanket. "Even the mightiest trees bend with the wind. The secret is to root yourself deep." Lyra took those words to heart. She began to see her emotions not as enemies, but as guides. When fear arose, she would imagine it as a cocoon, a protective shell where transformation could happen in peace. She started a journal, sketching the colors of her hair each day and noting what sparked the changes. Slowly, she realized that the shifts were most beautiful when she accepted them without judgment. One crisp autumn morning, Lyra decided to plant a new section of the garden, a circle of moonflowers, which only bloom in the dark. It was a metaphor for her own journey, learning to find light in uncertainty. As she worked, her hair shifted through a spectrum of silvers and blues, mirroring the twilight sky. Maeve watched from a distance, her presence a steady anchor. The true test came when the village prepared for the harvest festival. Lyra was asked to create a centerpiece for the feast, but the pressure made her hands shake. Her hair turned a murky, unsettled brown. That night she sat by her hearth, staring into the flames. Maeve appeared not with answers, but with a question. What seed of courage can you plant right now? Lyra closed her eyes and breathed deeply. She remembered the small victories, the mended shawl, the rescued kitten, the storm she had weathered. She pictured herself as a seed nestled in dark soil, trusting that growth would come. When she opened her eyes, her hair had softened to a luminous pearl white, and a single moonflower in her garden bloomed, its petals glowing like captured starlight. Embracing this calm, Lyra wove the centerpiece using grasses, dried flowers, and a few feathers she had collected. She worked not for perfection, but for joy. On the day of the festival, as she placed her creation on the table, the villagers gasped in delight. Her hair shone with a steady, gentle gold, and the entire garden erupted in a symphony of color. Roses, lilies, and jasmine all blooming in unison, as if celebrating her acceptance. Maeve approached Lyra, her eyes misty. "You have learned the greatest lesson," she said. "Metamorphosis is not about becoming someone new, but uncovering who you always were." With those words, Maeve faded into the twilight, leaving behind a single, luminous seed in Lyra's palm. Lyra knew this was not an end, but a beginning. She planted the seed in the heart of her garden, and as it took root, she felt a profound peace. Her hair now settled into a constant, shimmering silver, the color of wisdom and grace. The garden thrived, becoming a sanctuary for others who felt out of place, and Lyra would often sit there, sharing stories of cocoons and seeds, of how change, when welcomed, can be the most beautiful journey of all. And so, under the same stars that had witnessed her transformation, Lyra continued to grow, her heart a garden forever in bloom, ready for whatever seasons lay ahead. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Taros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Taros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Taros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Deep in the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with twilight, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath a canopy woven from centuries of leaves, The boundaries between reality and magic were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web at dawn. Moss, thick and velvety emerald, carpeted the ground, muffling footsteps and holding the damp, earthy scent of life and decay in perfect balance. Sunlight filtered through the high leaves, fell in shifting golden pools, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. This was the domain of Fern, a young squirrel with fur the color of sun-baked acorns and eyes that held the curiosity of the first spring bud. Fern's home was a cozy hollow high in the grandmother oak, a tree so old its bark resembled a map of forgotten mountains. From her doorway, Fern watched the intricate dance of the hidden folk. Glimmerwing moths, their wings dusted with moonlight, tended luminous night blooms that perfumed the air with vanilla and starlight. Tiny moss beetle, no taller than a pine cone, meticulously repaired dewdrop bridges strung between fern fronds. Old Bramble the badger, his fur striped with silver wisdom, would shuffle along well-worn paths, his low rumble a comforting counterpoint to the high, sweet songs of the sky-blue finches. Everything moved with a rhythm as old as the hills, a rhythm dictated by the turning wheel, the gentle, powerful cycle of seasons, woven with threads of subtle magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the air turned sharp with the scent of fallen leaves and ripe blackberries, Fern noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, a ribbon of water that usually sang with a pure, musical voice and shimmered with an inner light like captured moonlight, seemed dull. Its song was muted, a mere whisper, and its luminous glow had faded to a weary gray. The water plants lining its banks, usually vibrant with underwater rainbows, looked listless. A tremor of unease, cold as the first frost, prickled down Fern's spine. She scampered down the grandmother oak, her paws sinking into the soft moss. "Elder Bark," she called, her voice small against the vastness of the woods. She found the ancient tortoise basking in a rare shaft of sunlight near the brook, his shell etched with patterns like the rings of time itself. His eyes, deep and dark as forest pools, opened slowly. "Little Fern," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "Your steps carry worry. What troubles the green heart?" "The brook, Elder," Fern said, her whiskers twitching anxiously. "It's lost its song. Its light is fading. It feels sad." Elder Bark shifted ponderously, his heavy head turning towards the water. He studied it for a long moment, the silence filled only by the diminished gurgle and the distant cry of a hawk. "Ah," he sighed, a sound like wind through ancient pines. The turning wheel wobbles, the balance tilts. The crystal brook draws its life from the heart song of the whispering woods itself, from the roots deep in the earth, the sigh of the leaves, the laughter of the rain. When that harmony falters, so does the brook's magic. "But why?" Fern asked, her bushy tail flicking. "What's wrong?" "The story is old, little one," Elder Bark murmured, his gaze distant. "Older than my shell. It is whispered that the brook's light dims when the natural order is strained, when the deep roots thirst too deeply because the rains forget their path, when the leaves fall too soon because the wind grows harsh and restless, when the creatures forget to listen, truly listen, to the woods." He nudged a small, perfectly smooth river stone with his nose. "See this? Once stones like these glowed softly in the brook, guiding the night fish. Now they sleep." Fern felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon her small shoulders. The magic wasn't just a pretty shimmer, it was the lifeblood of her home. "What can we do, Elder? How do we mend the wheel?" The old tortoise blinked slowly. "The answer lies not in grand gestures, but in understanding the whispers. Seek the keeper of the veil. She watches the threads where weather and seasons meet magic." The keeper of the veil was Willow, a creature rarely sane but deeply felt. She was said to dwell where the mist clung longest, near the singing stones, ancient, moss-covered monoliths that hummed when the wind swept through them just right. Fern set off, her heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum. The journey took her deeper into the woods than she'd ever ventured. She passed through groves where autumn had painted the maples in fiery hues of crimson and gold, the leaves crunching softly underfoot, releasing a scent like spiced apples. She crossed meadows where late-blooming asters held up purple faces to the weakening sun, and butterflies, wings edged in frost, danced their final waltzes. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying the clean, sharp smell of impending rain and the distant ozone tang of magic. Finally, she reached the Valley of Mists. Gray tendrils curled around the bases of colossal ancient firs, their tops lost in the perpetual twilight haze. In the center stood the Singing Stones, 5 towering pillars of gray rock, veined with silver and draped in emerald moss. As Fern approached, a gentle breeze sighed through the valley. It touched the stones, and they began to hum a deep, resonant sound that vibrated in Fern's bones, a sound like the earth itself singing a lullaby. The mist swirled, coalescing near the largest stone. From the shifting vapor emerged a figure both strange and beautiful. Willow was tall and slender, seemingly woven from the mist itself, and the pale green light filtering through the canopy. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, catching the dim light, and her eyes were the shifting color of storm clouds, gray, blue, and sometimes touched with violet. She wore a cloak that seemed spun from spider silk and starlight, shimmering with every movement. She didn't speak aloud, but her voice resonated directly in Fern's mind, soft as falling snow and clear as mountain water. Little guardian, the voice echoed. You feel the discord. You seek the harmony. Images flashed in Fern's mind, parched earth cracking beneath thirsty roots, a nestling shivering under an unnaturally early frost, leaves shriveling before their time. The wheel turns heavy. The deep springs sleep too deeply. The sky forgets its gentle tears. The wind whispers harshly, not softly. The heart song weakens. What can be done? Fern thought back, pouring all her worry and hope into the silent question. Willow extended a hand that seemed made of condensed mist. A single perfect dewdrop balanced on her fingertip, catching the light and refracting it into a tiny rainbow. Harmony is a chorus, not a solo. The magic flows where life flows truly. Listen to the wind's true song. Feel the earth's deep thirst. Remember the old ways. Gather the voices. Rekindle the connection. She gestured towards the singing stones. The stones remember the ancient rains. Let them sing the sky back. Understanding, fragile but bright, blossomed in Fern. It wasn't about one grand spell, but about restoring the natural flow, the connection everyone had neglected. She needed to rally the creatures, remind them to truly be with the forest, to listen and respond to its needs. Fern raised back, her small form a blur of russet fur against the autumn tapestry. She found Bramble the badger, diligently turning the soil near his set. Bramble, the earth is thirsty. We must remember to dig the channels towards the deep roots after the rains, like the old stories say. Bramble paused, his dark eyes thoughtful, then gave a gruff nod, immediately starting to clear an old, silted channel leading towards the grandmother oak's roots. She found the sky-blue finches flitting nervously. Finches, the wind whispers harshly. We need your songs, the gentlest ones, to soothe it, to remind it of soft breezes. The finches, understanding the urgency in her chitter, gathered on the highest branches and began to sing not their usual territorial calls, but the soft, fluting melodies used to calm fledglings, a sound like liquid silver pouring through the leaves. She sought the moss people. The deep springs sleep, the stones need singing. The tiny folk, understanding the gravity, swarmed towards the Valley of Mists, carrying droplets of dew and fragments of luminous lichen. They climbed the singing stones, anointing them with moisture and light, their tiny voices adding a high, sweet counterpoint to the stone's deep hum. Fern herself climbed to the very top of the grandmother oak. She closed her eyes, feeling the rough bark beneath her paws, the cool autumn air ruffling her fur, the faint vibration of the distant singing stones through the ancient wood. She listened, truly listened. She heard the rasp of a beetle under bark, the distant gurgle of the sad brook, the sigh of the wind moving through countless leaves. She poured her own small heart song into the listening, a song of love for the moss, the acorns, the dappled light, the scent of damp earth. A song of hope for the brook's light. All across the whispering woods, the hidden folk focused. The badgers dug, remembering forgotten water paths. The finches sang lullabies to the wind. The moths tended their glowing blooms with extra care, their light a beacon in the gathering dusk. The moss beetle sang upon the stones. And high in the grandmother oak, Fern listened and sang with her whole being. As dusk deepened, painting the sky in lavender and rose, a change began. The wind, carrying the finches' gentle songs and the scent of turned earth, softened. It no longer snatched leaves harshly, but cradled them as they drifted down. It carried a new scent, the clean, wet promise of rain. High above, the first stars winked into existence. Then it came. Not a storm, but a gentle, soaking rain. Soft, silver threads fell from the darkening sky, kissing the parched earth, pattering on the broad leaves, filling the air with the most beautiful scent petrichor, the breath of the earth sighing in relief. The rain fell upon the singing stones. The deep hum grew louder, richer, resonating through the valley and beyond, vibrating through the roots of the trees, pulsing through the very air. Fern watched, breathless, as the raindrops hit the crystal brook. Where each drop landed, a tiny point of light sparked silver, blue, then gold. The gray dullness dissolved like mist under the sun. The brook began to shimmer, faintly at first, then with growing intensity, its inner light rekindled. Its song returned, no longer a whisper, but a clear, musical chuckle, harmonizing perfectly with the rain's gentle percussion and the stone's deep resonance. The water plants perked up, their colors deepening, tiny underwater lights flickering back to life along their stems. The stones in the brook began to glow with a soft, steady light, guiding the way once more. Downstream, the creatures gathered at the water's edge. Bramble dipped his snout, drinking deeply, a rumble of contentment in his chest. The finches bathed in the shallows, their feathers sparkling with droplets and reflected light. The moss people danced on lily pads, their tiny forms illuminated by the brook's renewed radiance. Elderbark watched from the bank, a profound peace in his ancient eyes. Fern scampered down and joined them, the cool, luminous water soothing her paws. The air hummed with restored magic, a tangible warmth like sunlight held in water. The turning wheel had righted itself not by force, but by the combined, conscious effort of every creature listening, remembering, and acting in harmony with the deep, natural rhythms. Willow watched from the edge of the mist, a faint smile touching her ephemeral lips. The threads of weather and season, life and magic were realigning, woven back together by the gentle strength of friendship, wisdom, and shared purpose. As the last raindrops fell and the full moon rose, casting the whispering woods in a silvery blue glow, the crystal brook flowed stronger and brighter than ever. Its light reflected in the eyes of the gathered creatures, a constellation of peaceful stars mirrored on earth. The ancient stones hummed their deep, satisfied song, the finches offered soft night-time carols, and the gentle gurgle of the brook wove through it all, a lullaby of perfect balance. Fern curled up on a smooth, sun-warmed rock by the water's edge, lulled by the symphony of her restored home. She knew the stories Elder Bark told were true. Magic lived in the listening, in the caring, in the harmony of countless small hearts beating in time with the great, green heart of the world. And with that comforting knowledge, wrapped in the soft light of the brook and the gentle sounds of the harmonious night, she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, safe within the ancient, whispering embrace of the woods. The fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water like living embers, completing the perfect, peaceful picture under the watchful, star-strewn sky. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. "The season threads are fraying," she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. "The maple saplings are shivering," he said, "and the river's song has gone flat." Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. "We must mend the threads before the solstice," she declared, "but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there." Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. "Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem," she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. "The air's gone still as a held breath," Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kit, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow, autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. "We've forgotten the rhythm," sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. "The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclory bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. The embers in the hearth glowed like sleepy fireflies as the chill of twilight settled over the village of Willowbrook. Young Finn, whose quiet footsteps barely disturbed the dew-kissed grass, paused at the edge of the whispering woods. His fingers traced the smooth surface of the pebble of embers nestled in his pocket, a curious stone passed down from his grandmother, cool to the touch by day, but pulsing with gentle warmth by night. Tonight it glowed faintly through the worn fabric, casting amber shadows on his palm. "Guide me," he whispered, though he knew not what he sought. Only that the woods called to him with a rustle like pages turning in an old book. Finn's journey began beneath a crescent moon, silver light filtering through ancient oaks whose leaves shimmered like fish scales. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, and the crunch of fallen acorns underfoot echoed in the stillness. He followed the pebble's soft pulse, a heartbeat against his thigh, leading him deeper where the trees grew gnarled and wise. Soon the path vanished, replaced by thick ferns that brushed his cheeks with velvet coolness. "Lost," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Finn spun around to find nothing but shadows. Then a pair of luminous eyes blinked open, a fox with fur the color of burnt sienna, watching him from a mossy stump. "Not lost," Finn replied, surprising himself. "Just following the warmth." The fox tilted its head. "Warmth is a fine compass. Come, small traveler, the valley stirs." They wound through a tunnel of weeping willows, their tendrils parting like curtains to reveal a hidden world. Moonlight hollow lay before them, a sunken valley bathed in perpetual twilight, lit not by stars but by thousands of glowing mushrooms carpeting the ground like fallen constellations. Bioluminescent moths drifted lazily, trailing sparks of blue and gold. At the valley's heart stood a crystalline lake, its surface reflecting the shimmering fungi so perfectly it seemed a second sky lay beneath the water. "It's beautiful," Finn breathed, the pebble's glow swelling in response. The fox nosed his hand. "Beautiful, yes, but listen." A discordant note hung in the air, a faint, sorrowful hum that made the moths flutter erratically. "The heartstone dims," the fox sighed. Without its song, the hollow sleeps too deeply. Winter creeps where it shouldn't. Finn learned the Heartstone was a pillar of living crystal at the lake's center, the source of the valley's gentle light and warmth. Lately its glow had waned, leaving patches of frost on the mushrooms. The fox, named Sorrel, explained that the stone's energy was sustained by harmony, by the laughter of streams, the chorus of crickets, the rustle of creatures sharing stories under the moon. But a shadow had settled over the hollow, a lonely, ice-coated creature named Rhyme, whose touch froze everything it loved, had retreated into silence, its despair choking the Heartstone's song. Rhyme hides in the frost caves, Sorrel said, whiskers drooping. It believes its coldness is a curse, but cold is just warmth waiting to be found. For days, Finn and Sorrel explored the hollow. They gathered stories like treasures. The tale of the badger who knitted moonlight into scarves, the song the willow trees sang to the tadpoles, the recipe for starlight tea brewed by elderly hedgehogs. Each night Finn pressed the pebble of embers to the Heartstone, sharing memories of his grandmother's kitchen, the scent of cinnamon rolls, the crackle of her fireplace, her voice humming lullabies. The stone's pulse strengthened, melting small circles of frost. Yet the sorrowful hum persisted, echoing from the northern cliffs. Rhyme fears it will shatter everything it touches, murmured a badger, her paws deep in glowing moss. Even kindness. Finn knew he must face the caves. Sorrel guided him up treacherous paths where ice flowers bloomed sharp and fragile. The air grew biting, and Finn's breath fogged before him. Deep within a cavern glittering with frozen tears, he found Rhyme, a creature like an overgrown snow hare, with fur like frosted glass and eyes like chips of Arctic sky. It huddled around a tiny, dying glowworm, its paws encased in ice. "Go away," Rhyme whispered, voice cracking like thin ice. "I'll only bring you frost." Finn knelt, ignoring the cold seeping through his trousers. He placed the pebble of embers between them. Its light spread in a pool of butterscotch warmth. "My grandmother gave me this," he said softly. "She said warmth isn't just for keeping, it's for sharing." He told Rhyme about the hollow's fading songs, about the badger's scarves, about the hedgehog's tea. "They miss you," he finished. "The cold isn't you, it's just what happens when warmth is locked away too long." Tentatively, Finn reached out. Rhyme flinched, but as Finn's fingertips brushed its icy paw, the pebble flared. A cascade of ember-bright sparks danced up Rhyme's arm, not melting the frost, but softening it into dewdrops. Rhyme gasped, a sound like icicles falling into water. I didn't know," it stammered. "I thought my touch harmed." Finn smiled. "Show me." Together, they stepped onto the frozen lake. Where Rhyme's paws touched, intricate frost patterns bloomed, ferns, snowflakes, constellations, not desolate, but breathtakingly delicate. Finn placed the pebble on the ice. "Sing with me," he urged. And Rhyme sang, a trembling, crystalline note that soared over the water. The Heartstone answered, blazing like a captured sunrise. The valley erupted in light. Moths spiraled in jubilant clouds, mushrooms pulsed in time to the song, and the very air shimmered with released warmth. In the days that followed, Rhyme learned to weave frost into art, not isolation. It traced shimmering murals on cave walls and crafted ice lenses that magnified the mushroom's glow. Finn and Sorrel often sat by the lake, sharing starlight tea with the hedgehogs, while Rhyme sculpted ephemeral castles on the water. The pebble of embers, now nestled in a niche of the Heartstone, pulsed steadily, a testament that even the smallest warmth could thaw the deepest cold. Finn felt a quiet change within himself, too. The boy who'd entered the woods with hesitant steps now carried the valley's harmony in his bones, understanding that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to offer kindness anyway. When it was time to leave, the willow curtains parted once more. Sorrel nuzzled Finn's hand. Remember, she said, warmth returns to those who carry it. Finn walked home under a dawn-streaked sky, the pebble's absence light in his pocket, replaced by a profound stillness. Back in Willowbrook, he knelt by his grandmother's rose bush, touched a frost-nipped bud, and breathed softly. A tiny, perfect ice crystal bloomed on the petal, a fragile, fleeting gift. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the hearth's embers winked like familiar eyes. In his dreams, he heard a fox's chuckle, the chime of ice melodies, and the deep, resonant hum of a stone singing the world awake. And in that warmth, woven from friendship and quiet courage, Finn slept, a boy forever changed, cradled by the gentle certainty that no heart is too cold to be reached, and no night too dark to hold a hidden glow. Deep within the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy of ancient pines and oaks, there lay a world that only the night knew. This was a realm of soft shadows and softer light, where the air hummed with a quiet, ancient magic. The forest floor was a tapestry of velvety moss and fallen leaves that crunched with a satisfying, gentle sigh under the lightest of footsteps. Here the nocturnal creatures held counsel not in words, but in the shared understanding of rustles, scents, and the subtle shifting of the air. On this particular night, a young hedgehog named Pip was feeling unusually restless. His cozy nest of dried ferns and thistledown felt too small, his thoughts too loud. A peculiar stirring in his heart, a gentle tug, pulled him from his burrow and into the cool, starlit air. Above, the constellations spun their slow, glittering dance, and the forest seemed to breathe around him, a great, slumbering giant with a heartbeat of rustling leaves. Pip trundled along a familiar path, his tiny claws making faint clicking sounds on the smooth, moss-covered stones that lined the way. To his left, a brook babbled secrets over polished pebbles, its voice a constant, soothing murmur. He paused, dipping his snout into the cold, clear water, and listened. The water didn't just babble, it spoke. It told of mountain snows melting, of journeys through dark earth and sun-dappled meadows, of carrying wishes from the high peaks to the sleepy valleys below. It was a language of movement and memory, and Pip understood it in the way one understands a lullaby, not with the mind, but with the soul. Further he wandered, drawn by the soft, ethereal glow ahead. He entered a starlit clearing where the magic of the forest gathered in visible wonder. Here bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs like scattered constellations of their own, pulsing with a gentle, greenish light. Fireflies drifted lazily, their golden flashes weaving patterns in the air like living embroidery. Even the leaves of the silver willow trees at the clearing's edge seemed to drink the moonlight and glow from within, their pale undersides shimmering with every sigh of the wind. It was here that Pip saw her, the great oak, eldest of the forest. She was not merely a tree, she was a monument of time itself. Her bark was deeply grooved with the stories of centuries, and her branches reached toward the stars as if in quiet conversation with them. Nestled in a comfortable hollow where two great roots embraced the earth was Seraphina, the elder owl. Her feathers were the color of twilight and wisdom, and her large, knowing eyes held the patience of the moon. She was preening a feather softly, the sound a faint, rhythmic whisper that blended with the night symphony. "You are awake when you should be dreaming, little Pip," Seraphina said, her voice a low, melodic hoot that vibrated through the stillness like the lowest note of a wooden flute. It was not a scolding, but an observation filled with gentle curiosity. Pip approached, his restlessness making him shuffle his feet. "I couldn't sleep, Elder. There's a humming in the earth, a feeling, as if the forest is holding its breath." Seraphina's eyes gleamed. "Ah, you feel it too. That is the turning. The season is preparing to shift its weight." She shifted slightly, and the wind chose that moment to stir the leaves above, creating a sound like 1,000 soft voices whispering in unison, the secret language of the trees. They spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden streams, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, of the gentle ache of change as autumn approached. The trees are sharing their memories, Serafina explained softly. They remember the warmth of summer sun and are preparing to let go, to rest. It is not an ending, little one. It is a necessary breath out before the next breath in. As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a blessing of droplets that pattered softly on the leaves above, on the moss below, on Pip's own spiny back. The sound was a natural ASMR, a cascade of tiny percussion that layered over the babble of the brook and the whisper of the wind. Each drop that landed on the glowing mushrooms made them shimmer more brightly, and the scent of petrichor, the earthy perfume of rain on dry soil, rose up to fill the clearing. "Watch the stones," Serafina murmured. Pip looked down. The rain had darkened the mossy stones around the great oak, and now, as the water traced their contours, they began to gleam with a faint, internal light. It was the magic of the quartz and mica within them, awakened by the water, speaking their ancient, silent language of patience and permanence. "They remember every step that has ever been taken upon them," the owl said. "Every creature, every season, they hold the memory of the forest in their cool, solid hearts. They teach us that to be still is not to be idle. It is to be deeply present." Pip felt his restlessness begin to melt away, replaced by a profound sense of wonder. He was part of this great, breathing, whispering tapestry. His tiny life was a thread in the grand story of the Whispering Woods. "What is my part in the turning?" he asked, his voice small. Serafina blinked slowly. "Your part is to listen, to feel, to trust the cycles. Just as the stream trusts its path to the sea, and the leaf trusts its fall to the earth, you must trust that your restlessness is not without purpose. It is the forest speaking through you, reminding you that you, too, are part of the great cycle of rest and renewal." She then told him a story woven from the very sounds around them. She spoke of the first autumn when the forest learned to let go, and how the bioluminescent fungi first bloomed to light the way for the creatures who mourned the loss of the sun's long hours. She described the winter not as a time of emptiness, but as a time of dreams sleeping beneath the frost, waiting for the spring's gentle call. Her words were not a lecture, but a weaving, blending with the patter of rain and the rustle of leaves, until Pip could hardly tell where the story ended and the night began. As the moon began its slow descent, painting the clearing in long, silver streaks, Pip's eyelids grew heavy. The humming in the earth had not ceased, but now it felt like a lullaby, a promise that change was natural, beautiful, and safe. "Remember, little one," Serafina said as Pip prepared to return to his burrow, her voice now barely a whisper. "Magic is not always a flash of light or a powerful spell. Often it is the quiet understanding between the stream and the stone. It is the trust of the leaf as it falls. It is the courage to rest so you may grow again." Pip nodded, his heart full and peaceful. He trundled back through the clearing, now watching the forest with new eyes. He heard the secret language everywhere, in the drip of water from a leaf, in the crunch of a twig, in the distant hoot of another owl answering Serafina's. The forest was alive with conversation, with story, with magic. He reached his burrow just as the rain softened to a mist. Curling into his nest of ferns, he listened to the final drops tapping on the earth above, a gentle, rhythmic goodnight. The bioluminescent glow of the clearing seemed to linger behind his eyes, and the wisdom of the ancient oak felt like a warm blanket around his spirit. Outside, the whispering woods settled into a contented sigh. The stream continued its endless story, the stones held their silent vigil, and the trees whispered dreams to one another in the language of rustling leaves. High in her hollow, Serafina closed her eyes, a faint smile on her beak. Another soul had learned to listen. And in the gentle, magical darkness, the cycle of rest began anew, cradled by the moon and the endless, loving patience of the ancient forest. In a little cottage nestled at the edge of a great, whispering forest, where the chimney smoke curled into the sky like a lazy gray ribbon, there lived a young girl named Anya. The cottage was built of honey-colored stone and worn timber, and on cold evenings its windows glowed with the warm, buttery light of a well-tended hearth. It was on just such an evening, with a chill wind sighing through the pine needles, that our story begins. Anya was sitting by the fire, a thick woolen blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She was mending a small tear in her favorite sock, her needle moving in and out of the yarn in a rhythm as old and comforting as the crackle of the logs. Her grandfather dozed in his armchair opposite, his spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose, a forgotten book open on his lap. The only sounds were the pop of the fire, the gentle snore from the chair, and the soft whisper of thread through cloth. But then a new sound joined the chorus. A faint, persistent tapping, like a tiny knuckle rapping on glass. It came from the window behind her. Anya set her mending aside and went to the pane, wiping away the fog her breath had created. Pressed against the cold glass was the most peculiar sight, a small, russet-colored fox. It wasn't trying to get in, nor did it look frightened. It simply sat there, its intelligent eyes fixed on hers, and it tapped the glass once more with a careful paw. Then it turned and trotted a few paces into the dark garden before looking back, as if waiting for her. A curious feeling, not of fear, but of quiet intrigue, settled over Anya. She pulled on her boots and her heaviest cloak, and slipped outside into the nipping air. The fox was still there, a darker shadow in the moonlight. When it saw her, it gave a soft, chuffing sound and began to lead the way, not deeper into the wild forest, but along a narrow, almost invisible path that skirted its very edge. The world was painted in shades of silver and blue. Frost crunched under her boots, and her breath plumed before her like a ghostly companion. The fox moved silently ahead, pausing every so often to ensure she followed. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, until the lights of the cottage were far behind them, and the only illumination came from the moon and the strange, ethereal glow of lichen on the ancient trees. Finally the fox stopped before the gnarled, massive trunk of an ancient oak, its roots sprawling over the earth like the limbs of a slumbering giant. There, nestled within a hollow at its base, was a soft, pulsating light. It was a gentle, warm radiance, the color of a banked fire's heart, of a peach at the peak of ripeness. It pulsed slowly, in a rhythm that felt like a sleeping heartbeat. The fox nudged the object with its nose, and Anya knelt down. It was a stone, smooth and oval, but it was not cold. It was warm to the touch, and it glowed from within. As her fingers closed around it, the light within flared gently, and a wave of profound, peaceful warmth flowed up her arm and settled deep in her chest. It was a feeling of coming home, of a forgotten memory suddenly recalled. The fox looked at her, then at the stone, and then it turned and vanished into the shadows, its task seemingly complete. Anya stood there, holding the warm, glowing stone. She knew with a certainty that surprised her that she could not leave it. Cradling it in her hands, she made her way back to the cottage, the stone lighting her path with its gentle, ember-like glow. Her grandfather was awake when she returned, stirring the fire. He looked at the stone in her hands, and his old eyes widened not with surprise, but with a deep, knowing recognition. "Ah," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "The hearthstone, I wondered if it would find its way back." He told her then, as they sat by the fire, a story his own grandfather had told him. It was a tale of the Glimmerwood, the true name of the forest that bordered their home. It was a place not just of trees and animals, but of old, gentle magic that slept in the roots and stones. The hearthstone, he explained, was a piece of that magic. It did not belong to anyone. It was a guardian, a tiny sun whose warmth nurtured the hidden, slumbering heart of the forest. But it was also a traveler. Every generation or so, it would grow dim and cool, and it needed to be found by a kind heart and brought back to a true hearth, to be rekindled by the simple, steady warmth of a home's fire. "It has chosen you, little one," her grandfather said, his hand gentle on her shoulder. It trusts you to help it remember its own light. And so began Anya's quiet guardianship. She kept the hearthstone on the mantelpiece where it glowed softly, filling the cottage with a deeper, more comforting warmth than any fire could provide. Plants on the windowsill seemed to lean toward it, blooming out of season. The bread her grandfather baked rose higher and tasted sweeter. And at night her dreams were filled with gentle, dappled light and the feeling of deep, earthy roots. But after a week she noticed a change. The stone's glow, which had been steady and strong, began to flicker. Its warm pulse became irregular, like a sputtering candle. A faint chill crept back into the corners of the rooms. The stone was cooling. Remembering her grandfather's words, she knew what she had to do. The stone needed to return to the forest, to the place from which it came. It had been rekindled by the hearth's love. Now it needed to share that warmth with the sleeping world. The next morning, with the hearthstone wrapped in a soft cloth and tucked safely in her pocket, she ventured into the Glimmerwood. This time she went alone. The forest was different in the daylight. Sunbeams slanted through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and decaying leaves. It was alive with sounds, the chatter of squirrels, the distant knock of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. She walked for hours, following no path but the gentle, magnetic pull she felt from the stone in her pocket. It grew warmer as she walked in what felt like the right direction, cooler if she strayed. It was her compass. As the afternoon wore on, the forest grew deeper and quieter. The trees were older here, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches forming a cathedral ceiling high above. She came to a clearing where a small, crystal-clear stream bubbled over smooth, gray stones. Sitting on a log by the stream, looking small and forlorn, was a young boy. He was perhaps a year or two younger than her, and he was crying quiet, hopeless tears. Anya approached slowly. "Hello," she said softly. The boy looked up, startled. His face was smudged with dirt, and his eyes were red-rimmed. "I'm lost," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I was following a butterfly, it was so blue, and I turned around and everything looked the same." Anya's heart ached for him. She sat down on the log beside him. "What's your name?" "Leo," he sniffed. "I'm Anya. I think I'm a little bit lost too," she said, which was not entirely true, but it made him look at her with a little less fear. "But I have a friend who's helping me find my way." She pulled the cloth from her pocket and unwrapped the hearthstone. In the deep shade of the clearing, its light was stronger, a brave, warm beacon in the green gloom. Leo's tears stopped. He stared at the stone, mesmerized. "It's warm," he said in wonder, reaching out a tentative finger to touch it. "It is," Anya agreed. "It's a special stone. It likes to help." As he touched it, the stone's flickering steadied, and its glow intensified, as if soothed by his need. A new certainty settled in Anya's mind. Her journey was not just about returning the stone. It was about helping Leo, too. "Come on," she said, standing up and offering him her hand. "My friend will show us the way." Together, they followed the stone's guiding warmth. The forest seemed less intimidating with two. They shared the apple Anya had brought, and Leo told her about his village on the other side of the wood and the fierce wooden sword he was carving. The hearthstone pulsed in a slow, contented rhythm as they walked, its light pushing back the shadows. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the stone in Anya's hand grew suddenly, intensely warm. It glowed so brightly that it cast their long shadows ahead of them on the path. They had arrived at the base of the same ancient oak tree where the fox had led her. The hollow in the roots was there, waiting. But something was wrong. The area around the tree was unnaturally still and silent. The moss that should have been emerald green was tinged with brown. The air held a lingering, unseasonal chill. The heart of this place was ailing. Anya knew what to do. She knelt and gently placed the hearthstone back into its earthy cradle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant hum seemed to emanate from the tree itself. The stone's light, which had been a contained glow, began to bleed outwards. It flowed like liquid sunlight along the roots, seeping into the soil. It traveled up the trunk in delicate veins of light, tracing the patterns of the bark, until the whole tree was faintly illuminated from within. The brown tinge faded from the moss, which now looked plush and vibrant. Tiny bioluminescent fungi that they hadn't even noticed began to sparkle on nearby logs like scattered constellations. The air lost its chill, becoming fresh and sweet. The forest around them sighed, a sound of deep contentment, and the normal evening chorus of insects and birds resumed, louder and more joyful than before. The stone's light slowly receded from the tree, drawing back into itself until it was once again a softly pulsing ember in the hollow. Its job was done. The warmth was shared. Leo gasped, his eyes wide with awe. It fixed it, he breathed. It was then that they heard the voices, frantic, calling Leo's name. Torchlight flickered between the trees, and a moment later, a group of villagers burst into the clearing, led by a man and woman with faces etched with worry who ran to sweep Leo into a tearful, joyful embrace. As the family was reunited, Anya's grandfather emerged from behind the villagers. He must have followed her, keeping a distant, watchful eye. He walked over to her and put an arm around her shoulders, looking down at the peacefully glowing hearthstone. "You did well, Anya," he said, his voice full of pride. "You helped it remember its light, and then you helped it share it. That is the truest magic of all." The villagers, having heard Leo's excited story of the glowing stone and the kind girl, looked at Anya with newfound respect and gratitude. They offered to escort them both back to their cottage, their torches pushing back the night. As they prepared to leave, Anya took one last look at the hearthstone. It seemed to pulse once brightly in farewell. And from the shadows near the great oak, two intelligent eyes gleamed for a moment in the torchlight. The russet fox gave a slow, deliberate blink before melting back into the forest, its watchful duty complete for another generation. The walk home was filled with the comfortable murmur of voices and the friendly dance of torch flames. Leo walked beside Anya, his hand in his mother's, no longer a lost little boy, but a young adventurer with an incredible story to tell. When they finally reached the familiar site of their cottage, its windows dark but promising warmth and rest, the villagers said their grateful goodbyes and turned for home. Anya and her grandfather went inside. He lit a single candle, and its small flame was enough to make the room feel instantly like home. There was no grand celebration, no fanfare. There was only the simple, profound peace of a task completed, a friend helped, and a balance restored. Anya felt different somehow. The journey had left a quiet mark on her soul, a new steadiness and a deeper understanding of the subtle connections that weave the world together. The warmth of a hearth, the trust of a wild creature, the kindness offered to a stranger. Her grandfather made 2 cups of chamomile tea sweetened with honey, and they sat together in the quiet, dark cottage, listening to the settling sounds of the night. "The stone will sleep now," her grandfather said softly, sipping his tea. "And its warmth will seep deep into the roots of the glimmerwood, keeping it safe and healthy until it is needed again, long after you and I are gone. And someone else will find it, and their journey will begin." Anya nodded, the warmth of the tea spreading through her, just as the stone's warmth had spread through the forest. She was tired, but it was a good tiredness, the kind that comes from a day spent well. She went up to her little room under the eaves and climbed into bed. The moon shone through her window, casting a silver square on the floorboards. As she drifted towards sleep, she thought not of grand adventures, but of small things, the feel of the warm stone in her hand, the sound of Leo's relieved laughter, the trusting blink of the fox. And outside the great forest stood watch, its leaves whispering secrets on the wind, its roots cradling a gentle, glowing light, dreaming deep, earthy dreams, until the next time it would be called upon to warm the world. And in her cozy bed, Anya drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the forest itself, her own heart glowing with a quiet, steady light all her own. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its flames dancing like amber leaves in an autumn wind, casting long shadows that seemed to hold secrets of their own. In the gentle glow, let me tell you a story of roots that run deep and memories that sleep in the quietest corners of our hearts. There once lived a young woman named Anya who had always felt slightly untethered, as if part of her were floating just above the ground, waiting for something to pull her gently back to earth. She lived in a small cottage at the edge of a whispering forest, a place she had inherited from her grandmother, a woman of quiet strength and stories woven into everything she touched. One evening, as the first chill of autumn crept through the cracks around the windows, Anya decided to open the old wooden chest that had sat at the foot of her bed for years. Her grandmother had always said, when the wind sings the old songs, it's time to listen, and tonight the wind was humming through the pine needles outside. Inside the chest, beneath layers of lavender-scented linens, she found a quilt. But this was no ordinary blanket. It was a tapestry of memory, each patch a different fabric, each stitch holding a story. There were patches of velvet as deep as midnight, squares of floral cotton faded by time, triangles of silk that shimmered like moonlight on water. And in the very center, a small, embroidered tree with roots that spread to every corner of the quilt, its branches reaching toward the edges, as if embracing all the stories held within. As Anya unfolded it, a faint scent of rosewater and cedar filled the air, the very fragrance of her grandmother's embrace. She wrapped the quilt around her shoulders and sat by the fire, tracing the patterns with her fingertips. And as she did, she heard a whisper, so soft it might have been the fire sighing, "Remember, my child, remember." That night Anya dreamed. She stood in a sun-dappled meadow she had never seen, yet somehow knew. An older woman with silver hair braided like a crown was hanging linens on a line, humming a tune Anya recognized, a lullaby her grandmother used to sing. Under the elder tree, secrets sleep, the woman sang, her voice like the rustle of leaves. Where roots run deep, memories keep. The woman turned, and her eyes were the same warm brown as Anya's. She smiled and pointed to a young sapling at the edge of the meadow. "Every family has a tree," she said. "And every tree has roots that drink from the same deep waters." Then she faded, like mist in morning light. Anya awoke with the quilt still wrapped around her, the embers in the fireplace glowing like distant stars. The dream felt more real than the waking world, and the lullaby echoed in her mind. Over the next few days, Anya found herself drawn to the quilt, studying each patch as if it were a page in a book. One square made of blue fabric with tiny white stars felt strangely familiar. That night she dreamed again. This time she was in a cozy kitchen, where a man with kind eyes and flour-dusted hands was rolling out dough on a wooden table. He smiled at someone unseen and said, "A story is like bread. It needs time to rise and love to make it whole." He began to sing the same lullaby, his voice a low, warm rumble. Under the elder tree, secrets sleep. Where roots run deep, memories keep. He pointed to a window where a constellation, the same pattern as the starry patch, glittered in the night sky. "We are all stardust and stories," he said gently before fading away. Anya began to understand. These were not just dreams, they were visitations, memories woven into the very fabric of the quilt. Each patch held a story, each story a person, each person a root in her family tree. She discovered that the quilt was made by generations of women in her family, each adding a patch that represented their story. There was a square of green silk from a great-great-grandmother who had been a gardener, her hands always in the earth. a triangle of red wool from a grandfather who had been a shepherd, guiding his flock through mountain passes. A patch of lace from a young aunt who had danced in courtyards under summer moons. Each night another ancestor came to her in dreams, always ending with the same lullaby, the same gentle pointing, toward a tree, a star, a river, a stone, each one a symbol that echoed in the quilt's patterns. But there was one patch that puzzled her, a small, frayed piece of gray fabric, unevenly stitched, as if added in haste or sorrow. It didn't glow with the same warmth as the others. That night she focused on it before she slept, and her dream was different. She stood in a dim room where a young woman sat by a window, her shoulders hunched. The woman was sewing the gray patch onto the quilt, her tears falling onto the fabric. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I thought I had to leave to find myself, but I only lost my way." Anya realized this was her own mother, who had left when Anya was small, seeking something she never found. The regret in the room was palpable, a heavy mist that clung to everything. Under the elder tree, her mother sang, her voice trembling, "Secrets sleep, where roots run deep, memories keep." But she couldn't finish, her voice breaking into a sob. Anya woke with tears on her own cheeks, the gray patch cool under her fingers. She finally understood the quilt's deepest magic. It didn't just hold joys, it held sorrows, regrets, and unfinished stories too. That day, Anya took the quilt outside and spread it beneath the ancient elder tree that grew behind the cottage, the very tree from the lullaby. As sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the quilt with light and shadow, she began to sing. Under the elder tree, secrets sleep, where roots run deep, memories keep. One by one she touched each patch, saying the names of the ancestors she now knew. When she reached the gray patch, she paused. "I forgive you," she whispered, "and I remember you." A warmth spread through the fabric, and the gray patch seemed to soften, blending into the whole as if it had always belonged. That night she dreamed of her mother again, but this time her mother was smiling, standing beneath the elder tree. "Stories don't end with leaving," she said. "They end with understanding." And she finished the lullaby, her voice clear and strong. Anya awoke knowing what she had to do. She gathered needle and thread from her grandmother's sewing basket and chose a piece of fabric from an old dress of her own, a soft green like new leaves. Carefully she stitched a new patch onto the quilt, right beside her mother's. It was her story, her root in the family tree. As she sewed, she understood the final truth. Heritage wasn't just in the quilt itself, but in the act of remembering, forgiving, and adding her own story. It lived in the kindness she offered others, the recipes she cooked, the songs she sang, the same ones her ancestors had sung. It lived in the way she tended her garden, mended what was broken, and welcomed strangers as her grandmother had. That evening, as she sat by the fire with the quilt around her shoulders, she felt a deep, quiet peace. The roots she had always longed for were not in the ground, but in her hands, her heart, her actions. She was the culmination of all who came before, and the beginning of all who would follow. And when the wind sang through the trees that night, it carried the old lullaby, now joined by Anya's voice. Under the elder tree, secrets sleep, where roots run deep, memories keep. The fire crackled its approval, and in the flickering light, for just a moment, Anya saw them. All her ancestors, smiling, their hands resting on her shoulders, a chain of love stretching back through time. They were with her always, in every stitch, every story, every breath. And as she drifted to sleep, she knew that someday she too would become a whisper in the wind, a patch on a quilt, a verse in a lullaby, forever part of the roots that held her family tree strong and true. The attic above young Ben's house smelled of dust and forgotten summers. Cobwebs draped like lace across beams thick with the memory of old trees, and sunlight, thick and golden as honey, streamed through the single round window, illuminating galaxies of swirling dust motes. Ben wasn't supposed to be up there, the ladder was rickety, his mother said, but the pull of hidden treasures was too strong. That's where he found the button box. It wasn't fancy. Just an old, slightly dented biscuit tin, its floral pattern faded. Inside, however, wasn't a jumble of ordinary buttons. These buttons shimmered. They weren't made of plastic or bone, but of smooth, cool river stones, polished wood, and something that looked suspiciously like solidified moonlight. Each one felt different beneath Ben's fingers, one warm as sun-baked earth, another cool and humming faintly, a third smooth and silent like deep water. Ben, a quiet boy who noticed things others missed, the way dandelion seeds caught the breeze, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, felt a strange pull from a particular button. It was small, oval, carved from a piece of dark wood, and in its center was a tiny, perfect knot that seemed to swirl if you looked at it just right. He picked it up. Instantly a warmth spread through his palm, and a quiet, insistent tug pulled gently at his thoughts. It wasn't a sound, more like a feeling pointing out, beyond the attic window, towards the whispering woods at the edge of town. The woods lived up to their name. As Ben stepped under the ancient canopy, leaving the familiar cobblestone street behind, the sounds changed. The rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, it was soft sighs and murmured secrets. Sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered coins, and the air smelled richly of damp earth, pine resin, and something sweet and wild. The wooden button in his pocket pulsed warmly, its tug growing stronger, leading him off the worn path and deeper into the green embrace. He hadn't walked far when a voice, sharp but not unkind, piped up from a tangle of ferns. "Oi, watch where you're tromping, lad, nearly squashed my best nap spot." A plump, grumpy-looking badger with a distinctive white stripe across his snout glared up at him. This was Thistle. Ben apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Badger, I was just following this feeling." He hesitantly showed Thistle the wooden button. Thistle sniffed it cautiously, his beady eyes widening. "HMPH knotwood, rare stuff. That's no ordinary trinket, boy, that's a finder's button. Points you to what needs finding, not what you think you want. Tricky business." Thistle's grumpiness seemed to soften with curiosity. "Well, since you've disturbed my nap, the least I can do is make sure you don't blunder into a snagglethorn patch. Nasty things, snagglethorns. Lead on, button boy, but mind the roots." Thistle proved invaluable. He knew every hidden animal trail, every patch of treacherous bog disguised as solid ground, and every berry bush worth stopping at for a quick snack, though he complained bitterly about the lack of earthworms. As they walked, the tug of the button led them steadily uphill, towards the rumored sleeping mountain. The path grew steeper, the air cooler. The gentle whispers of the woods gave way to the rush of water. Soon they reached the Silver Thread River, cascading over smooth rocks in a sparkling torrent. The button tugged insistently towards the other side. Ben looked worriedly at the rushing water. Thistle grumbled about wet fur. Then a giggle like tinkling bells echoed from a swirling eddy. A head crowned with water lilies and hair the color of river foam popped up. "Lost your way, landwalkers?" asked the river spirit, her eyes shifting like sunlight on water. Her name was Rill, and she was perpetually forgetful. "We need to cross, Lady Rill," Ben said politely, holding up the button. "The finder's button leads us across." Rill drifted closer, peering at the knotwood. "Ooh, shiny and warm. Makes me think of something important." Oh dear, what was it? She tapped her chin, sending ripples across the water. "Something lost, something cold," she sighed dramatically. "Crossing. Yes. Hop on the stepping stones, but only where the water laughs. Step on the grumpy stones and splash." She pointed to stones barely visible beneath the churning surface. "Listen." Ben took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, letting the roar of the river fill his ears. Thistle nudged him impatiently, but Ben focused. Beneath the main roar, he heard it faint, musical chuckles coming from certain rocks. He stepped onto the first chuckling stone. It felt firm. Step by careful step, listening intently to the water's hidden laughter, Ben crossed. Thistle followed, surprisingly nimble, muttering about soggy badgers and ridiculous spirits. Rill waved cheerfully, already forgetting them, humming a watery tune. On the other side, the slope grew even steeper, leading towards the mist-shrouded peak of the sleeping mountain. The air grew thin and crisp. The button's tug was strong now, almost vibrating in Ben's pocket. As they climbed above the tree line, the world opened up. Vast valleys spread below, painted in shades of green and purple shadow. But the path ahead vanished into a wall of shifting, gray mist. The mountain seemed to breathe, the mist swirling and thickening, obscuring any trail. Thistle sniffed the air. Mist maze, mountain's way of guarding its secrets. Get lost in there and you might wander forever, or step off a ledge you never saw coming. Nasty business. Ben felt a flutter of fear. How could they navigate this? He pulled out the finder's button. It glowed softly in his palm, the knot swirling faster, but the tug felt confused, pulled in several directions at once by the shifting mist. Force wouldn't work. Shouting wouldn't help. He remembered Rill's lesson listening. He sat down on a cool, smooth rock. "We need to be still," he said softly to Thistle. "We need to listen beyond the mountain's breath." Thistle, surprisingly, didn't argue. He curled up beside Ben, his warm bulk a comfort. Ben closed his eyes, tuning out the sigh of the wind in the mist. He listened deeper. He heard the faint, high chime of ice crystals forming. He heard the slow, patient grind of stone deep within the mountain. And then faint but clear, a melodic chirping, a familiar sound from home. A small, bright-eyed starling landed on a rock nearby, cocking its head. Lost, it chirped. The mountain's shy, doesn't like loud noises or rushing feet. "We need to find something," Ben whispered, holding the button low so the starling could see. "It's important. The button led us here." The starling hopped closer. Finder's button points to what needs finding. Clever thing, the mountain it hides because it aches. Something is cold inside where it should be warm, makes it grumpy, like old Thistle here before breakfast. The badger harumphed. "The path through the mist isn't a path you see," the starling continued. "It's a path you feel. Follow the warmth. The mountain hides the warmth it misses, deep in its heart." Ben understood. The button wasn't confused by the mist. It was reacting to the mountain's need. He closed his eyes again, the button warm in his hand. This time, instead of a tug, he sought a thread of warmth emanating from the mountain itself, a fragile pulse beneath the cold mist. He felt it, a faint, golden thread of warmth, like a hidden heartbeat, leading into the swirling gray. "Follow me," Ben said with newfound certainty. Follow the warmth. Step by careful step, Ben led the way, his hand outstretched, feeling for the subtle warmth radiating from the mountain's hidden heart. Thistle followed his footsteps precisely, and the starling flitted overhead, calling out encouragement. The mist swirled and billowed, sometimes thinning to reveal dizzying drops, sometimes thickening into an impenetrable wall, but the thread of warmth remained constant, an invisible guide. It led them not upwards towards the peak, but sideways along a narrow ledge, finally dipping down into a hidden crevice. Inside was a small cave, surprisingly dry and sheltered. And there, nestled in a bed of soft, glowing moss, lay the source of the warmth, not a treasure of gold or gems, but a large, perfectly smooth river stone. But this stone pulsed with a gentle internal light, radiating a soothing, deep warmth. It was beautiful, but it looked cold. Frost patterns etched its surface, and its light flickered weakly. "This is it," Ben breathed. "This is what needed finding." He remembered Rill's words, something lost, something cold. This was the mountain's heartstone, lost and growing cold. But how to warm it? They had no fire. Ben looked at the finder's button in his hand, still warm. He looked at Thistle, radiating his own cozy body heat. He looked at the starling, fluffing its feathers. Wisdom, not force. Friendship is warm, Ben said softly. He placed the wooden finder's button gently against the cold heart stone. Then he sat beside it, leaning close. Thistle, understanding without words, curled his warm, furry body around the stone on one side. The starling nestled into the moss on the other, spreading its wings like a tiny blanket. Together they sat in the quiet cave. Ben placed his hands gently on the stone, sharing his own warmth. They didn't speak, they simply were together, a circle of quiet companionship and shared heat. Slowly, slowly, the frost on the heartstone began to melt. The flickering light within grew steadier, brighter, bathing the cave in a soft, golden glow. The warmth radiating from it grew stronger, pulsing outwards like a gentle sigh of relief. Outside the cave, the mist began to thin, not vanishing entirely, but parting like a curtain, revealing clear, safe paths winding up and down the mountainside. The mountain itself seemed to sigh, a deep, contented rumble that vibrated gently through the rock beneath them. The air felt lighter, crisper, filled with the scent of sun-warmed stone and alpine flowers. Their job was done. The journey back was easier. The starling guided them down the now clear paths. Rill, remembering them just long enough, helped them cross the laughing stones again. Thistle grumbled good-naturedly all the way back to the edge of the whispering woods, though Ben noticed he walked a little taller. At the wood's edge, Thistle nudged Ben's hand. "Keep that button safe, button boy. It found more than a stone today." The badger disappeared into the ferns with a final grunt. Ben returned to the attic as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He placed the wooden finder's button back in the biscuit tin, its surface cool now, its task complete. But as he closed the lid, he noticed something. The other buttons seemed to shimmer just a little brighter, as if reflecting the warmth of the heartstone far away. He climbed down the ladder, the scent of dust replaced by the comforting aroma of soup from the kitchen below. He didn't tell his mother about the badger, the river spirit, the starling, or the mountain's heart. Some discoveries were treasures meant to be held quietly in the heart. But as he lay in bed that night, listening to the familiar creaks of the house, he felt different. He felt the quiet courage of the journey, the warmth of unexpected friendship, and the profound understanding that the greatest magic often lies not in seeking power, but in answering a call for warmth with an open heart and helping hands. The gentle thrum of the mountain's contentment miles away seemed to echo in his own peaceful heartbeat, a lullaby of wonder and quiet strength, carrying him into a deep and dreamless sleep. And the biscuit tin high in the shadowed attic held its secrets close, ready for the next whisper of need, the next quiet tug of discovery. The nebula outside the observation dome shimmered like spilled watercolors, amethyst, cerulean, and the faintest blush of rose. Within the dome, nestled amidst hydroponic ferns that sighed with contentment and luminous moss that pulsed a soft, steady green, two beings shared the quiet hum of the harmony's rest, a small way station drifting at the edge of known space. One was Kalen, hailing from the crystalline forests of Lyra 7. His form resembled smooth, polished obsidian, shifting subtly like liquid shadow. Where emotions bloomed, intricate patterns of light ignited beneath his surface, starbursts of gold for joy, soft ripples of blue for calm, flickers of deep violet for contemplation. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant symphonies of color. The other was Pip, a small, spindly being from the methane seas of Glaza. Covered in iridescent, feathery filaments that constantly shifted hues, Pip perceived the universe through intricate harmonies. Every movement, every thought, every shift in light produced a unique resonance only Pip could fully appreciate. Pip expressed feelings through delicate vibrations that shimmered in the air, like the sound of wind chimes dipped in honey. their meeting had been accidental. Kalen's scout pod, damaged in a micro-meteoroid shower, had limped into the Harmony's rest for repairs. Pip, a solitary gardener tending the station's forgotten botanical dome, had found the injured traveler. Fear initially painted Kalen in jagged streaks of crimson. Pip, startled, emitted a discordant, high-pitched trill that made the ferns shiver. But Pip saw the distress in Kalen's flickering core light and offered a single, perfectly spherical, bioluminescent berry grown in the hydroponics. The gesture, a universal offering of peace, calmed the crimson streaks into softer pinks. The dome became their shared sanctuary. Kalen, fascinated by the living green, helped tend the plants. His cool touch seemed to soothe the more temperamental ferns, and his presence encouraged the moss to glow brighter. Pip, in turn, showed Kalen the hidden music of the station, the rhythmic thrum of the life support systems, the melodic drip of nutrient solution into the tanks, the complex symphony of the plants themselves breathing and growing. Kalen learned to hear Pip's emotions as subtle shifts in the ambient hum, while Pip began to see Kalen's feelings as beautiful, silent light shows. One day Pip, bubbling with excitement over a new hybrid blossom, attempted to share its joy. The tiny being vibrated intensely, sending out a cascade of rapid, high-frequency chimes. To Pip, it was a triumphant fanfare. To Kalen, however, the vibrations resonated painfully within his crystalline structure, causing sharp, jagged lines of white light to flare across his surface, a clear signal of distress. Pip froze, filaments drooping into muted grays. Kalen, seeing Pip's sudden dejection, pulsed a slow, reassuring wave of deep blue. They floated together in the zero-gravity center of the dome, bathed in nebula light. Kalen gently pulsed the sequence, a soft yellow question mark. Pip responded with a low, questioning hum. Kalen projected an image, Pip's rapid vibrations, overlaid with the painful white flashes he experienced. Pip projected back, the vibrant, joyful meaning behind the rapid chimes, a burst of sunshine yellow and spring green in Kalen's own light language. Understanding dawned. Pip's next expression of joy was a slower, warmer vibration, like a deep cello note. Kalen responded with gentle, golden spirals. They didn't need words. The misunderstanding dissolved into shared, silent laughter, Kalen's light shimmering with amusement, Pip's filaments rustling with a soft, chuckling hum. They began building something new in their sanctuary, a quiet corner dedicated to shared appreciation. Pip strung delicate filaments between glowing fungi, creating a harp that resonated with the station's natural sounds. Kalen arranged polished river stones from his homeworld, each imbued with a faint, calming inner light, to reflect the nebula's colors onto the walls. It became their listening grove, a place for gentle communion. Their favorite ritual was stargazing. They would drift near the dome's clear apex, the vastness of space stretching before them. Pip would point a slender limb towards a distant, pulsing star and emit a complex chord, the song of that star, as Pip perceived its light and energy signature. Kalen would respond by projecting swirling patterns of light onto the dome, mimicking the star's color and imagined movement. They shared memories this way, Kalen painting the swirling auroras of Lyra 7 with shimmering ribbons of green and silver light, while Pip hummed the deep, resonant song of Gleeza's churning ocean currents. In the profound quiet, punctuated only by the station's gentle breath and their own non-verbal exchanges, they found a deep, wordless peace. The infinite distance between their worlds shrunk to the space between them in the listening grove, bridged by the shared wonder of the cosmos. One quiet cycle, a minor crisis, arose. A power fluctuation caused the temperature regulators in the dome to falter. The ferns began to wilt, their vibrant green fading. The luminous moss dimmed. Kalen pulsed anxious shades of orange and gray. Pip emitted a worried, wavering drone. Panic threatened. But then Pip remembered the ancient Gelasian practice of communal resonance for healing. Focusing intently on the drooping ferns, Pip began a low, steady hum, a vibration tuned to the frequency of growth and vitality. It was a sound felt more than heard, a deep thrumming that seemed to sink into the very roots. Kalen watched Pip's filaments glow with concentrated effort. He understood the intent. Drawing on his own connection to light and energy, Kalen positioned himself near the struggling plants. He focused his inner light, not in bright flashes, but in a warm, steady, golden radiance, bathing the leaves and soil. It was like concentrated, gentle sunlight. Pip's hum deepened, harmonizing with the faint life pulse of the plants themselves. Kalen's light pulsed in time with the vibration. Slowly, miraculously, the ferns perked up. Their leaves regained their sheen. The moss began its soft, green pulse once more. Relief washed over them. Kalen shimmered with pure, bright gold gratitude. Pip vibrated with a warm, contented purr. They hadn't fixed the regulator yet, that required a maintenance bot, but together, through their unique forms of care, sound, and light, they had nurtured their sanctuary back to health. The shared effort, the combination of their alien gifts, created a bond stronger than any translation matrix. The nebula outside shifted, the rose hue deepening as a nearby star ignited its evening glow. Kalen drifted towards the listening grove, projecting a soft invitation, an image of the two of them beneath the star-painted dome. Pip followed, settling onto a cushion of soft moss. Kalen began to project slow, swirling patterns onto the stones, not depicting a specific memory, but an abstract feeling, deep contentment, profound friendship, the quiet awe of the universe. It was a tapestry of deep blues, gentle golds, and shimmering silvers. Pip responded not with a complex chord, but with the simplest, purest sound, a single, sustained, clear note. It was the note of peace, the note of home found. It resonated softly through the grove, mingling with Kalen's light dance, filling the space with a palpable warmth. As the harmony's rest drifted silently through the painted cosmos, its small botanical dome glowed like a beacon. Within it, two beings from unimaginably different worlds, speaking no common tongue, shared a universe of understanding. They had built a shelter not just of glass and steel, but of kindness, patience, and the shared language of a starlit heart. The gap between stars, between species, between ways of being, seemed insignificant beside the simple, resonant truth humming in the listening grove. That connection, born of gentle curiosity and unwavering kindness, was the most universal language of all. And in that shared silence, bathed in nebula light and the soft pulse of their sanctuary, they watched the distant stars bloom together. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged. Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight dripped like melted gold through ancient canopies, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew thick as velvet pillows, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. At the forest's heart stood the grandmother oak, her bark etched with centuries of stories, roots weaving deep into the world's magic. She was the keeper of seasons, her branches holding the delicate balance between spring's blush, summer's hum, autumn's sigh, and winter's hush. Among her roots dwelled Thistle, a silver-furred badger whose paws knew every hidden pathway. His den smelled of dried lavender and warm soil, where fireflies nested in jars like living constellations. High in the oak's branches lived Pip, a quick-pawed squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns. Her nest was lined with thistle down and moonbeam silk, and she spent dawns watching dew transform spiderwebs into necklaces of light. Nearby, in a burrow fringed with bluebells, lived the hedgehog family, Bramble, Moss, and their 3 prickly youngsters, who tended the glow-cap mushrooms that pulsed softly at twilight, recycling fallen leaves into starlight. The forest thrived on rituals. Every first frost, Thistle would lead the creatures to the crystal stream, where they'd place river-smoothed stones in spirals to thank the water for its songs. In spring, Pip organized the blossom dance, where butterflies scattered pollen that made the air taste like honey. The hedgehogs sang nightly lullabies to the grandmother oak, their voices harmonizing with the wind, so her roots drank melodies instead of rain. All things breathed together. Elder Fern, the oldest turtle, would murmur from her sun-warmed rock. Upset one thread and the whole tapestry trembles. But one sultry summer evening, as fireflies painted the dusk, an unnatural chill crept in. Frost feathered over ferns that should have been lush, silencing crickets mid-chirp. Pip shivered on her branch, watching her breath mist in the air. Thistle emerged from his den, whiskers stiff with ice crystals. The seasons are knotted, he rumbled, nose pressed to the trembling earth. The grandmother oak's roots feel cold. They gathered beneath the oak, where moonlight usually pooled like liquid silver. Now the clearing was eerily still. Bramble nudged a frostbitten glowcap, its light guttered weakly. The balanced stone whispered moss, her spines drooping. Deep in the oak's roots lay a geode older than the forest, a stone that pulsed with the forest's heartbeat, warming the earth in winter and cooling it in summer. Thistle's grandfather had shown it to him as a cub, warning, harm it, and the seasons unravel. A frantic woodmouse brought news. Near the stone, the earth had cracked. Young foxes, new to the forest, had chased a rabbit into the roots, clawing at the soil where the stone lay hidden. Their playful digging had exposed it to the night air, freezing its magic. Pip scampered down, her tiny paws tracing the fissure. Cold seeped from it, withering nearby flowers. They didn't know, she said softly. The stone's song is fading. Thistle nodded. Ignorance is a wound only wisdom can heal. He sought Elder Fern, who sunned herself on a mossy log, her shell patterned with lichen like ancient maps. Ah, she sighed, her voice a dry rustle. The stone remembers warmth. It needs summer's breath to thaw. She described the sun petals, golden flowers that bloomed only on the highest sunbeam, storing sunlight in their velvet cores. But they wilt by twilight, you must move as one. Hope flickered. Pip scrambled up the grandmother oak, leaping across branches toward the canopy's sunlit crown. Thistle dug tunnels through frosted soil, creating safe passage. The hedgehogs rolled glowcaps into the cracks, their faint light guiding the way. When Pip reached the sun-drenched treetops, she found the sun petals, a cluster of golden blooms warm as baked bread. But as she gathered them, a gust shook the branches. One precious petal tumbled downward. Below, the young foxes watched, ears flat with shame. The smallest, her fur russet as fallen leaves, saw the falling petal. With a yip, she darted forward, catching it gently in her mouth. Pip froze, but the fox placed the petal in Thistle's paw, whimpering, "We didn't mean to still the seasons." "Come," said Thistle gently. "Help us reweave what was frayed." Together they hurried to the exposed balanced stone, now glazed with ice. The hedgehogs lined the fissure with glowing mushrooms. Pip laid the sun petals on the stone's frozen surface, their warmth seeping into the geode. Thistle and the foxes pushed rich, dark soil over the roots, their paws working side by side. As the last shovelful settled, bramble and moss began a low, humming song, joined by the fox's hesitant yips and Pip's chittering melody. The grandmother oak's leaves shimmered, absorbing their voices. Slowly, the frost retreated like a shy creature. Warmth radiated from the stone, melting ice into dewdrops that glittered on spiderwebs. Flowers straightened, crickets resumed their symphony, and the glowcaps brightened, casting buttery light over the smiling faces. Elder Fern crept close, nudging the young foxes. "Remember this night, wisdom isn't knowing everything, it's listening to the world's whispers." The foxes bowed their heads. "We'll protect the balanced stone," promised the russet one, "and teach others its song." Seasons flowed smoothly once more. Autumn arrived in a cascade of amber and crimson, leaves pirouetting to the hedgehog's harvest hymns. Winter wrapped the forest in snowy silence, the foxes now guarding the oak's roots while Thistle told tales of stars by the hearth. When spring returned, painting the woods in wildflower confetti, the creatures gathered beneath the grandmother oak. Pip strung dewdrop necklaces for the fox kits, while bramble and moss served nectar-sweetened hazelnuts on birch bark plates. As twilight deepened, fireflies rose like embers in a gentle wind, their light blending with the glowcaps and the oak's soft luminescence. Thistle watched them, his old bones warmed by contentment. The forest breathed, a sigh of soil, rustle of leaves, ripple of stream, each note a thread in an eternal harmony. High above, the first star winked, casting silver over creatures curled in drowsy heaps, their dreams woven from the safety of roots and the promise of tomorrow's sun. And deep in the earth, the balanced stone pulsed steadily, a warm, silent lullaby for the sleeping woods. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a lullaby for the night. Settle in now, close your eyes, and let the warmth carry you away to the edge of a sleepy village, where the ordinary world brushed against something extraordinary. Young Finn lived in a cottage nestled where the cobbled streets of Meadowbrook met the ancient, sprawling expanse known as the Whispering Woods. Finn was a quiet child, thoughtful beyond his years, with eyes the color of moss after rain and a heart that often felt too big for the bustling village life. He found solace not in the marketplace games, but in the quiet corners of his garden, tending to his grandmother's cherished moonpetal flowers, whose silvery blooms only unfurled fully under the starlight. Yet even that quiet joy was dimming. The moonpetals had begun to droop, their luminescence fading, and a strange, grayish mist had started to creep from the edges of the Whispering Woods towards the village, carrying with it an unnerving silence where birdsong used to be. One crisp autumn afternoon, while digging near the old oak stump at the very boundary of the woods, Finn's spade struck something hard and smooth. Brushing away the damp earth, he unearthed a curious object. It wasn't metal nor stone, but seemed carved from a single piece of dark, polished wood, warm to the touch. It was shaped like a compass, but instead of cardinal points, its face held intricate, swirling carvings that seemed to shift subtly when looked at directly. At its center, nestled in a small depression, was a smooth, milky white stone that pulsed with a faint, internal light. As Finn held it, a low hum vibrated through his palm, and a single word echoed softly in his mind, clear as a bell: Whisperwood. That night, under a sky thick with stars, the compass glowed more brightly, the stone pulsing like a captured heartbeat. It tugged gently in Finn's hand, its wooden needle pointing insistently towards the dark line of the Whispering Woods. The fading moonpetals seemed to sigh towards the woods, their remaining light flickering weakly. Finn felt a pull deeper than curiosity, a sense of responsibility, a whisper that he needed to go. Tucking the warm compass into his pocket, its hum a comforting presence, he slipped quietly out of the cottage, the damp grass cool beneath his bare feet. Crossing the boundary felt like stepping through an invisible curtain. The air changed instantly, becoming richer, cooler, and laden with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something ancient and green. The mist was thicker here, swirling around the gnarled roots of immense trees whose branches wove a dense canopy overhead, blocking out most of the starlight. Yet the compass glowed steadily, casting a soft, pearly radiance that pushed back the gloom, illuminating moss-covered boulders and intricate spiderwebs beaded with moisture. The silence was profound, broken only by the drip of water from leaves and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth that made Finn's heart skip. He followed the compass's pull deeper into the woods. The path, if it could be called that, was overgrown and treacherous. Roots snaked across the forest floor, rocks lurked beneath carpets of moss, and the mist coiled around his ankles like cold fingers. The compass guided him unerringly, its needle shifting minutely, leading him around impassable thickets and treacherous sinkholes masked by ferns. It felt less like an object and more like a patient, silent companion. After what felt like hours, the compass suddenly grew warmer. Its light flared, illuminating a small clearing. In the center stood a creature unlike anything Finn had ever imagined, let alone seen. It was roughly the size of a large badger, but covered in short, dense fur, the color of storm clouds shot through with streaks of iridescent blue. It had large, round eyes like polished amber, currently wide with surprise and suspicion, and long, tufted ears that twitched nervously. Its most striking feature was a pair of large, delicate wings, like those of a dragonfly but shimmering with the same iridescent blue as its fur, currently folded tightly against its back. It was perched on a toadstool, nibbling mournfully on a gray, withered mushroom. The creature froze, its amber eyes locking onto Finn and the glowing compass. A low growl rumbled in its chest. "HSSSD, what are you doing here, soft skin, trespassing, thieving?" Its voice was surprisingly deep and gravelly for its size, like stones tumbling in a brook. Finn stopped, holding up his hands slowly, the compass pulsing warmly in one palm. I didn't mean to trespass. My name is Finn. I found this compass. It led me here." He gestured with the glowing object. "The woods, they feel sick, and the mist is spreading to my village. My moon petals are dying." The creature's ears flattened against its head. "Sick HMPH, the woods are grieving, and why shouldn't they? Forgotten, abandoned, choked by silence and shadow." It puffed out its chest. "I am Thistle, keeper of the glimmering glade, or I was." Its defiance faltered, replaced by a profound weariness. It looked down at the withered mushroom. "The glade, the heart, it fades, the weave unravels, and I cannot mend it." A tremor ran through its small frame. Finn took a tentative step closer. "The heart, what's the weave? Maybe I can help, the compass brought me." Thistle eyed the compass warily. "The Whisperwood compass, lost for generations. It senses the weave, the living magic that binds the woods. The heart is the source, the glimmering glade, but it is hidden, protected, and now weakened." It looked at Finn, suspicion warring with a desperate hope. "Why would it lead you? Soft skins bring noise and axes, not healing." "Not me," Finn said softly, thinking of his quiet garden, his drooping moon petals. "I just want to understand, to help if I can. My grandmother said the woods and the village used to be friends. Maybe they can be again." Thistle studied Finn for a long moment, the silence stretching. Finally it gave a curt nod, a flicker of reluctant acceptance in its amber eyes. "The compass leads, Thistle follows for the glade, but no tricks, soft skin." It fluttered down from the toadstool, landing lightly on the moss beside Finn. "Call me Thistle, keeper titles seem hollow now." Thus began an unlikely partnership. Finn, guided by the warm pulse of the Whisperwood compass, and Thistle, navigating the deeper, older paths with an innate knowledge of the forest, moved deeper into the whispering woods. The journey was a revelation. The compass didn't just point the way, it reacted to the forest's ailment. When they passed a cluster of trees whose leaves were turning brittle and gray, the milky stone dimmed, and a faint, discordant chime echoed from it. Near a sluggish, murky stream choked with slime, the compass grew cold, its light flickering erratically. Thistle explained in his gruff way. "The weave is the song of the woods, the rustle of leaves, the chatter of streamlets, the buzz of insects, the memories held in ancient roots all woven together. The glimmering glade is the loom, the heart where the song is strongest, but the song is fading. Silence grows, shadows deepen, the mist is the wood's sorrow made visible." They encountered wonders, groves where luminescent fungi painted the ground in soft blues and greens, trees whose bark shimmered with veins of silver light, clear pools reflecting star patterns unseen in the sky above. But each wonder was marred by the encroaching grayness patches of dead, silent ground, streams running sluggish and dark, trees groaning as if in pain. The discordant chimes from the compass became more frequent. One evening, as they sheltered under a giant, hollowed-out willow, its once vibrant leaves now hanging limp, Finn shared his own quiet sorrow, the fading moon petals, the feeling of not quite belonging in the village, his grandmother's stories about the wood's old magic. Thistle, nibbling a slightly less withered mushroom Finn had found, listened intently. Then, hesitantly, Thistle spoke of his own burden. The glimmering glade wasn't just a place. It was sustained by joy, by connection, by the shared memories of all who lived within the woods and those who respected it. As the village grew distant, forgetting the old ways, and as fear replaced wonder, the connection frayed. Thistle felt every fraying thread as a physical ache. He'd tried everything ancient chants, tending the oldest trees, even attempting to sing the weave back into strength, but his own heart was heavy with loneliness and failure. "The song needs many voices," Thistle murmured, his voice softer than Finn had ever heard it. "One keeper's voice is not enough." The compass pulsed warmly against Finn's chest. He looked at Thistle, truly seeing the weariness beneath the bristly exterior, the deep love for the woods masked by grumpiness. Maybe it led me because I can hear the silence too, and maybe we can find more voices together." He offered Thistle a small, slightly squashed berry he'd saved. Thistle took the berry, a flicker of something like surprise crossing his face. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Perhaps Finn, perhaps. Days blurred into nights. They forded streams turned sluggish and cold, climbed moss-slicked ridges where the mist clung thickest, and navigated valleys choked with gray, brittle ferns. The compass guided them through illusion's paths that doubled back, walls of thorn that seemed solid until the compass light touched them, revealing an opening. Thistle's knowledge saved them from hidden sinkholes and patches of quicksand, disguised as ordinary moss. They shared meager rations, Finn's dried bread and cheese, Thistle's knowledge of which forest grubs were surprisingly edible and which berries wouldn't make you see dancing badgers. Slowly, a grudging respect, then a tentative friendship, bloomed between the quiet boy and the gruff keeper. Finn learned to move with the forest's rhythm, to listen beyond the silence. Thistle, in turn, found himself sharing stories of the woods past glory of great gatherings under the moon, of trees that sang, of starlight distilled in dewdrops. Finally, after a particularly arduous climb up a sheer rock face guided by the compass's insistent light, they emerged onto a high plateau. Before them lay the glimmering glade. It was a sight that stole Finn's breath, even in its faded state. A vast natural amphitheater ringed by ancient, towering trees whose bark shimmered with embedded crystals that caught the weak sunlight filtering through the mist. At the very center stood an enormous, ancient oak, its gnarled trunk wider than Finn's cottage, its branches spreading like a protective canopy. But the crystals were dull, their light feeble. The great oak's leaves were sparse and tinged with gray. Moss that should have been emerald green was patchy and brown. A shallow pool at the oak's base, which Thistle called the memory pool, was murky and still, reflecting only the oppressive gray sky. The air hummed not with vibrant life, but with a low, discordant thrum that vibrated in Finn's bones, the sound of the weave unraveling. The mist here was thickest, swirling like smoke. "The heart," Thistle whispered, his voice thick with despair. He fluttered weakly to the base of the great oak, landing on a root. "See, the loom tree weakens, the pool remembers only sorrow, the song, it's almost gone." He slumped, his iridescent wings drooping. "The compass led you, Finn, but what can we do? The silence is too deep." Finn stood at the edge of the glade, the whisperwood compass burning warmly against his palm, its light a defiant beacon in the gloom. He felt the immense sadness of the place, the weight of forgotten connections. He thought of his drooping moon petals, of the village elders dismissing the mist as just weather, of Thistle's loneliness. He thought of his grandmother's stories filled with laughter shared under these very trees, of offerings of song and gratitude, of the woods and village woven together. Suddenly, the compass pulsed intensely. Its light flared not outwards but inwards, bathing Finn in its pearly radiance. An image filled his mind, not a spell or a chant, but a feeling. A memory. The pure, simple joy he felt when his moon petals bloomed under the stars, the connection he felt to the tiny plants. He remembered Thistle's face when he'd accepted the berry, the flicker of surprise and connection. The answer wasn't force. It wasn't just Thistle's duty. It was connection. It was sharing the light inside, the small joys, the memories. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked slowly towards the murky memory pool. He knelt beside it, ignoring the cold dampness seeping through his trousers. He placed his hands on the compass, its warmth flowing into him. Closing his eyes, he didn't try to sing a grand song. Instead, he focused on a single, quiet memory. He pictured his grandmother's face, kind and lined, as she showed him how to plant the first moonpetal seed. He felt the cool earth under his small fingers, the anticipation, the shared wonder when the first silver shoot emerged. He poured that feeling, the warmth, the love, the simple joy of growth and connection into the compass. The milky stone blazed. A beam of pure, soft light, warm like starlight, shot from the compass and touched the surface of the murky memory pool. Where the light touched, the murkiness cleared, like ink dispersing in clean water. For a moment, the image of Finn's grandmother smiling, holding the tiny seedling, shimmered on the pool's surface. A soft gasp came from Thistle. Finn opened his eyes. The cleared patch of water glowed faintly. The discordant thrumming lessened just a fraction. Hope, fragile but real, flickered in Thistle's amber eyes. Thistle, Finn called softly. Your turn, think of something good, something joyful you remember here. Thistle hesitated, then fluttered closer to the pool. He looked uncertain, then closed his eyes. He thought, Finn imagined, of sunbeams dappling the glade, of the crystal trees ablaze with light, perhaps of a time when other voices filled the air. A low, hesitant hum started in Thistle's chest, rough at first, then smoothing into a deep, resonant tone. It wasn't a song with words, but a pure note of remembrance and belonging. As he hummed, a tiny spark of iridescent blue light, like a captured firefly, drifted from him and touched the pool beside Finn's clearing patch. The water there cleared too, showing a fleeting image of the glade bathed in golden sunlight. Encouraged, Finn focused again. He thought of the first time he saw a shooting star, the awe that filled him. Another beam of light, another patch of the pool cleared, shimmering with starry reflections. Thistle, gaining confidence, hummed louder, recalling the scent of rain on hot earth in the glade, releasing another spark of blue light. Finn remembered the taste of wild strawberries Thistle had shown him, the burst of sweetness. Light. Thistle remembered the feeling of the wind under his wings on a clear day. Light. They worked together, boy and keeper, kneeling by the pool. Finn shared quiet human joys, the comfort of a warm hearth on a rainy night, the smell of baking bread, the sound of his grandmother's laughter. Thistle poured in the deep, ancient joys of the forest, the unfurling of a fern, the chatter of squirrels at dawn, the silent strength of the oldest trees. Each memory, each spark of joy, each moment of connection, channeled through the whisperwood compass, became a beam of light or a spark of blue energy that touched the memory pool, clearing the murkiness patch by patch. The discordant thrumming faded, replaced by a soft, harmonious hum that rose from the pool itself, weaving together their disparate melodies. As the pool cleared, reflecting not sorrow but the shared tapestry of their memories and joys, the change rippled outward. The crystals embedded in the surrounding trees began to glow brighter, their light pulsing in time with the hum. The gray tinge receded from the loom tree's leaves, replaced by a vibrant, healthy green. The moss at its base turned emerald and plush. The mist within the glade didn't vanish, but it thinned dramatically, becoming a soft, luminous haze that diffused the growing light beautifully. The air itself felt lighter, warmer, alive with the returning song of the weave, a complex, beautiful melody woven from rustling leaves, trickling water, insect buzz, bird calls tentatively starting again in the distance, and the deep, resonant hum of the loom tree itself, strengthened by their offering. Finn and Thistle sat back, exhausted but filled with a profound, quiet awe. The glimmering glade was still regaining its strength, but the heart was beating again, strong and steady. The whisperwood compass in Finn's hand was warm but calm, its light soft and constant, the milky stone glowing with a serene inner light. The needle pointed steadily towards the great oak. "We did it," Finn breathed, his voice barely a whisper. Thistle looked around, his amber eyes wide, reflecting the burgeoning light. He looked at Finn, the suspicion gone, replaced by a depth of gratitude and newfound respect. "We did," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "The song, it remembers, the connection, it lives." He fluttered up and landed gently on Finn's shoulder, a surprising but comforting weight. "You brought the lost voice, Finn, the voice of remembering, the voice of the heart." The journey back felt different. The whispering woods were still healing, but the oppressive silence was gone. Birds tentatively sang melodies. Streams chuckled over stones, clearer now. The mist had receded to the deepest hollows, no longer threatening the village boundary. The gray, dead patches were smaller, showing signs of green shoots pushing through. The compass guided them, but its pull was gentle, content. Finn carried it not just as a guide, but as a symbol of the bond forged. When they finally emerged from the tree line near Finn's cottage, dawn was painting the sky in streaks of pink and gold. Finn's grandmother stood in the garden, her face lined with worry that melted into disbelief, and then radiant joy. For there in Finn's moonpetal patch, every single flower had unfurled fully, their silvery petals glowing with an ethereal light even in the dawn, healthier and more luminous than they had been in years. The creeping gray mist was gone from the village edge. Finn ran to her, Thistle fluttering discreetly to perch on the garden fence, watching. Finn poured out the tale, the compass, the sick woods, Thistle, the fading glade, the journey, the memory pool, the sharing of memories and light. His grandmother listened, tears glistening in her eyes. She nodded slowly. "The old bond," she whispered. "We forgot to listen, we forgot to share our song." News spread through Meadowbrook, not with alarm, but with wonder. Finn, once the quiet boy, became a bridge. He showed the elders the whisperwood compass, though it only glowed warmly for him and his grandmother, and he spoke of Thistle and the glimmering glade. Hesitantly at first, then with growing enthusiasm, villagers began to visit the edge of the whispering woods. Not to take, but to listen. To leave simple offerings of song or stories, or well wishes whispered to the wind. Children left drawings of the woods. The blacksmith, inspired, forged a small wind chime with leaves and acorns, and hung it where the breeze caught it, adding its gentle melody to the forest's edge. Finn visited Thistle often. Sometimes Thistle would grumble about soft-skin noise, but he always met Finn by the old oak stump, and sometimes he'd even venture closer to the village, hidden in the twilight, listening to the laughter and songs drifting out. The keeper was no longer alone. The weave grew stronger, fed by the renewed connection. Finn kept the whisperwood compass on his windowsill. It no longer tugged him into the deep woods, but it often glowed softly, especially on nights when the moon petals bloomed, or when he sat quietly, remembering his journey. It was a reminder that the greatest magic wasn't in grand spells or hidden powers, but in the quiet courage to listen, the willingness to reach out to the unexpected, and the simple, profound power of sharing joy and memory. It reminded him that even the smallest voice, when woven together with others in kindness and understanding, could mend a broken song and light the way home. The mist never returned to Meadowbrook's edge. The whispering woods thrived, a symphony of life once more, its song a gentle counterpoint to the village sounds. And on quiet nights, if you listened very carefully near the old oak stump, you might hear the deep, contented hum of a keeper, and the soft, answering laughter of a boy who had discovered that friendship and understanding could bloom in the most unexpected places, and that every heart, no matter how small or seemingly different, holds a light that can help heal the world. Sleep now, little one, wrapped in the warmth of that knowing. The fire crackles low, the rain whispers on the roof, and the world is full of quiet, interconnected magic. Dream well. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows that seem to beckon you deeper into the story. Tonight we journey to the heart of the Elderglen, an ancient forest where time moves like the slow, deep breaths of the earth itself. Here, beneath a sky thick with stars, moonlight doesn't just fall. It weaves itself into the very air, turning spiderwebs into silver lace and dewdrops into scattered diamonds. And when the world sleeps, the Elderglen truly wakes, humming with a quiet, profound magic. Our tale begins with a small, rather weary hedgehog named Fern. Fern was usually a creature of dusk and dawn, but tonight, a strange restlessness prickled beneath her spines. Sleep eluded her. Her cozy burrow, lined with fragrant dried clover and downy milkweed silk, felt strangely confining. Outside, the forest sighed a long, low sound like the earth settling. It wasn't just the wind in the pines, it was the trees themselves, murmuring in their slow, woody language. Fern knew this language, as all true dwellers of the Elderglen did. It spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden springs, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, and tonight it spoke of a subtle shift, a sigh of change carried on the cool air. Pushing aside her mossy door, Fern stepped into the silvered night. The air was crisp, tasting of frost to come and damp earth. Moonbeams thick as cream poured through the canopy, illuminating a path of moss-covered stones that gleamed like polished jade. Each step she took released the scent of crushed thyme and damp loam. Nearby, the whispering brook babbled its endless song, a constant, soothing counterpoint to the rustling leaves overhead. Its language was one of movement and connection, tales of mountain snowmelt, journeys through sun-dappled glades, and the secrets carried by minnows. Fern paused by the brook, dipping her snout to drink. The water was achingly cold and sweet. As the ripples settled, she saw reflected not just the moon, but clusters of tiny, soft green lights clinging to the undersides of broad ferns nearby. Moon moss, it was called, glowing with its own gentle bioluminescence, like captured starlight. The sight calmed her a little, but the restless feeling persisted, a quiet hum beneath her fur. Trouble sleeping, little root tapper. The voice was deep, soft, and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It vibrated through the soles of Fern's paws. She looked up into the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, wider than 10 hedgehogs laid nose to tail. High above, 2 great luminous eyes blinked slowly. Silas, the elder owl. He was as much a part of the forest as the bedrock beneath it, his feathers the color of tree bark and shadow, his face etched with the wisdom of countless seasons. Silas, Fern whispered, her voice small in the vast quiet. The trees, they sigh differently tonight, and the stones feel expectant. She placed a small paw on a large, smooth stone warmed slightly by the day's sun. It hummed faintly, a low, resonant thrum she felt rather than heard. The stone spoke the oldest language of pressure, time, and stillness. Silas tilted his great head, moonlight catching the silver edges of his feathers. They do, little one, they speak of the great turning. The season of deep sleep draws near. The forest prepares to rest, to dream beneath the frost. He ruffled his feathers softly, the sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. Restlessness before the quiet is natural. It is the forest gathering its breath, settling its accounts. But why does it make me feel so adrift? Fern asked, tracing the cool, damp moss on the stone. A gentle breeze sighed through the leaves above, a suzerainty that sounded like distant, whispered secrets. Listen, listen. Perhaps, Silas mused, his voice a soothing rumble, the forest senses you have not yet found your piece of the puzzle. Every creature, every leaf, every drop in the brook has a role in the turning. What small task waits for Fern? Fern thought. She gathered seeds, she tended the moss near her burrow, she listened to the brook's stories. But Silas's words resonated. There was a feeling, a quiet pull, like the tug of the moon on the tides, drawing her deeper into the Elderglen, towards the starlight clearing a place rarely visited, except on nights of potent magic. Follow the moon path, Silas suggested gently, not commanding, but offering a key. Listen to the stones, they remember the way. With a soft whoosh of silent wings, he melted back into the shadows of the oak, leaving Fern with the comforting sounds of the night. The drip, drip, drip of sap from a pine, the distant plink of a water drop falling into a still pool, the soft crunch of her own paws on the frost-kissed moss. Taking a deep breath, Fern set off. She followed the broadest moonbeam, a river of silver light cutting through the trees. She paused often, placing her paw on the cool, smooth stones that marked the path. Each hummed its own unique note, a deep bass thrum from a granite boulder, a higher, crystalline chime from a piece of quartz. Together, they formed a silent melody guiding her steps. The whispering brook's voice grew fainter, replaced by the deeper sigh of older trees, ancient beeches whose bark felt like cooled leather beneath her touch, murmuring of long summers and deep winters endured. The air grew colder, sharper, smelling of damp stone, and something else, something sweet and faintly electric. The forest grew denser, the canopy thicker, yet the moonlight seemed brighter here, concentrated. Fern pushed through a curtain of hanging moss, beads of moisture glistening like tiny moons, and gasped. The starlight clearing lived up to its name. It wasn't large, but the canopy opened completely to the vast, star-strewn sky. The Milky Way arched overhead, a river of diamond dust. But the true wonder lay below. The entire clearing floor was carpeted in luminous blue and green moss, pulsing with a soft, internal light. Giant, translucent mushrooms like frozen moonbeams glowed with a gentle white radiance, casting long, soft shadows. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Fern had seen, drifted lazily, their golden light weaving patterns in the air. It was pure, breathtaking bioluminescence, a secret heart of light held within the sleeping forest. In the very center of the clearing stood a figure Fern had only heard tales of, Elderroot, the oldest tree in the Elderglen. Not an oak or a beech, but a colossal willow. Its trunk was a tapestry of gnarled bark, silvered by moonlight and time. Its long, trailing branches, tipped with the last golden leaves of autumn, swept the glowing moss like gentle fingers. The air around it shimmered faintly, humming with an ancient, peaceful power. Fern approached slowly, awestruck. The humming of the stones was louder here, harmonizing with a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from Elderroot itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt in the bones, a slow, steady pulse like the heartbeat of the earth. Welcome, child of the turning earth, the voice wasn't spoken. It blossomed directly in Fern's mind, warm and deep as rich soil, as comforting as the crackle of the fire you hear now. You feel the sigh of the great turning. Yes, Elderroot, Fern whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Silas said, I might have a piece of the puzzle. A sense of profound understanding washed over her, like sinking into warm, sun-baked earth. Look, the voice resonated. Fern looked down at her feet, amidst the glowing moss. Nestled there, almost hidden, were clusters of tiny, perfect berries. They weren't glowing themselves, but they reflected the starlight and the bioluminescent moss with an intense, silvery sheen. Moonberries. Rare, precious, said to hold the essence of the autumn moon. They have ripened under the turning moon, Elderroot's thought flowed. Their time is now, before the deep frost seals the forest sleep. They carry the dream seeds of renewal. They must be shared, scattered where the sleepers dream, so their essence nourishes the roots of spring. Fern understood. This was the quiet task. The restlessness had been the forest's gentle nudge, the sighing trees and expectant stones its subtle directions. She carefully, reverently, began to pluck the moonberries. They were cool and smooth in her paws, smelling faintly of frost and distant stars. The clearing watched her, the glowing moss pulsed softly, the fireflies danced intricate patterns above, the ancient willow hummed its deep, grounding song. The gentle patter of a light, icy rain began, kissing the leaves high above. a soothing, rhythmic whisper adding to the symphony of the night. She gathered a small pouchful, the berries shining like captured starlight. As she worked, a profound peace settled over her, deeper than any sleep. The restlessness melted away, replaced by a warm sense of purpose, of being perfectly woven into the Elderglen's grand tapestry. She was part of the sigh, part of the turning. Well done, little keeper, Elder Root's thought brushed her mind like a trailing willow branch. Carry the moon's promise to the dreamers. The forest rests easier knowing its treasures are tended. Fern bowed her head, a deep feeling of gratitude filling her small chest. She turned, the pouch of moonberries held gently. The path back seemed clearer now, the stones humming a comforting, familiar tune. The rain fell a little heavier, a soft shush-shush-shush on the canopy, but beneath the trees, Fern walked in a pocket of quiet peace. She stopped by the whispering brook, scattering a few moonberries along its banks. They gleamed like fallen stars against the dark water, destined to nourish the roots of water plants dreaming below. She left some near the entrance to the rabbit warren, where deep sleepers would unknowingly breathe in their renewing essence. Finally, she placed a few precious berries near her own burrow entrance, a promise for the spring to come. Her task complete, Fern slipped back inside her cozy burrow. The scent of clover and milkweed welcomed her. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a delicious, bone-deep weariness. The forest sighs outside were no longer unsettling, but a gentle lullaby, the sigh of contentment, of settling into rest. The drip-drip-drip of rain from the eaves, the distant murmur of the brook, the deep, resonant hum of the resting earth, it was a symphony of peace. She curled into her nest, the pouch of remaining moonberries glowing softly beside her, a tiny piece of the starlight clearing brought home. Outside, the Elderglen settled deeper into its seasonal slumber. The moonberries, scattered and nestled into the earth, began their quiet work, weaving dreams of green shoots and warm sun into the fabric of the frozen months. The great turning was complete. Fern closed her eyes, her breath slowing, matching the deep, restful rhythm of the ancient forest. She drifted into sleep, not adrift, but anchored, cradled by the wisdom of owls and trees, the language of stones and streams, and the soft, luminous promise of renewal that glowed even in the deepest dark. The fire crackles softly now, mirroring the gentle pulse of the Elderglen's heart, a reminder that even in stillness life dreams and prepares, ever so gently, to bloom again. Sleep well, little dreamer, sleep well. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth. It was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit, reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. An old grandfather mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossback basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossback, Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick, the glimmerflies are sad, the air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen, the balance shifts, the amber season's magic is waning, but this is different, a blockage, a knot in the forest's flow. He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. Willow, Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. Fern, the song it's choked. A great sadness sits upstream near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish. Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. I saw it from above, he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The waters backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. Grandfather Mossback said we need to help, but how? It looks too big. Willow patted the water gently. Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet. She looked at Pip. Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones. Pip bobbed his head. On my way. He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. And Fern, Willow continued, find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared. Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. A blockage at the sentinel, that explains the restless whispers in the roots, Acorn mused, tapping a claw. The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines. By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. Careful now, rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. Don't let the mudslide downstream, steady. The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by acorns' sharp commands. Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free. Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them, one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots, trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already. Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again. Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night, the harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored. As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender waterroot stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmerflies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the whispering woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood. Caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Leela, with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. "Lost little wanderer?" it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Leela shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. "Ah, found then, follow the lichens' laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night." The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Leela encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. "What's north of north?" it burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. "Trade you," it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Leela had tied around her wrist. She hesitated. The ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor: courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. "I still sleep with my socks on," she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue still for 7 full minutes. "Time isn't a river here," chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. "It's a puddle, splashable." Leela's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. "Ah," crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. The map-handed child, "We've been waiting." The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound. The low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. "To pass," murmured the willow, "you must give what the woods already gave you." Leela knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands. The star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered 3 symbols: a fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you. The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Leela could only glimpse sideways, a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. Take a thread, whispered the petal's light. Mend what's fraying. Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Leela stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. Well, it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered, a lichened chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through. The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Leela's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the Crystal Vale woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood, courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on. Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Leela asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. In the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true self when the sun had long since retired. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic so gentle it felt like a whispered secret. On this particular evening, a young hedgehog named Thistle was feeling unusually restless. The crisp autumn air carried a new chill, one that spoke of coming changes, and the familiar rustle of leaves seemed to hold a different melody, one of farewell rather than lullaby. Thistle's cozy burrow, usually a haven of contentment, felt suddenly too small, too quiet. A longing stirred within her, a desire to understand the shift she felt in the world around her. Venturing out into the moon-dappled clearing near her home, Thistle paused to watch the dance of fireflies, their bioluminescent bodies painting golden trails against the indigo night. It was then that she noticed the oldest inhabitant of the forest, a great horned owl named Alistair, perched on a low-hanging branch of the grandfather oak, his feathers silvered by the moon, his eyes holding the depth of 1,000 starry nights. "You feel it too, little one," Alistair said, his voice not a sound so much as a vibration that seemed to resonate through the very moss beneath Thistle's paws. It was a voice like velvet, like the distant rumble of a gentle thunder, and it held no judgment, only understanding. Thistle nodded, her small nose twitching. "The forest feels different tonight. The streams babble a sadder song, and the stones seem to be holding their breath." Alistair's great eyes softened. "The seasons are turning. Autumn is preparing to surrender to winter. It is a time of releasing, of quieting, but it is not an ending, merely a different kind of beginning." He inclined his head toward a path Thistle had never noticed before, one lined with luminous mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue light. "Would you like to understand the language of the forest, to hear what the trees, the streams, and the stones have to say about this change?" With a heart full of curiosity and a whisper of trepidation, Thistle followed Alastair as he glided silently ahead, his wings making no more sound than a shadow shifting. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining like old friends sharing secrets. As they walked, Alastair taught Thistle how to listen, not with her ears alone, but with her entire being. He showed her how to place her paw upon the trunk of a willow and feel the slow, deep thrum of its lifeblood, a vibration that spoke of resilience and patience. "Trees speak in the language of growth and stillness," Alastair murmured. "They teach us that there is strength in both reaching for the light and in resting in the dark." Soon they came to a small, clear stream that chuckled over smooth, water-worn stones. Alastair gestured for Thistle to sit beside it. "Listen to the water," he instructed. "It never clutches to what it has passed. It simply moves, adapts, and continues its journey. The stream sings of letting go." Thistle closed her eyes and did as she was told. At first she heard only the pleasant babble of water over rock, but as she focused, the sounds began to form patterns, like a melody. She heard the joy of the stream as it danced around a large stone, the gentle sigh as it pooled in a quiet eddy, the excited rush as it tumbled down a small cascade. It was a song of constant motion, of acceptance. Next, Alastair led her to a circle of ancient moss-covered stones that stood in a starlit clearing. The air here was still and carried the rich, earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. "Place your forehead against the stone," the owl said softly. "The stones remember. They hold the memories of the forest." Thistle pressed her small head to the cool, rough surface of the largest stone. For a moment there was only silence. Then a warmth spread through her and images flickered in her mind. Summers of abundant sunshine, winters of deep, protective snow, the endless cycle of life unfolding in quiet majesty. The stones spoke not in words but in feelings, of permanence, of patience, of being deeply rooted while the world changed around them. As they continued their journey, the forest revealed its nocturnal wonders. Glowing lichen clung to the north sides of trees, like nature's own constellations. A family of foxes paused to regard them with intelligent, kind eyes before melting back into the shadows. Overhead, the leaves of the aspen trees trembled in a soft breeze, creating a sound like gentle rainfall, a natural ASMR that soothed Thistle's restless spirit. But as they reached the heart of the forest, a vast clearing where the moonlight pooled so brightly it seemed almost daylight, Thistle felt a pang of sadness. The magnificent bioluminescent fungi that usually carpeted the clearing were beginning to dim, their light fading like dying embers. The air, once warm and buzzing with life, now held a sharper edge. "It is happening," she whispered, her voice small. "The magic is fading." Alastair settled beside her on a fallen log covered in velvet moss. "Look closer, little one." As Thistle watched, she noticed that as one light faded, another took its place. Tiny, ice-like crystals were beginning to form on the branches of the surrounding fir trees, catching the moonlight and scattering it into 1,000 prismatic sparks. The stream at the edge of the clearing, which had been laughing freely, now moved with a slower, more deliberate grace, its surface beginning to crust with the first delicate lace of ice. "The forest does not die," Alastair said, his voice a gentle rumble. "It rests, it dreams, and in its dreams it gathers strength for the renewal to come. The magic is not fading, it is changing its form." He explained how the winter would blanket the forest in silence and snow, a time for roots to deepen, for seeds to sleep and gather potential, for the earth to breathe out and then in again. Just as you retreat to your burrow for long sleeps, the entire forest enters a period of quiet contemplation. It is necessary. It is wise. As if to emphasize his words, a soft snow began to fall, large, lazy flakes that drifted down like feathers, muffling the world in a peaceful hush. Thistle watched, mesmerized, as the snow settled on her spines, on Alistair's feathers, on the glowing mushrooms and the crystal-laden trees. The forest was being tucked in, and the feeling was not one of loss, but of profound comfort. She understood now. The sadness she had felt was not an end, but a part of the cycle, a gentle release, like the trees letting go of their leaves. It made the return of spring all the sweeter, the rebirth all the more magical. With a heart full of newfound peace, Thistle thanked Alistair, whose eyes twinkled with approval. Remember this night, little one, whenever change unsettles you, listen for the language of the forest. It will always guide you back to peace. The journey back to her burrow was transformed. Thistle heard the soft crunch of snow underfoot as a winter lullaby. The sigh of the wind through the pine needles was a whispered promise of comfort. Even the distant hoot of Alistair, bidding her good night, felt like a blanket of reassurance. She reached her burrow just as the snow began to fall in earnest, draping the world in a pristine white quilt. Curling into her nest of dry leaves and soft moss, Thistle felt no more restlessness, only a deep and abiding contentment. The crackle of the frost outside was not a threat, but a natural rhythm. The silence was not empty, but full of potential. As she drifted into sleep, she knew that the ancient forest was not slumbering helplessly, but dreaming powerfully, gathering its magic for the day the sun would return and the cycle would begin anew. And in her own dreams, she spoke the language of the trees, the streams, and the stones, forever part of the gentle, eternal dance of rest and renewal. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock, tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. Mr. Thistledown. Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mister." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. "HMPH," Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. Lonely ticker, eh? Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose. He pecked gently at the watch chain. Follow me. Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. Hold it there. Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Clara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. Here, here, Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. Just quiet, Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. It's Whiskers, he sobbed. My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere. Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look. He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. Whiskers. Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, where is she? Help us find her. The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. She's here. Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley cradled by whispering hills, a place where cobblestone paths wound between houses with thatched roofs that glowed softly under the moon. Magic here wasn't loud or flashy. It was the warm scent of cinnamon buns drifting from Mistress Gable's bakery at dawn, the way fireflies pulsed in perfect harmony with the village clock tower's chime, and the gentle hum of contentment that seemed to rise from the very earth. Young Theo, whose freckles looked like scattered cinnamon dust, loved Willowbrook most of all for its quiet magic, especially the nightly dance of the fireflies that painted the dusk with streaks of warm gold. But one cool autumn evening, as Theo sat on his doorstep watching the sky deepen from lavender to indigo, he noticed something unsettling. What could be dampening magic? That, Silas said, standing up and brushing cedar shavings from his worn trousers, is the heart of our little mystery. An observation, young Theo, is the key to any puzzle. Are you ready for a moonlit walk? Together, with Fern flitting ahead like a shadow, they followed the path alongside the brook. The water, usually chuckling merrily, seemed to flow more sluggishly. As they neared the crystal springs, the air grew cooler still, and Theo felt a strange hush fall, like the woods were holding their breath. The familiar, comforting hum of magic was faint, muffled. The springs were a small, clear pool fed by water trickling down a mossy rock face. Moonlight should have fractured into 1,000 dancing diamonds on its surface. Instead, the pool looked dull, lifeless. And clustered on the rocks surrounding the pool, Theo saw them, hundreds of fireflies. But they weren't flying. They sat huddled together, their lights flickering weakly, like distant stars obscured by cloud. They're here. Theo breathed, his heart aching at their dim glow. But why won't they fly? Silas knelt by the water's edge, his brow furrowed. Look closely, Theo, not just at the fireflies. Look at the water, look at the rocks. Listen. Theo knelt beside him. He looked. The water wasn't just sluggish, it seemed thicker, almost syrupy near the edges. He saw patches of a strange, dark, slimy substance clinging to the rocks below the waterline. It looked like thick, wet ash. He sniffed the air. Underneath the clean scent of pine and damp earth was a faint, unpleasant odor, sour and metallic, like old pennies left in the rain. He listened. The gentle trickle of the spring was almost silent, choked. "What is that slime?" Theo whispered, pointing. "And that smell, it's wrong." Fern, the moss spriggan, chittered anxiously from Theo's shoulder, pointing a tiny finger emphatically at the dark patches. "Ah," Silas murmured, a spark of understanding in his eyes. "That, Theo, is bog-rot sludge, very rare, very troublesome. It seeps up from deep underground where minerals clash poorly. It's like a heavy blanket thrown over magic. It dampens sound, dims light, and makes the water heavy and lifeless. It explains everything. The fireflies need the pure, lively water and the bright magic of the springs to power their flight and light," Theo realized, the pieces clicking together. "The sludge is smothering it, but how do we get rid of it? It looks stuck fast." Silas smiled gently. "Bogrot sludge is stubborn, but it has a weakness. It fears pure vibration, clear sound, like laughter or music, especially music played with true heart, which carries its own kind of magic, but it needs to be focused right at the source." Theo thought hard. He wasn't much of a musician. He patted his pocket, his fingers closing around his smooth, worry stone. Then he remembered something. "Silas, the village bell, the harmony bell in the clock tower. It rings pure and clear every hour. Could its sound reach here?" Silas's smile widened. "An excellent thought, Theo. The harmony bell's sound carries far on the night air, but it needs a little encouragement to reach this deeply into the woods with enough strength. We need an amplifier, a conductor for its pure note." Fern suddenly leapt from Theo's shoulder and scurried towards a cluster of tall, slender reeds growing near the spring. Moonlight glinted off their smooth stalks. Fern tapped one reed, then another, making a soft, hollow talk sound. "The whisper reeds," Silas exclaimed. "Of course, they channel sound, make it travel farther and clearer. Fern, you clever sprout, if we can get the sound of the harmony bell to resonate through these reeds, aimed right at the sludge." The plan formed quickly. Silas knew the woods and could move silently. He would hurry back to the village square, timing his arrival just before the next hour. He would explain the plan to Old Man Hemlock, who tended the clock tower. When the bell struck, Silas would focus all his quiet intention, his deep connection to Willowbrook's magic, on sending that clear, resonant bong towards the crystal springs. Theo's job was to stay with Fern. As the bell's sound approached, Silas assured him he would feel it coming. Theo needed to gently stroke the whisper reeds in sequence, starting from the tallest, guiding the sound wave towards the pool, just like directing water down a channel. Fern would help him know which reed to touch next. Theo waited nervously by the silent pool, the huddled fireflies casting only the faintest glow. Fern perched on his knee, a comforting, velvety weight. The woods felt vast and quiet. Then, just as the moon reached its highest point, Theo felt it. A faint tremor in the air, a deep, pure feeling rather than a sound, vibrating through the ground and up his legs. It was the distant echo of the harmony bell, carrying Silas's focused hope. "Now, Theo." Silas's voice seemed to whisper on the vibration itself. Theo took a deep breath, remembering his grandmother's calm wisdom. He focused on the pure note resonating within him, the sound of home and harmony. Gently guided by Fern's tiny nudges, he began to stroke the whisper reeds. Tallest first, with a soft, steady sweep of his hand. Swoosh. Then the next tallest. Swoosh. Then the next. Swoosh. As Theo touched each reed, it seemed to hum, capturing the distant bell note and sending it onwards, clearer and stronger. The focused wave of pure sound, amplified and directed by the reeds, swept over the crystal springs pool. It hit the dark bog-rot sludge clinging to the rocks. A remarkable thing happened. The sludge didn't melt or vanish in a puff of smoke. Instead, it shivered, like a ripple moving through thick jelly. Then it began to contract, pulling away from the rocks, retreating from the clear water. It shriveled slightly, losing its oily sheen, turning drier, grayer. As it shrank back, the clear spring water bubbled up more vigorously, pushing the retreating sludge aside. The sour, metallic smell lifted, replaced by the clean, mineral scent of fresh water and damp moss. The hush dissolved, replaced by the joyful gurgle of the spring and the rustling of leaves in a suddenly fresher breeze. The effect on the fireflies was instant and magical. As the sludge retreated and the pure magic of the springs surged back, their dim lights brightened. One by one, then in joyful clusters, they lifted from the rocks. Their wings, no longer heavy with stifled magic, buzzed with renewed energy. Their lights pulsed first tentatively, then stronger, brighter, warmer, until the clearing was filled with a swirling constellation of gold. They danced above the now sparkling, diamond-dusted pool, their light reflecting brilliantly in the pure water. Theo laughed, pure relief and wonder bubbling up inside him. Fern chittered happily, doing a little jig on the moss. The fireflies swirled around them in a silent, luminous thank you. Silas appeared at the edge of the clearing, a broad smile on his face. "Well done, young observer, well done indeed. You listened, you looked, you thought, and you acted with a calm heart. That's the best kind of magic." Walking back towards Willowbrook, Theo, Silas, and Fern were accompanied by a glorious escort. The fireflies flew ahead and alongside, a river of golden light flowing back towards the village. As they emerged from the woods, the villagers, drawn outside by the returning glow, gasped in delight. The golden light washed over the meadow, touching the tightly closed buds of the night-blooming glories. As the fireflies pulsed in their familiar, comforting rhythm, the beautiful white flowers began to slowly, gracefully unfurl, releasing their sweet, calming perfume into the night air. A collective sigh of peace settled over Willowbrook. Restless dreams were soothed away. Later, sitting again on his doorstep with a cup of warm milk, Theo watched the fireflies dance. He held his worry stone, now warm not from worry, but from contentment. The mystery had been solved not with force, but with careful watching, kind help from friends like Fern and Silas, and the pure, shared magic of their home amplified by a bell and some clever reeds. He learned that sometimes the quietest things, a strange smell, a dim light, a hush in the woods, hold the biggest clues. And that solutions often lie in connection, connecting observations, connecting with wise friends, and connecting with the gentle, resilient magic all around. The air was sweet with night-blooming glory, the fireflies painted golden paths on the velvet dark, and the soft chime of the harmony bell echoed faintly, a reminder of the pure note that had cleared the shadows. Theo smiled, the cozy magic of Willowbrook wrapping around him like a soft blanket, and knew that all was well. The gentle hum of the sleeping village was the most comforting sound of all. Deep within the ancient forest of Eldermere, where the moon poured its silver light like liquid through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true nature when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic as old as the stars themselves. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy like a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, a young fox named Kalen ventured further than he ever had before. His russet fur was brushed with silver moonbeams, and his paws made no sound on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves. He was following a trail of softly glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle blue light, their bioluminescence creating a pathway through the deepening shadows. Kalen had heard the elders speak of the Heartwood Glade, a place where the magic of the forest gathered most strongly, where the trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Though his heart beat with a mixture of trepidation and wonder, he felt drawn forward by an invisible thread of curiosity. As he walked, the forest came alive around him. Fireflies wove patterns of gold in the air, their light mingling with the silver moonbeams filtering through the leaves. The stream that meandered through the woods babbled a soothing melody, each ripple and eddy forming words in the ancient language of water, a language that spoke of journeys to distant lands and the comfort of returning home. Kalen paused by the stream, dipping his nose to the cool, clear water. As he drank, he heard the stones beneath the surface humming a low, resonant tune. They told of patience, of being worn smooth by time and water, of holding fast through seasons of flood and drought. The young fox felt a sense of peace wash over him, as refreshing as the water itself. But soon the path grew darker, the trees closer together. Kalen realized he had wandered into a part of the forest where the moonlight struggled to penetrate. The glowing mushrooms had faded, and an unease settled in his chest. The gentle rustle of leaves now sounded like whispers of warning, and the familiar creak of branches seemed like sighs of concern. It was then that a soft voice spoke from above, gentle as the rustle of silk. "You have journeyed far from your den, little one." Kalen looked up to see a great horned owl perched on a moss-covered branch. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes held the depth of the night sky, sprinkled with flecks of gold that seemed to capture the starlight. This was Lyra, the eldest of the nocturnal guardians, whose wisdom was as vast as the forest itself. "I was following the light," Kalen explained, his voice barely a whisper. "I wanted to see the Heartwood Glade." Lyra blinked slowly, her gaze kind. "The path to wisdom is not always illuminated, young seeker. Sometimes we must walk through shadows to appreciate the light." She extended one wing, gesturing for him to continue alongside her. "Come, the forest has lessons for those willing to listen with more than just their ears." Together they moved deeper into the woods. Lyra flew silently from tree to tree, while Kalen followed below. As they traveled, the owl taught him how to listen to the language of the forest, how the different rustles of leaves conveyed messages, how the pitch of the wind through pine needles differed from its song through oak leaves, how the pattern of rainfall on various surfaces created a symphony of soft percussion. "Every element has its voice," Lyra explained as they paused by a particularly ancient oak. "Place your paw here against the bark." Kalen did as instructed, and to his amazement, he felt a gentle vibration through his pads, a slow, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the forest itself. The trees' whispers filled his mind, not with words but with feelings. The joy of spring buds unfurling, the contentment of summer shade, the release of autumn leaves, the deep rest of winter dormancy. "All things move in cycles," Lyra said softly. "To everything there is a season of growth and a season of rest. Neither is more important than the other." As they continued, the forest began to change around them. The trees grew taller and broader, their branches intertwining to form a natural cathedral overhead. Bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated their path. Then, through a natural archway of weeping willow branches, they stepped into the Heartwood Glade. Kalen caught his breath. The clearing was circular, surrounded by ancient trees whose bark shimmered with what appeared to be embedded starlight. At the center stood a magnificent silver birch that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The air hummed with magic, and the very ground beneath his paws felt alive with energy. But as Kalen stepped forward to approach the birch, he noticed something concerning. One side of the glorious tree appeared slightly faded, its leaves lacking the vibrant silver sheen of the others. A cluster of the glowing mushrooms at its base had dimmed to a faint pulse rather than their steady glow. The tree is unwell, Kalen observed, his heart sinking. Lyra alighted on a low branch nearby. The seasons have been unkind this year. The rains came too fiercely in spring, washing away much of the nutrient-rich soil from its roots. Then the summer sun burned too hot for too long. The tree has given its energy to protect the younger saplings around it, and now it struggles to replenish itself. Kalen looked at the weary tree, then at the vibrant forest around them. What can be done? The forest knows how to heal itself, Lyra said, but sometimes it needs assistance from those who walk its paths. Listen, what do you hear? Kalen closed his eyes, focusing all his attention. Beyond the obvious sounds of rustling leaves and distant owl calls, he began to discern subtler notes. The soft patter of beginning rainfall on leaves, the gurgle of a nearby spring, the faint crackle of energy from the bioluminescent plants. Then he heard it, a whisper from the stream that bordered the glade. It spoke of minerals and nourishment that flowed from the mountain peaks, of how the water could carry healing properties to where they were most needed if only something would guide it. The stream, Kalen said, opening his eyes. It can help, but it needs to be directed to the tree's roots. Lyra's golden eyes gleamed with approval. Wisdom often comes when we listen to the world around us rather than only to our own thoughts. With newfound purpose, Kalen set to work. Using his paws, he began to dig a small channel from the stream toward the silver birch. The earth was soft and fragrant, rich with the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. As he worked, other nocturnal creatures emerged from the shadows, drawn by the energy of the glade. A badger with stripes that shimmered like moonlight came to help move larger stones. Moths with wings like stained glass fluttered overhead, their gentle wing beats stirring the air. Even the fireflies gathered, forming a living chandelier that provided light for the work. As the gentle rain continued to fall, its patter on leaves creating a soothing rhythm, the stream began to flow along the new channel Kalen had created. The water swirled around the base of the silver birch, carrying with it the minerals and nourishment from distant mountains. Almost immediately, a change began to occur. The tree's faint glow intensified, pulsing in time with the forest's heartbeat. The faded leaves regained their silver sheen, catching the moonlight like countless tiny mirrors. The mushrooms at its base brightened, their blue light becoming steady and strong. But the most miraculous transformation happened next. As the tree drew nourishment from the water, it began to release tiny, glowing seeds that floated upward like reverse snowfall. Each seed pulsed with soft light as it rose, joining the fireflies and moths in a dazzling aerial dance. When they reached the height of the canopy, the seeds burst into delicate silver sparks that drifted slowly downward, settling on every plant and creature in the glade. Where the sparks landed, new bioluminescent flowers bloomed, their petals glowing with soft hues of blue, violet, and silver. The moss covering the stones brightened to an emerald green that seemed to radiate its own light. Even the animals found their fur or feathers dusted with temporary starlight that slowly faded to a soft glow. Kalen watched in awe as the entire glade transformed into a living tapestry of light and magic. The air itself seemed to shimmer, and the previously faint magical hum grew into a harmonious chord that resonated in his very bones. Lyra flew down to perch beside him. You see, young one, the forest gives freely to those who understand its language. By helping one tree, you have strengthened the entire glade. Kalen looked around at the revitalized clearing, then up at the wise owl. But I only dug a small channel, the stream did the healing. Lyra's beak seemed to curve in what might have been a smile. The stream contains the medicine, but direction was needed. Just as the forest provides wisdom, but we must choose to listen. Just as the seasons bring change, but we must learn to adapt. They sat in comfortable silence for a time, watching as the nocturnal creatures celebrated the renewal of the glade. The silver birch now stood radiant and strong, its branches swaying gently in a breeze that carried the scent of rain-washed forest and blooming night flowers. "Remember this night," Lyra said softly. "Remember that even in darkness there is light to be found. That rest is not idleness but preparation. That helping one part of the whole strengthens everything, and that the greatest magic often comes not from grand gestures, but from listening to the quiet voices around us." Kalen nodded, storing each word in his heart. He realized that his journey had not really been about reaching the Heartwood Glade, but about learning to hear the forest's song and understanding his place within its eternal cycles. As the night deepened toward dawn, the creatures began to return to their homes, their temporary starlight glow fading gently. The bioluminescent plants maintained their soft radiance, ensuring the glade would never again be without light, even on the darkest nights. Lyra offered to guide Kalen back to the familiar territory near his den. As they traveled, the young fox noticed that his understanding of the forest had changed. He could now distinguish the different whispers of trees, comprehend the babbling messages of streams, and feel the ancient patience in stones. The forest was no longer just a place he lived in. It was a living, breathing companion. When they reached the edge of his home territory, Lyra alighted on a low branch. "The night wanes and dawn approaches. Time for rest, little sage." Kalen looked up at the wise owl. "Thank you for guiding me." Lyra blinked slowly. "The guidance was always there in the forest itself. I merely helped you learn to listen. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with starlight and whispered wisdom." With that, the great owl took flight, disappearing silently into the pre-dawn shadows. Kalen returned to his den, a cozy space between the roots of a grandfather oak. As he curled up on his bed of soft leaves and moss, he could still hear the gentle sounds of the waking forest, the softening rainfall, the distant stream's song, the sigh of wind through leaves. Each sound wove together into a lullaby of natural ASMR that eased him into peaceful slumber. Outside, the first hints of dawn tinted the eastern sky with shades of rose and gold. The nocturnal creatures settled into their daytime rest, while the diurnal animals began to stir. The forest prepared for its daily transformation, just as it had for countless seasons before and would for countless seasons to come. And deep in his dreams, Kalen wandered through starlit clearings where trees shared ancient stories, streams offered refreshing wisdom, and stones hummed melodies of patience and persistence. He understood now that magic wasn't something rare or distant. It was present in every leaf, every drop of water, every breath of wind. It was the interconnectedness of all things, the cyclical dance of rest and renewal, the quiet language of nature that awaited only listening ears and willing hearts. The ancient forest of Eldermere continued its eternal rhythms, now with one more creature who understood its secret language, one more guardian who would listen to its whispers and help when needed. And in the heart of the woods, the Heartwood Glade pulsed with renewed energy, its silver birch standing tall and radiant, a testament to the power of listening, helping, and the magic that blossoms when creatures great and small work in harmony with the natural world. In a valley nestled between gentle, rolling hills, there lived a young boy named Kalen. His world was one of quiet routines, of helping his grandmother tend their small garden and listening to the old stories she would tell by the hearth each evening. But Kalen often felt a peculiar emptiness, a quiet yearning he couldn't quite name. It was as if a part of him was waiting, like a seed buried deep in winter soil, for a warmth it could not yet feel. One evening, as the autumn sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Kalen's grandmother placed a small, smooth stone in his palm. It was unremarkable at first glance, a simple gray river stone, cool to the touch. "This was your grandfather's," she said, her voice soft as the wool of her shawl. "He called it an ember stone. He said it held a memory of light." Kalen turned the stone over in his hand. It felt inert, just a rock. But that night, as he lay in his bed, a sliver of moonlight fell across the windowsill where he had placed it. And in the heart of the stone, a faint, warm glow began to pulse, soft and rhythmic, like a sleeping creature's breath. A gentle heat radiated from it, not enough to burn, but enough to comfort, like a sip of warm tea on a chilly evening. He fell asleep watching its gentle thrum, and for the first time in a long while his dreams were not of searching, but of a soft, golden light. The next morning the stone was cold and gray once more. But the memory of its glow stayed with Kalen, a quiet ember in his mind. He began to carry the stone with him, tucked safely in his pocket. Days turned into weeks, and the stone remained dormant, a silent companion. Yet Kalen found himself noticing more, the way the morning dew caught the light on a spider's web, the intricate pattern of frost on a leaf, the comforting scent of wood smoke that always clung to his grandmother's clothes. His world, once simple, began to feel deeper, richer, as if he were seeing it through a new, softer lens. Then, on an afternoon when the world was hushed under a thick blanket of mist, Kalen followed the path that led into the ancient willow woods at the edge of the valley. The air was cool and damp, filled with the rich, earthy smell of decaying leaves and wet bark. The further he walked, the thicker the mist became, until the familiar path faded into a world of soft, gray silence. He was lost. A small panic began to flutter in his chest. He reached into his pocket, his fingers closing around the cool, smooth surface of the ember stone. Almost instinctively, he whispered into the quiet, "I wish I knew the way." And in the palm of his hand, the stone began to warm. The faint, golden glow returned, pulsing softly. It was not a beacon, but a gentle suggestion. He held it out before him, and as he took a tentative step forward, the glow seemed to brighten ever so slightly. Another step, and it dimmed. He changed direction, and the soft light grew stronger again. Guided by this quiet, pulsing light, Kalen ventured deeper into the woods. The mist began to change, too. It was no longer a cold, gray veil, but now swirled with hints of color, pale gold and the faintest blush of rose. The air grew warmer, carrying new scents, honeyed nectar and blooming night flowers. The sounds of the ordinary woods, the chatter of squirrels, the call of birds, faded away, replaced by a soft, melodic hum, like 1,000 distant bees singing a lullaby. He stepped through a curtain of hanging ivy, and the world transformed. He stood at the edge of a hidden glen he had never seen before, a place that seemed woven from magic and twilight. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting a soft, blue-green light. Willows with silver leaves wept glowing pollen that drifted lazily on the warm air like tiny stars. In the center of the glen, a stream gurgled not with water, but with what looked like liquid amber, flowing slowly and emitting a soothing, honey-sweet warmth. This was the Glimmerglen, a secret heart of the world, pulsing with a gentle, ancient life. And there, sitting by the amber stream, was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a smoldering autumn fire, shades of russet and copper that seemed to shift in the soft light. Its eyes were not the sharp, clever eyes of a wild creature, but deep and knowing, the color of melted chocolate, and they held a kindness that immediately put Kalen at ease. Most astonishing of all, from the tip of its bushy tail wafted a soft, shimmering smoke that curled and danced in the air, forming intricate, fleeting patterns before dissolving into nothingness. The fox did not startle. It simply turned its head and regarded Kalen with a calm curiosity. "Hello," Kalen said, his voice barely a whisper in the enchanted silence. The fox dipped its head in a graceful nod. "You found your way," it said, its voice not a sound heard by the ears, but a thought that bloomed gently in Kalen's mind. It was a warm, raspy voice, like the rustle of dry leaves. "The Emberstone remembers the path for those who have forgotten. You can talk." Kalen asked, though it felt a silly question in such a place. In a manner of speaking, the fox replied, a hint of amusement in its mental tone. Here thoughts are clearer, less noisy. I am Fable. Thus began an unexpected friendship. Kalen visited the Glimmerglen whenever he could, guided by the now reliably glowing Emberstone. Fable became his guide and his friend. The fox showed him the wonders of the hidden glen, the fields of flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, the pools where the light pooled so thickly you could almost scoop it up in your hands, the ancient wise badger who spoke in riddles and whose fur was tangled with living moss. But Fable also shared a gentle mystery. The smoke from his tail, he explained, was not just for show. It was a reflection of the Glimmerglen's spirit. Lately, however, the patterns had become faint, the smoke thin and wispy. The light from the mushrooms seemed dimmer, the hum of the glen quieter. The heart of this place is a great luminy tree, Fable explained one evening as they sat by the amber stream. The smoke from his tail formed a sad, drooping spiral. Its roots drink from the stream of light, and its branches hold the sky in this place. But its light is fading, we do not know why, and as it fades, so does the Glimmerglen. The paths to your world will close, and this place will sleep, perhaps forever. Kalen's own heart felt heavy. This place of warmth and gentle magic, this friendship that had warmed the lonely corners of his soul, was in peril. There must be something we can do, he said, the Emberstone in his pocket feeling warm against his leg, as if in agreement. Fable looked at him, his deep eyes thoughtful. The old stories say the lumini does not fade from lack of light, but from lack of memory. It needs to be reminded of what it is. It needs stories, true stories filled with feeling. But our stories here are all the same now, echoes of the same old magic. We need a story from the outside, a new kind of light. Kalen understood. The mystery was not one to be solved with strength or cleverness, but with heart. He had to find the lumini tree and offer it a story. But what story did he have? His life was small and quiet. He was just a boy from the valley. The journey to the center of the Glimmerglen was not long, but it was profound. Fable led the way, his smoky tail leaving a faint, shimmering trail for Kalen to follow. They walked through whispering grasses that sighed stories of the wind, past silent stones that held the memories of ancient times. The air grew thicker with the scent of nostalgia and sweet decay, and the light, while still beautiful, had a melancholy, twilight quality. And then they saw it. The lumine tree was immense, its bark smooth and pale like pearl. Its leaves were not green, but were made of captured starlight, and they should have been blazing like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Now they flickered weakly, and many had turned a dull gray and fallen to the ground, where they dissolved into faint motes of light. The great tree looked tired and sorrowful. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a hollow that pulsed with a slow, faint rhythm, the tree's fading heartbeat. Kalen approached, feeling small and insignificant before the sleeping giant. He knelt by the hollow. He didn't know any grand tales of heroes or epic battles. He only knew his own small life. So he began to speak. He told the tree about the valley. He described the crunch of frost underfoot on a winter morning, the sound of his grandmother humming as she kneaded bread dough, the taste of sun-warmed strawberries from their garden. He spoke of the feeling of cool mud between his toes by the creek, and the safe, enveloping darkness of his bed at night. He talked about the emptiness he used to feel, and the day his grandmother gave him the stone. He pulled the Emberstone from his pocket. It was glowing brightly now, its light a steady, warm gold. And this, he said, his voice full of emotion, this made me see it all. The emptiness wasn't because there was nothing there, but because I wasn't truly looking. My story isn't one of great adventures. It's a story of learning to see the light that was already there. As he spoke, pouring his simple, honest feelings into the words, the Emberstone's glow intensified. It became a small sun in his hand, and a beam of warm, golden light streamed from it into the hollow at the base of the tree. The effect was immediate. The faint pulse within the tree quickened. A shiver ran through its great branches. One by one, the dull gray leaves began to shimmer, flushing with silver and gold. The light spread from leaf to leaf, from branch to branch, until the entire tree was ablaze with a soft, magnificent radiance. It was not a blinding light, but a deep, resonant glow that filled the entire glimmerglen, soaking into the very air and earth. The humming of the place returned, stronger and sweeter than before. The amber stream bubbled with renewed energy, and the glowing mushrooms shone with a joyful intensity. The world was waking up. Fable brushed against Kalen's side, his fur warm. The smoke from his tail was now thick and vibrant, swirling into beautiful, complex patterns of joy and gratitude, swirling constellations and blooming flowers made of mist. You reminded it, Fable's voice whispered in his mind, thick with emotion. You reminded it that the smallest moments hold the greatest magic. Your story was the one it needed to remember its own. Kalen sat back, watching the Lumini tree breathe light back into the world. He felt a profound sense of peace. He had not changed the world with a mighty deed. He had simply offered the truth of his own heart, and it had been enough. The emptiness inside him was gone, not because something missing had been found, but because he had finally learned how to see what had always been there. The journey back through the Glimmerglen was a celebration. The path was now clear and bright, and the air was filled with the soft, chiming laughter of the flowers. When they reached the curtain of ivy that separated the glen from his own world, Kalen turned to Fable. "Will I be able to come back?" he asked. Fable nuzzled his hand. "The path is always open to you now," he said. "You carry its light inside you. You need only remember and wish to return." Kalen stepped through the ivy and found himself on the familiar path at the edge of the willow woods. The mist had lifted, and the late afternoon sun cast long, golden shadows. The world looked the same, and yet completely different. He saw the beauty in the gnarled bark of the trees, heard the music in the chirping of the crickets, felt the history in the well-worn path beneath his feet. He was home, but he was changed. He had been transformed, not into someone new, but into more truly himself. That night by the crackling fireplace, his grandmother looked at him and smiled a knowing smile. "You found it," she said simply. Kalen nodded, pulling the emberstone from his pocket. It was no longer a dull, gray river stone. It was now a deep, translucent amber, and in its heart a tiny, eternal flame flickered peacefully, casting a soft, warm glow on his palm. "I did," he said. "I found the story." He told her everything. He described the Glimmerglen, the amber stream, the wise and kind Fable, and the great Lumini tree. He spoke not with the excitement of a great adventure, but with the quiet reverence of a cherished memory. His grandmother listened, her knitting needles clicking softly in rhythm with his story, her eyes reflecting the firelight and the light from the stone. When he finished, the room was quiet except for the gentle pop and crackle of the fire. The emberstone's glow seemed to sync with the flames, pulsing slowly and contentedly. "The light was never in the stone, my dear," his grandmother said, her voice as soft as the ember's glow. "It was always in you. The stone was just a mirror, waiting for you to look into it." Kalen knew she was right. He curled his fingers around the warm stone, its gentle heat a comforting presence. He was no longer a boy waiting for something to happen. He was a boy who knew how to find the magic in the everyday, who carried a hidden world of warmth inside him, and who had a friend in a fox made of smoke and stories. He went to bed that night, placing the glowing emberstone on his windowsill. As he drifted to sleep, he wasn't thinking of grand quests or distant lands. He was thinking of the sound of the fire downstairs, the feel of his woolen blanket, the scent of pine drifting through his window, and the simple, profound joy of a story shared. The gentle light from the stone pulsed softly, a silent lullaby of warmth and peace, guiding him into dreams of silver leaves and honeyed streams, and a friendship that would warm his heart for all the days to come. And in that perfect, peaceful resolution, he slipped into a deep and restful sleep, his world finally and completely aglow. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The florinite body built for Florin's warmth struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly, the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. In the quiet, sleepy village of Amberwood, where chimney smoke curled into the twilight like lazy gray ribbons, there lived a young boy named Kalen. His cottage stood at the very edge of the woods, where the whispering pines seemed to lean in close, sharing secrets with the wind. Every evening, just as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, Kalen would sit by the hearth, watching the flames dance and pop, a symphony of warmth and light that kept the encroaching shadows at bay. But tonight was different. Tonight, as a particularly stout log split open under the heat, something unusual tumbled from its heart. It was no ordinary piece of wood. It glowed with a soft, pulsing light, the color of ripe apricots in autumn sunsets. It was warm to the touch, but not hot, comforting like a hand held in friendship. Kalen carefully picked it up, marveling at the way it seemed to breathe in his palm, its light ebbing and flowing like a tiny, captive star. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was no ordinary ember. It felt alive. That night, as he lay in bed with the ember resting on his bedside table, its gentle glow painted shifting patterns on the ceiling. And in the quiet between heartbeats he heard it, a faint, melodic hum like a distant song carried on the breeze. It was a sound that spoke of ancient forests and hidden pathways, of mysteries waiting just beyond the edge of sight. The next morning, Kalen awoke with a new restlessness. The ember still glowed softly beside him, and its hum seemed to have woven itself into his dreams, leaving behind a lingering sense of purpose. After a breakfast of warm oatmeal sweetened with honey, he bundled up in his warmest woolens, tucked the ember safely into his pocket, and stepped out into the crisp morning air. The forest welcomed him with open arms. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny fairies. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden flowers. But Kalen did not wander aimlessly. The ember in his pocket seemed to guide him, its hum growing slightly louder when he chose the right path, softening when he hesitated. He walked for what felt like hours, the world around him shifting from familiar oak and birch to older, grander trees with bark like wrinkled parchment and roots that sprawled across the forest floor like sleeping serpents. The light grew dimmer, the air cooler, and a deep, resonant quiet settled over everything. It was a silence that felt sacred, not lonely. And then he saw it, a door. It was woven into the massive trunk of an ancient willow, its frame formed by living, bending branches, and its surface an intricate tapestry of moss, lichen, and shimmering spiderwebs that caught the light like dewdrops. It was a door that seemed both part of the tree and something altogether magical. The ember in his pocket flared warmly, its hum now a clear, inviting melody. Hesitantly, Kalen reached out. The door swung inward without a sound, revealing not the hollow of a tree, but a path descending into soft, dappled darkness. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through. The world that unfolded around him was unlike anything he had ever imagined. He found himself in a vast, subterranean grotto, but it was not dark. The walls and ceiling were studded with crystals that glowed with their own soft, bioluminescent light, blues, greens, and gentle golds that shimmered like captured starlight. Giant mushrooms, their caps as wide as wagon wheels, dotted the landscape, emitting a soft, rhythmic pulse of light. A shallow stream meandered through the center of the cavern, its water clear as glass and filled with tiny, glowing fish that darted like living sparks. And there, sitting by the stream with her feet dipped in the water, was a girl. She looked to be about his age, with hair the color of moss and eyes that held the deep, knowing glimmer of the oldest forests. She was humming the same melody that his ember had sung. She looked up as he approached, but she did not seem surprised. "You found the heart ember," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. I wondered when it would call someone new. Her name was Leora, and she was the guardian of this hidden world, a place she called the Glimmer Deep. She explained that the heart ember was a fragment of the forest's oldest magic, born from the first fire ever kindled under these trees. It occasionally found its way into the world above, seeking out those with kind hearts and curious spirits. "The ember is fading," Leora said softly, her gaze falling to the glowing stone in Kalen's hand. Indeed, its light seemed weaker now, flickering uncertainly. "The balance above is shifting, the old trees are forgotten, the streams are choked with silence. The Glimmer Deep draws its strength from the health of the forest above. If it weakens, we weaken." Kalen's heart ached. He thought of the woods he loved, the quiet groves and chattering brooks. He had not realized they were in pain. "What can I do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Leora smiled, a small, sad thing. "The ember chose you for a reason. It believes you can help, but the way is not easy. The source of the fading is a mystery, a quiet sorrow that has settled over the land. We must find its heart and soothe it." And so began their journey, not a frantic race, but a slow, deliberate exploration of both the Glimmer Deep and the woods above. They walked together, Kalen with his warming ember, Leora with her innate connection to every root and stone. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories, Kalen of his life by the hearth, of baking bread with his grandmother and listening to the owls call at night, Leora of dancing with fireflies and understanding the language of trees. As they traveled, Kalen began to notice things he had never seen before. A patch of ground where nothing grew, though the soil seemed rich. A stream that flowed clear, but where no frogs sang. An old oak, its branches bare despite the season, standing lonely in a clearing. Each place felt heavy, burdened by a silence that was more than mere quiet. The ember would grow warm in these spots, its light pulsing slowly, as if in sympathy. It was near the silent oak that they met another unexpected friend. A small, elderly badger, her fur grizzled with age, was digging patiently at the base of the tree. She paused as they approached, looking up at them with wise, dark eyes. "You feel it too," she said, her voice a low, gravelly rumble. "The loneliness." Her name was Thistle, and she had lived by this oak for many seasons. She told them that the tree had once been the heart of a great gathering place for forest creatures. But over time, as animals grew scarce and humans kept more to their villages, the meetings had stopped. The tree had withdrawn into itself, its sorrow seeping into the earth around it. "It's not just this tree," Thistle sighed, settling onto her haunches. "It's many places. The forest forgets its own songs." The three of them sat together under the oak's skeletal branches, and Kalen felt a profound sadness wash over him. It was not his own but the tree's, a deep, weary loneliness. Without thinking, he drew the heart ember from his pocket. It was glowing faintly, its light a pale, hopeful yellow. He placed it gently against the rough bark of the tree. A soft warmth spread from the point of contact, flowing up the trunk and down into the roots. The ember's light grew brighter, steadier. And then something miraculous happened. A single tender green leaf unfurled from a twig above their heads. It was small and fragile, but it was alive. Thistle let out a soft, amazed breath. Leora placed her hand on the tree, closing her eyes. "It remembers," she whispered. "It remembers it is not alone." They realized then that the mystery was not one single thing to be fixed, but many small fractures in the spirit of the forest. Places of forgotten joy, of abandoned connection. The fading was a loneliness that had taken root. Guided by the ember and Thistle's knowledge of the woods, they visited these places one by one. A meadow where no rabbits played anymore. A bend in the river where the kingfishers had nested for generations, now empty. Each time Kalen would place the ember there, and its warm, persistent light would seem to awaken something, a memory of community, of shared life. And each time the ember itself grew stronger, its light more vibrant, its song clearer. It was as if by healing these lonely places, they were feeding the magic that sustained it. Throughout their journey, the friendship between Kalen and Leora deepened. He taught her how to whistle using a blade of grass. She showed him how to listen to the stories the wind carried in its arms. They shared quiet meals of foraged berries and nuts, their laughter a new, joyful sound in the quiet glades. Thistle often joined them, her gruff warmth a steady comfort. Kalen found himself changing, too. The boy who had been content to simply watch the fire now understood its true nature, not just as a source of warmth, but as a gatherer, a storyteller, a keeper of hearts. He understood that transformation was not always a dramatic burning, but often a slow, steady glow that nurtured new growth. One evening, as the three of them rested in a soft hollow carpeted with moss, the heart ember suddenly rose from Kalen's palm. It hovered in the air between them, spinning slowly, its light now a brilliant, steady gold. The melody it hummed was no longer faint but full and complete, a song of wholeness, of balance restored. It floated to Leora, brushing softly against her cheek, then to Thistle, touching her nose, and finally back to Kalen, resting once more in his hand. Its job was done. "The forest remembers its song," Leora said, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "Thanks to you." But Kalen shook his head. "Thanks to us." He looked at his friends, the forest guardian with mossy hair, the old badger with a heart as soft as her paws, and the magical ember that had brought them together. It was never about one person fixing everything. It was about remembering to listen, to care. The next day, Kalen knew it was time to return home. The path back to the woven door felt familiar now, no longer strange or frightening. At the threshold he hesitated, looking back at Leora and Thistle. "Will I see you again?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. Leora smiled. "The forest is always with you, Kalen, and so are we. Listen for the hum in the hearth, look for the light in the leaves. We are never as far apart as it seems." Thistle nudged his hand with her wet nose. "Visit the old oak," she rumbled. "I'll save you the best blackberries." With a final, grateful look, Kalen stepped through the door and back into the familiar woods of Amberwood. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. He walked home, the now dormant heart ember cool and smooth in his pocket. It was just a stone again, but the magic it had carried was now a part of him. That night, as he sat by his crackling fireplace, the flames seemed to dance with a new, knowing light. He could almost hear a faint, familiar hum woven into the pop and hiss of the burning logs. He knew with a calm certainty that the forest was healing, that he had helped, that he had made true friends in unexpected places. He climbed into bed, the events of his journey replaying in his mind like a sweet, lingering dream. The warmth of the friendship, the gentle guidance of the ember, the quiet triumph of healing, it all settled around him like a soft, comforting blanket. Outside his window, an owl called into the night, a deep, soothing sound that spoke of wisdom and watchfulness. In the distance, the wind rustled the leaves of the old oak, now sporting a brave crown of new green buds. The world was as it should be, connected, remembered, loved. And as Kalen drifted into a peaceful sleep, he knew that the true magic was not in glowing embers or hidden doors, but in the willingness to listen, to care, and to reach out a hand in friendship. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, its light flickering across the room in a gentle, rhythmic dance, keeping watch over the boy who had learned to hear the song of the world and who would never feel alone again. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a murmuring river, there lived a young boy named Kalen, who carried a peculiar sadness in his heart. Though the world around him brimmed with warmth and laughter, he often felt like a single cool stone in a sun-warmed stream, present but separate. His grandmother used to say that every person carried their own light inside them, but Kalen worried his had gone out, for he could no longer feel its glow. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon like a golden coin dropped into a violet purse, Kalen sat by the hearth watching embers dance. The fire crackled and popped, telling its ancient stories in a language of light and heat. His grandmother's old stories whispered through his memory, tales of the Glimmerwood, where trees remembered every secret ever told to them, and of the Emberfolk, gentle beings who tended the world's inner fires. That night, as frost painted delicate patterns on his window pane, Kalen noticed something unusual among the dying embers. A single coal continued to glow with a persistent, ruby light, pulsing softly like a sleeping heartbeat. Drawn by its strange warmth, he reached carefully into the ashes and retrieved it. To his astonishment, the ember didn't burn his skin, but rested in his palm like a sleepy ladybug, radiating gentle heat. As he held it, the ember brightened, casting dancing shadows that seemed to form shapes, a winding path, tall trees, a creature with bright eyes. A soft voice, like the sound of leaves brushing together, whispered through the room, "When your own light falters, follow another's glow." With the mysterious ember cupped in his hands, Kalen wrapped himself in his warmest cloak and stepped into the moonlit night. The ember pulsed more strongly as he moved toward the forest edge, its light creating a small pool of warmth around him in the crisp air. Crickets sang their evening chorus, and the scent of damp earth and pine needles rose to meet him as he entered the woods. The forest felt different tonight, more awake, more aware. Trees seemed to lean in to observe the glowing visitor, their branches creating a cathedral ceiling above the path. The embers' light reflected in countless dewdrops, transforming the forest floor into a scattered constellation. After walking for what felt like both moments and hours, Kalen noticed the embers' pulse quickening. Its light stretched forward like a golden thread, pointing toward a massive oak with silver bark that shimmered in the moonlight. As he approached, he saw that the tree's trunk held an opening just large enough for a child to slip through, an opening that hadn't been there yesterday, he was certain. Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Kalen stepped through the doorway in the tree. The world transformed. Colors deepened, sounds clarified, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with magic. Luminescent mushrooms lined pathways that glowed with soft blue light. Leaves rustled with more purpose than ordinary leaves, occasionally arranging themselves into fleeting patterns before scattering again. This was the Glimmerwood from his grandmother's stories, a place where nature remembered its magic. Kalen's ember now glowed with renewed intensity, casting warm light that mingled with the cool blues and greens of the forest. As he walked deeper along the glowing path, he noticed something peculiar. Wherever his light fell, plants seemed to straighten, flowers turned toward him, and the very air grew warmer. His journey led him to a clearing where a small stream chuckled over smooth stones. There, sitting by the water's edge, was a creature unlike any he had seen before. It had the graceful form of a fox, but was covered in fur that shifted colors like opal, and its eyes held the knowing warmth of ancient hearths. It was nursing one front paw, which glowed with an unnatural blue chill. "Hello," Kalen said softly, not wanting to startle the creature. The being looked up, eyes widening at the sight of the glowing ember. "You carry hearth light," it said in a voice like wind through autumn grasses. "I am Corwin. Few humans find their way here anymore." Kalen approached slowly. "Your paw, it's hurt." Corwin nodded. "The frost sprites grow restless. They usually stay in the northern reaches, but something has disturbed their peace. One brushed against me, and its chill lingers." Remembering how plants responded to his ember's warmth, Kalen knelt and carefully brought the glowing coal near Corwin's injured paw. As the light touched the blue-tinged fur, the frost began to recede, leaving healthy, warm skin beneath. Corwin flexed their toes experimentally, a look of grateful surprise crossing their expressive face. "You have kindness in your touch," Corwin observed. "The ember responds to that. It's no ordinary coal. It's heart fire, a piece of the world's warmth given form." Corwin explained that the balance of the Glimmerwood was shifting. The frost sprites, usually peaceful beings of winter beauty, had been spreading unseasonable chill through the forest, causing flowers to close and streams to slow. The emberfolk who maintained the warmth were growing weary, their lights dimming against the advancing cold. "Perhaps," Corwin suggested gently, "this is why your ember called to you. The forest senses those who need healing and those who can heal in return." So began an unexpected friendship between a boy who felt he'd lost his light and a magical creature who understood the language of the woods. Together they followed the ember's guidance deeper into the Glimmerwood, toward the source of the disturbance. As they traveled, Corwin taught Kalen to listen to the forest's whispers, the meaning behind different bird calls, how to interpret the patterns of falling leaves, which mushrooms were safe to touch, and which would show you memories if you brushed against them. Kalen, in turn, shared stories of his world, of baking bread with his grandmother, of flying kites on windy hills, of the particular sound rain made on his rooftop. With each shared story, Kalen noticed his ember glowing brighter. The warmth spread through him too, thawing places in his heart that had felt frozen. He realized with wonder that the light wasn't just in the ember, it was awakening within himself too. Their journey led them to the crystal caves, where the emberfolk tended the underground fires that warmed the entire forest. The caves should have been radiant with warmth, but instead, Kalen and Corwin found the emberfolk moving slowly, their normally fiery forms dimmed to smoldering coals. The air held an unseasonable chill. The eldest Emberfolk, her form flickering like a candle in a breeze, explained that the Heartstone, the source of the forest's eternal warmth, had been growing cold. Without its radiance, the frost sprites felt unbalanced and were spreading cold unintentionally. "The stone needs a new kind of warmth," the elder said, her voice crackling softly. "It has been tended by the same fires for centuries, but now it requires something different, the warmth of connection, of stories shared, of kindness remembered." Kalen looked at the glowing ember in his hand, then at his new friend, and understanding dawned. The ember hadn't just been guiding him to help the forest, it had been guiding him to help himself too. With Corwin at his side, Kalen approached the Heartstone. It was a magnificent crystal that should have been blazing with inner fire, but now shone with only a faint glow. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand against its smooth surface and began to share, not just stories but feelings. The loneliness he'd carried, the warmth of his grandmother's kitchen, the joy of discovering this magical world, the gratitude for his friendship with Corwin. As he spoke, his ember flared brightly, and something wonderful happened. Tiny lights began to travel from his heart down his arm and into the stone. They were memories made visible, golden for joy, silver for comfort, copper for connection. The Heartstone began to absorb these lights, its glow strengthening. Corwin joined him, placing their newly healed paw against the stone. Images flowed from them too, of running through sun-dappled forests, of conversations with ancient trees, of the moment Kalen had healed them with his ember's warmth. Other Emberfolk gathered, adding their own memories to the growing light. The cave filled with a symphony of warmth, not just heat, but the emotional warmth that comes from being seen, understood, and valued. The frost sprites, drawn by the changing energy, entered the cave not as invaders, but as curious participants, their icy forms glittering in the renewed light. As the different warmth flowed into the Heartstone, its glow changed from faint white to a rich, golden radiance that pulsed through the entire cave system. The frost sprite's chill softened into a pleasant coolness that balanced rather than overwhelmed. The Emberfolk brightened, their forms dancing with renewed energy. The elder Emberfolk turned to Kalen, her form now blazing with healthy fire. "You came seeking light and brought us a new kind of warmth. The balance is restored because you were brave enough to share your own heart's fire." In the days that followed, Kalen stayed in the Glimmerwood, learning its ways and deepening his friendship with Corwin. He discovered that his own inner light hadn't been extinguished. It had only been waiting for the right conditions to glow again. The ember that had guided him now burned steadily in the Heartstone cave, a permanent part of the forest's warmth. When it came time to return home, Corwin accompanied him to the tree doorway. "The forest will always remember you," they said, their opal fur shimmering. "And so will I." Kalen stepped back into his world just as dawn was painting the sky in pastel hues. The village was still sleeping, but something felt different, warmer, more connected. In his hand he found not the ember but a smooth, warm stone that pulsed gently with inner light, a gift from the forest to remember his journey by. That morning, as sunlight streamed through his window, Kalen didn't feel like a cool stone in a warm stream anymore. He had discovered that warmth isn't just something you find, it's something you create through connection, bravery, and open-heartedness. And though the magical world was now separated from him by a tree doorway, he carried its essence within him, in the memories, the friendship, and the rekindled light in his own heart. Now, as the fire crackles and night deepens outside your window, remember Kalen's journey. Remember that even when our inner light feels dim, it never truly goes out. It simply waits for the right moment, the right friendship, the right act of bravery to shine again. And in the quiet of this night, know that you too carry that same capacity for warmth and connection, ready to glow when the world needs it most. Sleep now, wrapped in the warmth of this story, and may your dreams be gentle and your rest be deep. The embers watch over the night, and tomorrow awaits with new possibilities for light. The village of Bramblebrook nestled in a valley where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. It was a place of quiet routines and familiar comforts where everyone knew Mrs. Higglebottom's prize-winning marmalade recipe and old Mr. Thistlewick could predict rain by the ache in his left knee. Yet beneath the surface of cobblestone streets and blooming window boxes, whispered tales lingered of objects holding secrets, a grandfather clock that chimed forgotten tunes, a garden spade that unearthed shimmering stones. Few truly believed, except perhaps Oliver. Oliver was the quiet assistant to the village librarian, Mrs. Pennyworth. He preferred the dusty silence of the stacks to boisterous games, finding companionship in the whispers of pages turning and the scent of old paper. His most treasured possession wasn't a book, however, but a simple, chipped teacup. It had belonged to his grandmother, its porcelain painted with faded forget-me-nots. It felt warm somehow, even when the room was cold. One drizzly Tuesday, while reshelving a heavy volume on cloud formations, Oliver fumbled. The book tumbled, knocking the teacup from its usual perch on his desk. It didn't shatter, but landed with a soft thump on the worn rug. As Oliver knelt to retrieve it, a gasp escaped him. Where the cup had struck the floor, a tiny pool of shimmering, lavender-colored light pulsed gently, like liquid starlight. It wasn't water, and it smelled faintly of rain-kissed violets. Hesitantly, Oliver touched the rim of the cup. It hummed softly, and a voice, thin and wispy as a cobweb, drifted into his mind. "Oh dear, that was quite a tumble. My secrets are spilling." Oliver froze. "Secrets," he whispered aloud, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Why, yes," the teacup's voice chimed, clearer now. "I am a keeper cup. I hold the gentle secrets whispered into me, secrets of kindness, of hidden worries, of tiny joys. But when I'm knocked, well, sometimes they leak." The lavender puddle shimmered, showing a fleeting image, Mrs. Higglebottom, looking unusually sad, staring at an empty jar where her marmalade label should have been. Oliver understood. The marmalade recipe was missing. That was the secret worry spilling out. He carefully righted the cup. "How do I help?" "Secrets long to be heard, truly heard with kindness," the cup murmured. "But some secrets are lost, carried away on sighs or tears. Those need finding. There's a great sorrow brewing near the whispering peaks. It dims all the gentle secrets. Perhaps you could help mend it." And so Oliver's journey began. He packed a small satchel, a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his warmest scarf, and the keeper cup, carefully wrapped in soft cloth. He left a note for Mrs. Pennyworth, gone to find a lost whisper, back soon. The path beyond Bramblebrook wound upwards into the whispering peaks, where ancient pines sighed secrets to the wind. The air grew crisper, smelling of pine resin and damp earth. Oliver felt small beneath the towering trees. Doubt crept in. Who was he, a quiet librarian's assistant, to mend a great sorrow? He hadn't walked far when a rustle came from the ferns. A small, bright-eyed field mouse with a tiny acorn cap perched jauntily on its head scampered out. "Lost whispers, you say?" It squeaked, whiskers twitching. "Name's Pip, saw the lavender light spill earlier. Keeper cup business, tricky, but I know the paths. The wind tells me things." Pip, pragmatic and quick, became Oliver's first guide, darting ahead, pointing out treacherous routes and hidden springs. Higher up, the path became shrouded in mist. Oliver shivered. A soft sigh echoed around him, and the mist seemed to coalesce into a shape, a small, wispy cloud with eyes like dewdrops. Heavy thoughts weighed down the air, the cloud murmured, its voice like distant wind chimes. "I am Cirrus. I drift where sighs go. A great sadness gathers near the high tor. It tastes like salt and loneliness." Cirrus, dreamy and observant, floated beside them, its misty form occasionally revealing glimpses of the path ahead, or a hidden cluster of berries. Finally, as the trees thinned near the rocky summit known as the High Tor, they found Badger. Not just any badger, but Bartholomew, a large, solid creature with fur like silvered moss and eyes that held the depth of weathered stones. He was digging patiently near a cluster of bluebells. "Trouble brewing," he rumbled, his voice a comforting bass. "The mountain weeps, springs run slow, flowers droop, sorrow has taken root." Bartholomew, wise and grounded, joined them, his steady presence a rock against the growing sense of melancholy. They reached the High Tor, a vast, wind-scoured plateau. In its center lay a deep, still pool, usually the source of the freshest mountain streams. Now it was dark and silent, choked with gray, slimy weeds. A low, mournful sound vibrated through the stone beneath their feet, the weeping mountain Bartholomew had spoken of. Standing by the pool, radiating waves of palpable sadness, was a figure made of shifting, gray stones, the mountain spirit. "Who disturbs my sorrow?" The spirit's voice grated like boulders grinding together. Tears, like liquid granite, rolled down its stony cheeks and dripped into the pool, feeding the choking weeds. Oliver's instinct was to flee, but the keeper cup hummed warmly against his chest. Pip nudged his ankle. Cyrus sighed softly. Bartholomew placed a steadying paw near him. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped forward, carefully unwrapping the cup. He held it out, not as a weapon, but as an offering. We came because we felt your sadness. We want to listen." The spirit's grinding voice faltered. "Listen, no one listens. They take the water, the stone, the beauty. They forget the mountain has a heart. My dearest friend is gone." More stony tears fell. "Ask about the friend," the keeper cup whispered gently in Oliver's mind. "Your friend." Oliver asked softly, "What happened?" A tremor shook the spirit. "The silver brook, it sang to me for centuries, sparkled in my crags, then silence, gone dry, stolen away or forgotten. Without its song, I am only stone." Oliver looked at his companions. Pip scampered to the pool's edge, sniffing. Dry, underground maybe, pipelines. Bartholomew studied the rock formations. The source shifted, see the crack, earth groaned, changed the path. Cyrus drifted over the desolate pool. "I taste old metal and dust far below, not natural. Wisdom, not force." The problem wasn't malice, but neglect and change. The silver brook hadn't been stolen. Its path had been blocked, perhaps by an old, forgotten mine tunnel that collapsed during a tremor. The village below, unknowingly, had diverted its source years ago for a new well, silencing the mountain's song. Oliver spoke gently to the spirit, explaining what they'd pieced together. "The brook isn't gone, it's lost, trapped underground. Its silence isn't forgetting you, it's imprisoned." The spirit's stony features shifted, the grinding sorrow easing into confusion, then a flicker of fragile hope. "Imprisoned, not forgotten." "No," Oliver said firmly. "We can't help find its voice again." Bartholomew knew the old mine entrances. Pip, small and quick, could scout the collapsed tunnels. Cyrus could drift through crevices, sensing moisture and the faintest echo of flowing water. Oliver, guided by the keeper cup's gentle hum, which grew stronger near the hidden water, listened for the brook's trapped song, a faint, desperate trickle beneath the rock. It took days. Pip squeezed through impossibly small gaps. Bartholomew used his powerful claws to carefully shift debris where safe. Cyrus flowed through fissures, reporting back. Oliver, his hands scraped but his spirit alight, pressed his ear to cold stone, the keeper cup amplifying the brook's faint, silvery murmur. Finally they found it, a strong flow of pure water, trapped behind a thick wall of fallen rock and an old, rusted sluice gate jammed shut. The challenge wasn't breaking the rock that might cause a flood or another collapse. It was the gate. Rusted solid. Bartholomew couldn't budge it. Pip was too small. Force wouldn't work. Oliver sat by the jammed mechanism, despair creeping in. Then the keeper cup hummed. Secrets of metal, long sleep, needs waking, Oliver remembered Mrs. Pennyworth's old book on mountain springs. There was a page about iron sickness, needing oil and patience. He had a small flask of lamp oil in his satchel. Patiently, drop by drop, he applied it to the rusted hinges and the stiff lever of the sluice gate. He talked to it absurdly as he worked. Come on now, old fellow, time to wake up. The brook misses its mountain. The spirit misses its song. He poured kindness into the task, as if coaxing a shy creature. Pip brought tiny pebbles to wedge under the lever for better purchase. Bartholomew applied slow, steady pressure where Oliver directed. Cirrus whispered cool encouragement. With a groan that echoed through the tunnel, then a triumphant screech, the ancient lever moved. The sluice gate creaked open, inch by stubborn inch. A gush of clear, cold, singing water burst forth, smelling of snowmelt and deep earth. It rushed past them, finding its old course, trickling, then babbling, then roaring joyfully towards the surface. Back on the high tor, the transformation was magical. The dark pool shimmered and cleared as the fresh, singing water surged into it, dissolving the choking weeds. The mountain spirit stood transfixed. The grating sorrow vanished from its voice, replaced by a deep, resonant chime like struck crystal. Color seeped into its stones, mossy green, sky blue, warm ochre. The song, my brook's song, you heard, you listened, you helped. The spirit touched the pool with a stony finger. The water glowed with a soft, golden light. A single perfect dewdrop, shimmering with all the colors of dawn, rose from the surface and floated gently towards Oliver. It landed softly in the keeper cup with a tiny plink. A secret of pure joy, the cup sighed contentedly. The journey back to Bramblebrook was filled with light. Springs flowed freely. Flowers lifted their faces to the sun. Pip chattered excitedly about the adventure. Cirrus drifted happily, reflecting rainbows. Bartholomew walked with a satisfied rumble. Oliver carried the keeper cup, now holding the dewdrop of joy, feeling a quiet confidence bloom within him, warmer than any hearth fire. He returned the lost marmalade recipe to Mrs. Higglebottom, found tucked inside a book on preserving techniques, her smile brighter than her golden jars. He told Mrs. Pennyworth a softened version of his adventure, emphasizing listening and kindness. The keeper cup sat back on his desk, looking perfectly ordinary. But sometimes, when the fire crackled low in the library hearth and moonlight streamed through the window, Oliver would see a faint, lavender glow emanating from it. And he knew the world was full of gentle secrets waiting to be heard, problems waiting for wisdom and friendship to mend them, and extraordinary magic hidden within the most ordinary things, especially a quiet heart willing to listen. He sipped his tea, the warmth spreading through him, a comforting echo of the mountain's restored song, a lullaby of kindness that promised sweet dreams. In the heart of the ancient woods, nestled between rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a place known as Whispering Glen. Here the air always carried the gentle scent of pine and wildflowers, and the trees stood like wise old guardians, their leaves rustling secrets to anyone who cared to listen. At the edge of the glen, a small village named Hearthwood hummed with quiet activity, its cobblestone paths winding past cottages with smoke curling from chimneys. But it was in the glen itself where magic seemed to breathe, especially at twilight, when the fireflies emerged like scattered embers and the wind chimes, hung from low branches by kind hands, tinkled softly in the breeze. Sometimes a gentle rain would fall, pattering on leaves like a lullaby, and from the village square, the deep, comforting chime of the old clock tower would echo, marking the hours with a steady, reassuring rhythm. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the glen lived a young girl named Layla, with eyes as bright as the stars she adored, and a heart that listened more than it spoke. Leela spent her evenings wrapped in a woolen blanket on her porch, charting the constellations with a well-loved telescope her grandfather had left her. She knew the sky like the back of her hand, the bold sweep of the Great Bear, the delicate curve of the Swan, and the shy twinkle of the Lost Lamb constellation, which her grandmother had said held stories of kindness and home. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars blinked awake, Layla noticed something peculiar. The Lost Lamb constellation, usually a cluster of 7 bright stars, had one missing, a gap where a star named Pip should have been. At first she thought it a trick of the clouds, but night after night, more stars vanished from the sky. Not in a dramatic flash, but quietly, as if they were being gently plucked away. Alongside this, the glen itself began to change. The bluebells that carpeted the forest floor shifted to a soft lavender at dawn, then to a rosy pink by noon, as if painting with emotions. Stranger still, Leela once saw dew droplets on a spiderweb rise upwards towards the leaves, defying gravity, and her sundial seemed to cast shadows that moved backwards for a breath before correcting themselves. The villagers whispered about it over cups of chamomile tea. Old Mr. Bramble, the clockmaker, grumbled that time was playing tricks, while young Finn, who tended the gardens, marveled at the color-changing flowers but worried they might be ill. Yet no one was frightened. Instead, a curious hum filled the air, like the suspense before a favorite story unfolds. Lila, with her keen observation and gentle nature, felt a pull to understand. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, held a heart that needed listening to. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a gentle rhythm on the roof, Leela sat by the fireplace, tracing the patterns in an old book of nursery rhymes her grandmother had cherished. One rhyme, the song of the wandering stars, caught her eye. When the lamb loses its way, and colors dance night into day, seek the map the sky has drawn, where time flows backwards to the dawn. Follow the path of empathy's light, to restore the stars and make things right. Leela's heart skipped a beat. This felt like a clue. She remembered her grandmother saying that the constellations were not just pictures, but maps of stories, guiding those who looked with kindness. The next morning, with the sun casting golden streaks through the mist, Leila decided to investigate. She packed a basket with honey cakes and a thermos of warm cider, slipped on her sturdy boots, and ventured into the glen, her mind set on observation and empathy. Her first stop was the meadow where the flowers changed colors. Finn was there, kneeling among the blossoms, his brow furrowed. "Leila, look at this, the violets turned sunrise orange overnight," he said, his voice filled with wonder rather than worry. Leela knelt beside him, noticing how the petals seemed to pulse with a soft light. She observed that the color shifts coincided with the missing stars. When Pip vanished, the flowers had glowed blue, and now, with another star gone, they shimmered green. Perhaps the stars and flowers were connected, speaking a language of light and hue. This felt like a clue, but Leela knew better than to jump to conclusions. It might be a red herring, leading her away from the true answer. As she walked deeper into the woods, the wind chimes sang a melody that seemed to guide her steps. She followed a path lined with ancient oaks, their bark carved with faint symbols that resembled constellations. Leela recalled an old map her grandfather had drawn, tucked away in a drawer, showing the glen as a mirror of the night sky. She hurried home to fetch it, and when she unrolled the parchment, her eyes widened. The map marked special spots, a stargazing hill, a whispering creek, and a hidden grove, each aligned with a constellation. The lost lamb stars corresponded to places where kindness had been shown, like where villagers left food for woodland creatures. Layla decided to visit these spots, hoping to find answers. At the stargazing hill, she met an elderly woman named Maeve, who was feeding crumbs to the birds. Maeve spoke of a legend. Long ago, the stars would sometimes descend to earth to rest, taking the form of gentle lights, and if treated with empathy, they would share wisdom. But if ignored, they might fade. Leela wondered if the missing stars had come down, lost or tired. This seemed plausible, but Maeve also mentioned that mischievous forest sprites were known to play tricks, like making time wobble or colors shift. Could the sprites be behind it? Leela filed this away as a possible red herring, something to consider but not fear. Over the next few days, Leila visited each location on the map. At the Whispering Creek, where the water babbled secrets, she found a patch of flowers that glowed silver, matching a star that had vanished from the Swan constellation. She sat quietly, listening not just with her ears, but with her heart. She heard a faint, sorrowful hum, like a melody missing its notes. Empathy stirred within her. She felt that the stars weren't being stolen, but were hiding or helping something. She left a honey cake by the creek as a gesture of friendship, and the next day, the flower there turned a cheerful yellow, a small, delightful discovery that warmed her spirit. The suspense built through curiosity, not fear. Leela noticed that the backwards flowing time incidents often happened near the old clock tower in the village. Mr. Bramble had mentioned that the tower's mechanism was ancient, sometimes chiming an extra hour or falling silent. Leela wondered if the tower was connected, but when she investigated, she found that the clock was simply aging, needing care, a red herring that led her to organize the villagers to help Mr. Bramble clean and oil the gears. As they worked together, sharing stories and laughter, Leela realized that even false clues could bring joy, strengthening the community bonds. One evening, as the clock tower chimed 7, Leila had a breakthrough. She was on the stargazing hill, comparing her grandfather's map to the sky, when she saw it. The pattern of the missing stars formed a new constellation, one that looked like a tearful eye. Remembering the nursery rhyme's hint, where time flows backwards to the dawn, she thought of the dew rising and the sundial's odd shadow. What if time was flowing backwards not as a trick, but as a way to undo a sadness? Empathy guided her next step. She imagined how a star might feel if it witnessed something sorrowful and wanted to help. Leela shared her thoughts with the villagers at the weekly gathering in the glen, where everyone brought lanterns and sat on mossy logs. Finn spoke of how the color-changing flowers seemed to respond to their moods, blushing pink when children laughed, turning blue when someone was lonely. Old Maeve recalled that in legends, stars could absorb emotions to balance the world. Together they pieced it together. The stars were descending to comfort a part of the glen that held an old grief, perhaps from a lost story or a forgotten kindness. By taking on this sadness, the stars were growing dim, and their absence was causing the peculiar happenings as the glen tried to heal itself. The resolution came on a night of gentle rain, when the community decided to act with collective empathy. Led by Leela, they gathered in the hidden grove marked on the map, a place where the wind chimes hung thickly, their music like a chorus. There they found soft, starlight orbs nestled among the roots, the missing stars indeed taking earthly form. Each orb pulsed with a color that matched the flowers, and when Leela approached with kindness, she felt a whisper of sadness from them. The stars had come to soothe the grove, where long ago, a village elder had passed away without a proper farewell, leaving a void. With understanding hearts, the villagers held a quiet ceremony, sharing stories of gratitude and lighting lanterns to guide the stars back home. As they sang a lullaby from the nursery rhyme, the orbs rose slowly, weaving into the sky like pearls on a string. One by one, the stars returned to their constellations, brighter than before, and the flowers settled into a peaceful, steady hue. Time flowed normally again, the dew droplets clinging properly to the grass, and the clock tower chimed in perfect harmony. The mystery solved, the community of Hearthwood felt closer than ever. They decided to make the stargazing hill a regular meeting place, where they would share tales and watch the sky, reminding themselves that empathy could light even the darkest corners. Leela curled on her porch once more, felt a deep comfort as the fireflies danced and the wind chimes sang their soft song. The stars twinkled down as if winking in gratitude, and she knew that in Whispering Glen, every ending was a gentle beginning, wrapped in the cozy blanket of friendship and wonder. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic, the kind that lingered in the scent of rain-soaked earth and the soft chime of crystal wind charms hanging from every eave. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the sky above would bloom with stars so bright and near, one felt they could almost pluck them like ripe berries. But one autumn evening, as the air grew crisp and the scent of wood smoke and baked apples sweetened the breeze, something unusual occurred. The stars began to vanish. It started with the smallest ones, the tiny, shy pinpricks of light that usually dusted the edges of the great celestial tapestry. Then night by night, larger stars began to disappear as well, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the heavens above. The village clock tower, an ancient structure of stone and oak, chimed each hour with a deeper, lonelier tone, as if mourning the loss of its celestial companions. The people of Glimmerbrook grew uneasy. Whispers rustled through the cobblestone lanes like dried leaves. Some blamed mischievous forest sprites, others feared a great shadow beast was swallowing the stars one by one. But no one knew for certain, until a young woman named Kaelin decided to uncover the truth. Kaelin was the village stargazer and keeper of tales. She spent her evenings perched on the mossy roof of the library, charting constellations and humming old nursery rhymes her grandmother had taught her. She noticed the vanishing stars before anyone else, and rather than fret, she observed. She saw that the stars did not disappear all at once, but in a pattern, almost like a trail leading deep into the whispering woods. With a warm woolen cloak wrapped around her shoulders and a lantern swinging gently in her hand, Kaelin set out one twilight, guided by the soft, persistent ringing of the wind chimes that lined the forest path. Her steps were quiet, her heart calm. She believed that most mysteries, if approached with kindness and careful attention, would soon reveal their secrets. As she walked, she hummed an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the silver thread runs thin, and the starlight fades from up within, follow the path where the blue moths gleam, to find the heart of the stolen dream. Kaelin had always thought it nothing more than a sweet lullaby, but now the words echoed in her mind with new meaning. She paused where the path forked. One way led to the old stone bridge, the other deeper into the woods, where bioluminescent blue moths sometimes danced at dusk. Choosing the latter, she soon arrived at a small clearing where the flowers seemed to shiver with inner light, their petals shifting slowly from violet to soft gold. In the center of the clearing stood a child, a little girl Kaelin had never seen before. She was gathering something in a small silken net, her movements quick and furtive. "Hello," Kaelin said softly, so as not to startle her. The girl looked up, her eyes wide and luminous. In her net, Kaelin saw not fireflies or dewdrops, but tiny, shimmering stars, the very ones missing from the sky. "I'm not stealing," the girl whispered, her voice like the rustle of birch leaves. "I'm mending." Kaelin knelt so they were eye to eye. "Mending what?" she asked gently. "My grandmother's cloak," the girl replied. "It's all tattered and lost its light. She's the keeper of the northern lights, you see, and without her cloak the colors have begun to fade. I thought if I borrowed some stars, just for a little while." Kaelin's heart softened. She looked at the girl's small, earnest face and the silken net full of glimmering starlight. "What's your name?" she asked. "Lyra," the girl said. "I live beyond the 7th hill, where the rivers flow backward and the clocks tick in reverse." Kaelin smiled. She had heard tales of that place, a realm where time was gentle and forgiving. "Lyra," she said, "you have a kind heart. But the stars belong to everyone. See how the villagers miss them. How the night feels lonely without their light. Tears welled in Lyra's eyes. I didn't mean to make anyone sad. I just wanted to help my grandmother. Just then a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves and petals, each drop carrying the scent of damp soil and night-blooming jasmine. Kaylin held out her hand. Come, she said. Let's find another way. Together they retraced their steps to the village, where the worried murmurs had grown into a low, anxious hum. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by lantern light. When they saw Lyra and the net full of stars, some gasped, others frowned, but Kaylin raised her hand gently. There is no thief here, she said, her voice clear and calm. Only a granddaughter who loves her grandmother deeply. She explained Lyra's plight, and as she spoke, the suspicion in the villagers' eyes melted into understanding. An old woman named Alara, who wove tapestries from moonlight and memory, stepped forward. There is another way, she said. A forgotten way. My own grandmother spoke of it, how starlight can be woven not from the sky itself, but from reflections, from shared memories and kindness. So that very night the villagers gathered in the square, each bringing a mirror, a basin of clear water, or simply their open hands. They sang the old nursery rhymes, the very ones Kaylin had hummed, and as they did, something magical happened. The stars above, though fewer, seemed to glow brighter, and their light reflected in the mirrors and water, gathering like liquid silver. Lyra held out her grandmother's cloak, and together they dipped it into the pooled starlight. Slowly, patiently, the fabric began to shimmer, not with borrowed light, but with a new, gentle radiance born from shared hope and compassion. When the last thread was mended, Lyra hugged each villager, her small arms wrapping tightly around them. Thank you, she whispered again and again. Then she turned to Kaylin. I will return the stars tonight, and I'll never take them again. Kaylin smiled. You are always welcome here, Lyra, you and your grandmother both. That night as the village slept, the stars returned to the sky, not all at once, but one by one, each settling into its rightful place with a soft, sighing gleam. The next morning, the people of Glimmerbrook awoke to find not only their stars restored, but the northern lights dancing brilliantly at the edge of the horizon, brighter and more beautiful than ever before. And from that day on, whenever the children of Glimmerbrook sang the old nursery rhymes, they added a new verse. When the stars seem faint and far, remember the light in who you are. For kindness mends both cloak and sky, under the moon's gentle eye. The wind chimes still sing their crystalline songs, the clock tower chimes with a warmer tone, and the blue moths still dance where the forest path divides. But now the people of Glimmerbrook know, the greatest magic isn't in the stars themselves, but in the shared light of a caring heart. And as you drift into dreams, may you too feel that gentle glow, woven from kindness, reflected in love, and shining softly through the dark. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more. something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world." Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be get a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it, a reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a soothing rhythm perfect for a journey into dreamland. So snuggle down, little one, and let me tell you a tale woven from moonlight, moss, and the quiet courage found in unlikely places. It begins with a child named Finn, whose footsteps were often as soft as falling snow. Finn lived on the very edge of the village of Oakhaven, where the neat cobbled streets and friendly chatter gradually gave way to wild hedgerows and the deep, ancient silence of the whispering woods. Most villagers spoke of the woods with a mixture of awe and caution, telling tales of shifting paths and voices on the wind. Finn, however, felt a strange pull towards its shadowed depths. While other children raced and shouted in the village square, Finn would sit beneath the old hawthorn tree at the forest's edge, listening. Not just to the birdsong or the rustle of leaves, but to something deeper, older, a quiet hum beneath the surface of the world. Finn was known for being quiet, perhaps too quiet for some. Words often tangled on their tongue, fears felt too big to voice, and the bustling energy of the village could feel overwhelming. But in the presence of the ancient trees, Finn felt a different kind of understanding, a calm that settled the restless flutters inside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden light slanted through the turning leaves, Finn felt the pull stronger than ever. A shimmer like sunlight catching on dew-laden spiderwebs seemed to beckon from just beyond the first line of towering oaks. Taking a deep breath of the damp, earthy air, Finn stepped off the familiar path and into the embrace of the whispering woods. The change was immediate. The village sounds vanished, replaced by the deep hush of the forest floor, muffled by centuries of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered down in dusty shafts, illuminating motes dancing in the air. The air smelled richly of decaying wood, damp moss, and something sweet and wild, perhaps hidden berries. Finn walked slowly, fingertips brushing rough bark, ears straining. And then they heard it. Not a whisper, but a soft, rhythmic thrumming, like a tiny heartbeat echoing from the roots of a colossal ancient willow tree whose branches wept silvery green tears down to the forest floor. Drawn by the sound, Finn crept closer. Beneath a curtain of trailing willow fronds, nestled amongst velvety moss as green as emeralds, lay a stone. But this was no ordinary river pebble. It was smooth and cool to the touch, about the size of Finn's palm, and seemed to be made of swirling, translucent blues and grays, like captured storm clouds or deep ocean water. And it pulsed with a soft, internal light, synchronized with the gentle thrumming sound. Hesitantly, Finn reached out and picked it up. The stone felt alive in their hand, warm and vibrating faintly. The thrumming intensified slightly, and then, clear as a belt chime in the silence, Finn heard a sound within their own mind. Not words exactly, but a feeling, a sensation, lost, alone, afraid. Finn gasped, nearly dropping the stone. It wasn't speaking, it was feeling, and projecting that feeling directly into Finn's awareness. The stone radiated a profound, aching loneliness mixed with a deep-seated fear. Finn clutched it gently, instinctively wanting to soothe it. "It's all right," Finn murmured aloud, their own voice startlingly loud in the quiet. "You're not alone now." The stone's pulse seemed to steady, the blue light softening from a stormy gray to a calmer, twilight hue. The feeling of fear lessened, replaced by a tentative flicker of hope. "Help," the feeling seemed to ask. Finn knew they couldn't leave the stone. Its sadness was too palpable. But what could they do? Where did it belong? As they pondered, holding the warm, pulsing stone, a gruff voice broke the silence. "HMPH found the murmuring stone, have you?" Finn whirled around. Standing just outside the willow's curtain, silhouetted against the dappled light, was a creature unlike any Finn had seen up close. It was a badger, but enormous, standing nearly as tall as Finn's waist. His fur was thick and grizzled, black and white stripes bowled across his powerful shoulders and face. His eyes, however, were deep brown and surprisingly intelligent, though currently narrowed in a skeptical glare. He held himself with a weary dignity, one paw slightly raised as if ready to retreat. Finn froze, heart pounding. Badgers were known to be reclusive and fiercely territorial. This one looked formidable. The stone in Finn's hand pulsed a brief flare of alarm. The badger sniffed the air. "Put it back," he rumbled, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "Trouble follows that stone, always has." Finn found their voice, small but steady. It feels lost and scared. I couldn't leave it." The badger tilted his head, his dark eyes studying Finn intently. "Lost, scared, probably, been missing near a moon cycle. Caused quite a stir, its absence did. Threw the deep glade off balance." He took a cautious step closer. "Name's Thorn, keeper of the Tanglewood Warrens. And who might you be, venturing so deep and finding what season trackers couldn't?" "Finn," came the quiet reply. I live near the edge. I just listened." "Listened." Thorn huffed, a sound that might have been a chuckle. Rare skill that these days, especially amongst humans. He eyed the stone again. Well, Finn who listens, you've found it, but finding is only the start. The murmuring stone belongs in the heart of the deep glade, cradled in the roots of the elder tree. Only there can its song be truly heard, the balance restored, and only there will its fear be soothed. He shifted his weight, looking uncomfortable. Problem is, the way to the deep glade isn't exactly straightforward, especially now. Paths have shifted since the stone went missing. Things are restless. Finn looked from the sad, pulsing stone in their hand to the gruff badger. Thorn seemed weary, burdened. You know the way? Finn asked softly. Thorn scratched behind his ear with a powerful hind leg. Bits of it used to, but the woods are different without the stone's steady hum. The whispering gets confused, misleading. He sighed, a deep rumble from his chest. Truth be told, young listener, I could use an extra pair of ears. Sharp ones. Mine aren't what they used to be. In the woods, they whisper tricks sometimes. He looked almost embarrassed to admit it. And that stone, it seems to trust you, might behave better for you than it would for a grumpy old badger. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Finn's chest. This gruff, intimidating creature was asking for their help. Because Finn listened. It was the first time their quiet nature felt like a strength, not a shortcoming. Finn looked down at the murmuring stone. It pulsed a soft, steady blue, the feeling of fear replaced by a quiet thrum of curiosity directed at Thorn. Friend, it seemed to ask Finn. Finn nodded, meeting Thorn's gaze. I'll help, we'll take it home. Thorn gave a curt nod, a flicker of relief in his deep eyes. Right then, stay close, step where I step, and listen, Finn. Listen with more than your ears. The woods will try to guide us, but they speak in riddles and rustles. The stone might help too if it senses the true path. He turned, his powerful body moving with surprising quietness. This way, towards the singing creek, or where it should be. Their journey began under the shifting canopy. Thorn moved with the sure-footed grace of the forest-born, pausing often to sniff the air, taste the wind, and press a paw to the mossy ground, feeling for vibrations Finn couldn't perceive. Finn followed the murmuring stone held securely but not tightly, a warm, comforting weight. They tried to do as Thorn asked, listening. Not just to the obvious sounds, the chirp of crickets, the distant call of a wood pigeon, the sigh of the wind in the treetops, but to the subtler layers. The way the leaves rustled differently over a hidden burrow. The almost imperceptible hum of insects deep in the bark of an ancient beech. The faint trickle of water that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. At one point, Thorn stopped abruptly at a fork in the barely visible trail. One path sloped gently downwards, dappled with inviting sunlight. The other wound upwards into deeper, shadowed ferns. Thorn sniffed both paths, his brow furrowed. Sunny path smells sweet, too sweet, like honeysuckle out of season. The shadowed path, damp earth, stone, more likely towards the creek bed. He sounded unsure. Finn closed their eyes, focusing. The sunny path did smell sweet, cloyingly so. But beneath it, Finn caught a faint, acrid tang, like something decaying. The shadowed path smelled cool and clean, like wet stone and ferns. And then, the murmuring stone pulsed gently. A soft image formed in Finn's mind, not a picture, but a sensation. Cool, clear water running over smooth pebbles, accompanied by a feeling of rightness associated with the shadowed path. The shadowed path, Finn whispered, opening their eyes. The stone, it feels the water, the cool, clean water. Thorn looked sharply at Finn, then at the stone, then back at the shadowed path. He took a deep sniff, concentrating. HMPH, you might be right, listener. My nose is full of that blasted false sweetness. Clever trick. He grunted, a sound that held a hint of newfound respect. Lead on then, but carefully. The shadowed path was indeed damp and cool, winding between moss-covered boulders and giant ferns that brushed their shoulders. The air grew heavier, filled with the scent of damp earth and rich decay. Soon the sound of water grew clearer, not the gentle singing Thorn expected, but a frantic, gurgling rush. They emerged onto the bank of the singing creek, but it was a creek transformed. Instead of its usual clear, chuckling flow, the water was choked with fallen branches, leaves, and thick, choking weeds. It surged angrily against the blockage, its song distorted into a frustrated roar. On the opposite bank, watching the chaos with large, mournful eyes, stood a young roe deer, her flanks heaving as if she'd been trying to cross. "Great roots and burrows," Thorn muttered. "No wonder the woods are restless, the creek's song is strangled." He surveyed the blockage, a tangle of storm-felled branches and dense water reeds. This wasn't here before, must have happened during the last big wind when the stone was missing. Its balance keeps the flows true, even the water flows. The young deer spotted them and let out a soft, distressed bleat. She needed to cross to reach her family, Finn realized, sensing her anxiety as clearly as they sensed the stone's emotions. "We need to clear it," Finn said, the urgency cutting through their usual hesitation. Thorn assessed the situation. Dangerous, current strong, one slip. But he saw the deer's distress, saw the choked water, and knew it affected the whole wood. "Right you," he pointed to Clara at Finn, "stay on the bank, find me a strong, long branch, sturdy as you can. I'll work from that flat rock midstream. Badgers are better swimmers than we look." He waded cautiously into the edge of the current, testing his footing. Finn scrambled along the bank, searching. They found a fallen ash branch, long and thick, but not too heavy. They dragged it to the water's edge near Thorn. The badger grabbed it with surprising strength. "Now listen carefully. When I shove against the main tangle, you pull on that smaller branch poking out upstream. We need to loosen the whole mess, let the water do the rest. Ready?" Finn nodded, gripping the smaller, slippery branch. Thorn braced his powerful body against the rock, took a deep breath, and pushed the thick ash branch with all his might against the central knot of debris. Finn pulled with all their strength on the upstream branch. For a moment, nothing happened. The water roared defiance. Finn's arms burned. Thorn grunted with effort. The murmuring stone pulsed warm against Finn's chest, not with fear now, but with fierce encouragement. Push. Pull. Suddenly, with a groan and a splintering crack, the central mass shifted. The upstream branch Finn was pulling on snapped free, sending them stumbling backwards. But the shift was enough. The pent-up water surged through the new gap with tremendous force, tearing at the rest of the blockage. Branches snapped, weeds ripped free, and the tangled mass began to unravel, carried downstream in a churning rush. The roar of frustration subsided into the creek's familiar, joyous singing as clear water bubbled freely over the stones once more. Thorn hauled himself back onto the bank, dripping and panting, but his eyes gleamed. "Well done, Finn, you've got a strong pull in you." He shook himself vigorously, sending droplets flying. The young deer didn't hesitate. With a graceful leap, she bounded across the newly cleared creek, pausing on the far bank to dip her head towards Finn and Thorn in clear thanks before disappearing into the ferns. A sense of profound relief washed over the little clearing. The air felt lighter, cleaner. Even the sunlight seemed brighter. The murmuring stone pulsed a warm, golden light, radiating pure, wordless gratitude. As they continued, the forest seemed to breathe easier around them. The whispering woods felt less confused, more welcoming. Birdsong seemed clearer, the rustling leaves more melodic. Thorn navigated with more confidence, occasionally pointing out landmarks Finn would never have noticed: a lightning-struck oak shaped like a pointing finger, a ring of unusually red toadstools, a mossy boulder carved with faint, ancient spirals only visible at a certain angle. The murmuring stone became their guide in subtle ways. When paths diverged, Finn would close their eyes, feel the stone's gentle pulse, and sense a direction not through sight, but through a feeling of resonance, like a quiet chime growing stronger. This way feels deeper, older, calmer. They learn to interpret its gentle glows, blue for calm, gold for warmth or rightness, a soft green for growing things, and a very faint, quick purple flicker when Thorn was about to stumble over a hidden root, allowing Finn to call out a warning just in time. Thorn, in turn, shared his deep knowledge of the woods, which berries were safe, how to find the sweetest underground springs, the stories whispered by different types of bark. He spoke of the deep glade as a place of ancient peace, where the oldest trees held counsel, and the murmuring stone's song harmonized with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Their friendship grew with each mile, an unspoken bond forged in shared purpose and quiet understanding. Thorn's gruffness softened into a dry wit and a protective presence. Finn found their voice more often, asking questions, sharing observations, their initial timidity replaced by a quiet confidence born of being truly heard and trusted. As twilight began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and apricot, the woods changed again. The trees grew even taller, their trunks wider than cottages, draped in curtains of silvery gray lichen that glowed faintly in the dimming light. The air hummed with a deeper, more resonant energy. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Finn had seen, blinked like tiny, wandering stars amongst the ferns. The ground felt springy and alive beneath their feet. "We're close," Thorn murmured, his voice filled with awe. "The whispering is clearer here. It welcomes the stone back." He paused before a wall of dense, intertwined holly bushes, their dark green leaves glossy and sharp. "The entrance is here, but it only opens for those who belong, or those bearing what belongs." Finn stepped forward, the murmuring stone held out before them. It pulsed with a strong, steady light, no longer blue or gold, but a pure, brilliant white. As the light touched the holly wall, the branches seemed to shimmer. They didn't move aside, but became less solid. Finn could see through them into a space beyond that glowed with its own soft, ethereal light. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked forward. The holly branches offered no resistance, passing through Finn and Thorn like insubstantial mist. They stepped into the deep glade. It took Finn's breath away. They stood in a vast, circular clearing carpeted with moss so thick and soft it looked like green velvet. Towering trees formed a living wall around the glade, ancient oaks with bark like dragon scales, silver beeches that seemed to hold moonlight within their pale trunks, and massive yews radiating profound stillness. Their canopy was open to the darkening sky, where the first stars were beginning to prick through the deep blue. In the very center of the glade stood the elder tree. It wasn't the tallest, but it was by far the oldest, its trunk vast and gnarled, roots spreading out like the limbs of a slumbering giant, cradling a hollow at its base that glowed with a soft, inviting light. The air vibrated with a deep, harmonious hum, the combined song of ancient trees. But beneath it, Finn could feel a discordant note, a thread of sadness and incompleteness. It was the missing song of the stone. All around the edges of the clearing, watching them with quiet, luminous eyes, were the creatures of the deep glade. Finn saw foxes with coats like spun moonlight, owls with eyes like liquid amber, stoats as white as snow, and rabbits whose fur shimmered with a faint iridescence. There were others too, shapes glimpsed in the dappled shadows, near the giant roots, perhaps the shy tree spirits Thorn had mentioned in passing. They watched, silent and expectant. Thorn dipped his head in a deep, respectful bow. Finn felt suddenly small, but the warm pulse of the stone in their hand gave them courage. They walked slowly, reverently, across the mossy floor towards the elder tree. The discordant note in the glade's song grew stronger, a palpable yearning. As Finn approached the root hollow, the murmuring stone began to vibrate, its white light flaring brilliantly. It wasn't afraid, it was yearning. Finn knelt before the hollow. The space within the roots was lined with luminous moss and smooth, water-worn stones. It felt like a cradle waiting. Gently, Finn placed the murmuring stone into the heart of the hollow. The moment the stone touched the luminous moss, a profound change swept through the deep glade. The stone's pure white light flared, then softened, merging seamlessly with the glow of the elder tree's roots. The discordant note vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant chord that vibrated up through the soles of Finn's feet and into their very bones. The harmonious hum of the glade swelled, richer, fuller, more profoundly peaceful than before. It was like the forest itself was sighing in deep relief. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling a joyful chorus. The fireflies danced in intricate, celebratory patterns. The watching creatures bowed their heads, a soft murmur of welcome rippling through them. The murmuring stone pulsed once, a wave of pure, radiant contentment washing over Finn. Home. Safe. Thank you. The feeling was overwhelming, a wave of pure, unadulterated peace and belonging. Its loneliness and fear were gone, replaced by the deep, abiding connection to the ancient heart of the woods. Finn sat back on their heels, tears pricking their eyes, not of sadness, but of awe and shared joy. Thorn padded up beside them, placing a heavy, comforting paw on Finn's shoulder. "You did it, young listener," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "You brought the heart song home." They sat in silence for a long while, bathed in the combined glow of the elder tree and the stone, listening to the restored harmony of the deep glade. Finn felt a profound sense of peace settle over them, deeper than any they had ever known. The fluttering fears that often plagued them felt quiet, soothed by the ancient song. Eventually, Thorn nudged Finn gently. "The woods know the way back now. The paths will be clear. But you'll always be welcome here, Finn. The deep glade remembers kindness." He looked at Finn, his dark eyes warm. And remember, listening, truly listening, is a magic all its own. Stronger than noise, deeper than fear. The journey back through the whispering woods felt like moving through a familiar dream. The paths were clear and wide, bathed in bright moonlight that filtered through the leaves. The forest felt benevolent, protective. The rustling leaves seemed to murmur words of thanks and safe passage. Thorn walked beside Finn, his presence a solid comfort. The murmuring stone's song, now part of the forest's own heartbeat, seemed to follow them, a gentle hum beneath their feet. As they reached the edge of the woods, near Finn's hawthorn tree, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Thorn stopped. "This is your path now, young listener. Mine lies deeper." He nudged Finn's hand with his nose. "Don't be a stranger to the wood's edge, and don't forget to listen. The world speaks in many ways." Finn knelt and, on an impulse born of deep gratitude, wrapped their arms gently around Thorn's thick neck. The badger stiffened for a second, then relaxed, giving a soft, rumbling purr deep in his chest. "Take care, Thorn, thank you." "Thank you, Finn," Thorn replied gruffly, but his eyes shone. "For listening, for helping an old badger remember the way." With a final nod, he turned and melted back into the shadows of the whispering woods, leaving Finn standing alone at the forest's edge. The village of Oakhaven was just beginning to stir. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the distant sound of a rooster crowed. Finn took a deep breath. The world looked the same, yet utterly different. The fluttering fears hadn't vanished entirely, but they felt smaller, manageable. Finn carried within them the deep peace of the deep glade, the echo of the murmuring stone's song, and the warm memory of Thorn's gruff friendship. They still preferred quiet, but now they understood its power. It wasn't about being small, it was about being open, receptive. It was a way of hearing the world's heart song, of finding hidden paths and forging bonds that defied expectation. Finn walked back towards the village, not with hurried steps, but with a quiet confidence. They paused beneath their hawthorn tree, listening. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying the distant song of the now clear creek, the chirp of waking birds, and beneath it all, faint but unmistakable, the deep, harmonious hum of the forest, whole once more. Finn smiled, a quiet, contented smile. They had ventured into the whispering unknown, helped heal a hidden heart, and found their own quiet strength reflected in the eyes of a gruff badger and the glow of a magical stone. The world was full of wonders, waiting for those willing to truly listen. And as the first rays of the sun warmed their face, Finn knew that bedtime stories weren't just tales. They were echoes of the magic that hummed just beneath the surface of the quiet world, waiting for a listening heart. The fire crackled softly, its warmth a gentle echo of the elder tree's glow, and the last embers pulsed like a contented heart, lulling you towards peaceful dreams filled with mossy glades, steadfast friends, and the comforting hum of a world restored. Sleep well, little listener. Sleep well. Deep in the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little Fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singer's songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The the streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood's song, it's fading. The balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, Grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little Fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart. Carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the mosskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered mosskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the mosskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words, into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other mosskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glowed bright and, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the mosskin elders, journeyed to the rain-singers' pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the mosskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The mosskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain-singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf-weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the moskins sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The whisperwood breathed its magic, a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together.